Chapter 1 Doomsday Crisis. For humanity, for the Emperor. A captain transformed into a half-human, half-mechanical captain with the technology of the Mechanikus, growled hysterically. His prosthetic leg slammed on the console in front of him, looking at the power supervisor and the mechanical priest in charge of maintaining the power room, with red eyes. Pile all the energy into the propulsion system, even if they die, I will pull them back. This battleship is finished. The void shield reactor was overloaded, explosions occurred in many places on the hull, and a few more rounds would bring it to an end. After giving the order, the captain showed a fanatical smile, and once again roared out the phrase that he had made the oath countless times. For man, for the Emperor, onward, onward. Under the command of the captain, the tail of the warship that lost the protection of the void shield suddenly burst into intense light, and the speed of the warship also increased accordingly, rushing towards the flesh and blood chaos ship, trying to die with the opponent. The universe and fate have one thing in common, that is, they are also ruthless and cruel. It is a pity that the courage of the captain and the crew did not receive any reward from fate. Lady Luck did not lower her gaze to this man of courage and sacrifice. As the chaotic ship released dazzling light spears, the huge battleship hull was directly pierced. The plasma reactor, which was at the pressure limit, was hit, setting off an explosion, and flames spewed down the pipes. The 5-kilometer-long giant battleship was submerged in a sea of flames and became fragmented in space. All of the more than 10,000 human crew members on board died, and none of them survived. For mankind and the Emperor. In the sea of fire, the captain shouted out his oath with all his might for the last time. The destruction of warships is insignificant in the magnificent space battlefield. In the vast space battlefield, thousands of warships are fighting. Countless light spears, plasma beams, container-sized torpedoes, and high-yield nuclear missiles have marked space as a deadly forbidden zone. The war has reached its most desperate moment. The Imperial fleet launched counterattacks again and again, trying to regain control of the orbit of the planet Macrage in order to send support to the ground. They must send support before the ground forces are completely defeated, otherwise the horn of human doom will sound. The last day will surely come. Human beings, a tenacious race, will also go to destruction. The surface of Macrage is already in flames. All cities have been hit by unimaginable fire coverage. The low Earth orbit has been taken away, the artillery positions have fallen, and the tank clusters have been completely destroyed. The air fighters are still struggling to avoid being taken away by the demon vehicles for the final air supremacy. The powerful legionnaires were dispatched to guard the sanctuary. Only Macrage's Janissaries still fight desperately to defend the city and its civilians. The civilians shivered and hid behind the line of defense built by the wounded guard soldiers. Men and women of the right age were all drawn into the battlefield. The women and children waited desperately for the doomsday, silently praying that the Emperor would save them, and also pray that the Emperor would take their souls away after death, so that they would not be tortured in the terrible warp, and finally fell into for scary monsters. In the sanctuary of the Ultramarines, the most tragic war also broke out. Here will determine the fate of this planet, and even the entire galaxy. Stop them. The Chaos Warrior wearing black armor exuding a strong smell of blood revealed cruelty and viciousness in his eyes. He swung the chainsaw sword that had stopped turning for a long time, and casually killed all the ordinary soldiers who tried to support them. Those ordinary soldiers were cut in two like weeds being harvested by a sharp sickle. The broken corpses fell to the ground, and the blood soaked the surface of the sanctuary. For humanity, for the Emperor. The cruelty and bloodshed did not scare the soldiers behind. They chanted the only slogan that could give them courage, and rushed up with laser guns in their hands, trying to stop these shameful traitors from desecrating this sacred building. The Chaos Warrior didn't stop, he swung the chain sword in his hand, the broken limbs flew randomly, and the face under the helmet was excited by the killing. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. After calling out his allegiance to the evil god, he rushed at the ordinary soldiers and recklessly harvested their lives. The soldiers came forward one after another, and their meaning was to fight for human beings to live under the watchful eyes of the Emperor. The battle inside the sanctuary is fierce and desperate. The remaining Ultramarines, Dark Templar, Death Army, and Battle Sisters have all been cornered. The white wings on the back of Saint Celestine have been broken, and one hand has also been broken. The armor is broken, and sweet blood flows from the terrible wound. Those battle nuns and sisters were either disintegrated under the intensive attack of plasma cannons and bombs, or were torn apart by chaos warriors and demons. Give me strength, give me victory, and I will serve you and walk in the world in your name. Celestine's eye was bleeding, and she was still muttering the name of the Emperor in her heart. Chaos warriors and demons rushed forward in groups, but Celestine held the holy sword, but did not waver in the slightest. For the Emperor, for humanity. As she shouted, a majestic golden light erupted, which was the Emperor's blessing. Countless demons were blown away by her burst of golden light. But soon, more demons and chaos warriors rushed up. On the chaotic battlefield, Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, roared. The azure power armor was extremely obvious in the chaotic battlefield, making him the target of siege. His explosive bombs have been exhausted, his battle sword has been broken, and only one power fist can still be used. Boom. An Ultramarine is blasted to pieces with a melta cannon by chaos warriors in front of him. The remaining limbs exude scorched, foul-smelling heat. Traitor. Brother's death left Calgar stunned, roaring like an angry lion. Watching his comrades fall one by one, he also became crazy, waving his power fist to meet them. After tearing apart a chaos warrior, he turned his head to look at the dais. Beside the stationary stand, the mechanical priest call and those aliens are still operating. Is it still not working after all? Calgar's heart was full of despair. They could not resurrect the father of genes, the great Primarch. Is it all over? Is this the end of the mission? 10,000 years after the first ruler of the Empire, the Emperor, sat on the golden throne, Abaddon, the second war master of the Chaos Gods, launched the 13th expedition. With the help of the Blackstone Fortress, he successfully destroyed the Cadia Fortress that contained the Eye of Terror, and let the chaos of the Great Rift sweep the entire galaxy. The era of the decline of the galaxy has come, and the scar of the curse has torn the entire galaxy. Innumerable monsters gushed out of the crack, and the only thing they passed was death and destruction. The nightmare of the old days and nights reappears in various worlds, bringing endless killing and cruel destruction. The power to destroy the world is gathered on an unprecedented scale in history, and there is no safe place to escape doom. Uncountable worlds fell, and countless mortals wailed and died under the ravages and torture of demons and scions of chaos. Humanity has ushered in the greatest crisis. Once they fail again, the eternal night will cover the entire galaxy. A magnificent decisive battle is coming, between good and evil, chaos and order. The war will tear apart the stars and destroy everything that people know and are familiar with. The psychers with the ability to predict have shown despair. This dark and cruel galaxy has no future for human beings. The world will fall into the abyss of despair, and human beings will become the playthings of the evil gods. Accompanied by the loud noise of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, the sanctuary was hit violently again. The airdrop pods of the second wave of chaos crashed into the sanctuary wrapped in flames. Accompanied by a strange sound, the airdrop pod opened, and hundreds of rebel space fighters rushed out and joined the battlefield. They were used as killer cards by the commander of the chaos side. One-time fixed-point projectile onto the battlefield, completely defeating the defense of the loyalists. Despair completely enveloped all the soldiers. For humanity, for the Emperor. They uttered their final battle cry of despair, faced death calmly, and vowed to take away the traitors who besieged the sanctuary as much as possible. Darkness has been completely shrouded, the horn of the end of mankind is about to sound, and the end of everything is coming. When the final life and death fight between the two sides is about to start. With the sound of a bell, a pure and clear note lights up. The automatic receiver made a sound like a melody, and opened its dome like some kind of giant piranha opening its petals. A tall, oppressive body appeared in front of everyone. Sleeping for 10,000 years, the last light of redemption for mankind, the last hope of the Empire, the 13th son of the Emperor, representing loyalty, hope, and benevolent Primarch Guilliman, in front of the two sides that are at war, opened his eyes. He looked at everything in front of him, his eyes revealing bewilderment and bewilderment. Isn't he playing games? How did you open your eyes? It's here. The flood of memories flooded him, making him instantly understand all of this. Suddenly, 100,000 muddy horses galloped past. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Can this happen? Please support, Guilliman's murderous book is also my book, and it also uses the beginning of Guilliman's awakening. The plot goes differently. In order to make a living, I wear a lot of vests. This time there is no jump technology, at least until the galaxy is finished, there is no jump technology, and the other universes and multidimensional wars will not be launched in advance until the Warhammer universe is finished. Chapter 2 Cheat Account. Guilliman, who has completely absorbed the physical memory, can only express his inner thoughts with 3 craps. In just a short moment, he already understood the ins and outs of everything. He traveled to a nightmare place, that is the human empire of the Warhammer universe. This universe is an extremely chaotic world, the only requirement is to survive. Do whatever it takes to keep your race alive, and survival is victory. Humanity has struggled in space for 40,000 years, experienced the Golden Age, the Age of Rebellion, the Age of Long Night, the Age of the Great Crusade, and the Horus Rebellion at the end of the Great Crusade, and then to the Age of Human Empire that lasted for 10,000 years. And now is the most dangerous moment for the human empire. The main enemy of the empire is Abaddon, the War Master supported by the 4 evil gods. He is responsible for leading the forces of chaos to continuously invade the real universe, paving the way for the final destruction of the 4 evil gods. The 4 evil gods are truly terrifying, purely conceptual existences, existences that cannot be won at all. During the 10,000 years the empire existed, Abaddon launched 12 expeditions, clearing away most of the Blackstone seal nodes that restricted the evil gods from entering the real universe. With the 13th expedition he initiated, the most important Cadia fortress, the most critical part of the sealing node, was completely destroyed. The out-of-control Eye of Terror has sprayed the power of chaos into the real world, and the minions of the evil are rushing in frantically, sweeping all the planets. The huge trace of the curse divided the human empire into 2, and traces of demons and traitors appeared on countless planets. The empire is now a blood-losing giant. If it is not done well, human beings will soon be finished. Grandpa Lan, who can travel to this point in time, has to face a terrifying enemy. It is a dead end. Thinking of this, Guilliman also felt a little bit pained. It's not that I'm not strong enough, but the main reason is that the enemy is too powerful to stand up. Those traitorous Primarches were enough to make him scramble, and it was difficult to keep track of the beginning and the end. What's more terrible is that those evil gods behind this are also watching. If one fails, it will be over immediately. The sound of the sawtooth chain starting brought Guilliman back to his senses, looking at the chaos warriors and demons in front of him. It is better to deal with the enemies in front of you first, and then plan what to do later. Guilliman casually pulled out the holy sword next to him, and the scorching flames instantly covered the blade. This is the Emperor's personal saber, which was brought over by the mechanical sage Call with the resurrection armor. As Guilliman grasped the hilt, the Emperor's holy sword also revived, and the golden flame spread, illuminating the golden battlefield. Fusing the souls of the two, Guilliman felt that the control of this demigod body became smoother, full of endless power. Battle skills automatically came to mind as he picked up the sword, giving him an instinct to use this body with surging strength at will. Guilliman's recovery made both warring parties fall into an eerie silence. The loyalists of the Empire, the last guardians of mankind, all stared at him with ecstatic eyes. Guilliman's return is like a faint ray of hope rising from the endless darkness. In the dark and desperate doomsday, a faint trace of salvation emerged. The entire hall became silent. Compared with the roaring war outside, shaking the earth. It looks extremely weird here. The strong sense of oppression inherent in the Primarch made both demons and fallen warriors fearful and kept a rare silence. Even though they have been asleep for 10,000 years, the identity of the other party still makes them feel extremely scared. Until a scream broke it all. Acorn Berserker covered in bone spurs, holding a blood-red battle axe, came out of the crowd. Under the shocked gaze of his comrades in arms, the fallen warrior who served the blood god leapt forward and rushed straight at the Primarch, trying to collect the Primarch's soul for his master. Guilliman moved. Only the believers of the of Death present, the spirit warriors known for their speed, saw this thunderous blow clearly. The flame sword drew a phantom in midair. The berserker was split in two by the waist, and the two parts flew to the ground in the distance under the action of huge force, making a rumbling sound. The sound of the Chaos Warrior's body falling to the ground broke the spell of silence. Death cannot scare the minions of these Chaos Gods. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars full of hatred. Countless demons and Chaos Warriors charged towards Guilliman desperately. They want to kill the awakened Primarch completely. The surviving Ultramarines, Dark Templars, and space fighters from other chapters also roared to meet them, and the two sides fought together again. Chainsaw swords, power weapons cut armor and flesh. The hatred between the two sides is so great that the war ends only when one side completely falls. For mankind, for the Emperor, for my father. Calgar roared, and the power fist plunged into the throat of a traitor, smashing the opponent's armor and throat, and let the foul-smelling blood splash on his body. With Guilliman revived, they regained strength against these enemies. Celestine brandished a sword with her only remaining hand, and she was still praying silently. She is fighting with Guilliman's return, fearless. The fire of faith burned on her again. Let her incarnate as the Emperor's envoy to harvest those traitorous space warriors. The Grand Marshal of the Black Templar and the surviving colleagues also launched a charge, and the battle roar came from their sounders, and wherever the sword of the Templar went, there were corpses everywhere. With Guilliman joining the battlefield, the loyalists quickly gained an advantage. The power of the Primarch is unstoppable, and anyone who tries to stop him will bear the terrible wrath. The first to die tragically were those wizards who believed in fallen evil gods. It was their power that shook the foundation of the sanctuary. Give these demons a chance to enter the sanctuary. Their proud psychic power was as fragile as thin paper in front of Guilliman. Guilliman could easily break their necks and smash their bodies to pieces with a rain of armor-piercing rounds. Next are the fallen space marines, who were once the protectors of humanity and are now enemies of humanity. Guilliman was not polite to them, like a god, facing their fierce artillery fire, he rushed up directly with a burning holy sword in his hand. The reaction speed and strength of the original body are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The superhuman sensitivity of the fallen space marine in front of Guilliman is not worth mentioning at all. He was like a fierce tiger, killing the sheep, and the frantic killing began. In the first strike, a fallen space warrior was directly cut in half. His Terminator armor was like paper, and he couldn't stop Guilliman for a second. The second sword, a demon was split in half, and the cursed blood spurted out. The sword of the Emperor burned his soul, so that it would never have a chance to return to the warp. Then came the third sword, and the fourth sword. The speed was so fast that only after images could be seen. Guilliman's speed is like lightning, and his joining makes the battlefield situation tilt to the loyal defender's side. All the soldiers roared with excitement on their faces. They gathered around Guilliman, and together with him formed an invincible spearhead, sweeping away all enemies. The powerful demons and fallen warriors of the past were quickly harvested like weeds in front of Guilliman. Guilliman's anger was like a suppressed volcano erupting suddenly, the anger in his eyes seemed to be real, and he swung the Emperor's holy sword in his hand, beheading all enemies in sight. After beheading the last demon in the sanctuary, Guilliman stopped to calm his anger. Guilliman just wanted to get everything straightened out, to see if he could re-establish communications with Makraj's forces and take back the planet. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded in his mind. It is detected that the target meets the qualifications, the master template, database, and auxiliary wizard have been opened, please check in time. The host can ask questions, and the assistant spirit will try to answer you as much as possible. This voice made Guilliman startled. This is his cheating cheat? It seems that there is no chance of a comeback. It is best to have 10 consecutive draws and go straight to the mythical Big Luo in 3 days. At that time, punching the 4 gods of chaos, kicking ribs, gnawing Zerg raw, roasting greenskin, just around the corner. Emperor would stand up unsteadily and call out Big Brother. What ability do you have? Guilliman asked without any delay. Traveling without golden fingers is like Adam without Eve, it's the rhythm of the end. Understanding cheats is the first step to changing your fate against the sky. Chapter 3 Certification Tasks. The database contains a large amount of human scientific and technological knowledge, and the host can obtain the authority of the database after completing the relevant authentication tasks. The Lord of Dominion template can help the host gather beliefs, as long as the more creatures that recognize the host, the stronger the power blessing the host will get. The host can view the individual data of those who approve the host, but cannot view the individual's approval of other evil gods on behalf of the individual. Please be cautious. The assistant wizard can answer your questions and assist you with the database knowledge you can retrieve. There is no mall, number 10 draws in a row. Guilliman's heart sank. Without that kind of super awesome function, how can those rebellious primarchs fight? How do the four gods fight? Isn't such cheats a joke? What is the use of such assistance? The evil of chaos is almost ready to play crystals in Liashan costume, so he gave this golden finger. There is nothing to play, Guilliman just wants to ask someone to ask the four gods' imperial army, can they surrender and lose half of it? This support is a serious support, without those messy functions. Fuck, don't you, big brother? Now everyone in the club knows that seriousness can't be eaten. Don't you know how to adapt to a system? Guilliman really wanted to express the in his heart. Isn't this letting him die properly? Without top-level golden finger support, the chaos side has strong soldiers and strong horses, and the empire side is full of aliens and infighting, and there are still a group of ghosts and snakes lurking. This assistant trusts the host, please work hard. It's useless for you to trust me, I can't believe myself. Guilliman complained frantically in his heart. Still trust me? The emperor is sent to sit on the golden toilet, and the others can't be cooler. This is no joke. People like the emperor are the ones who hold the template of the protagonist. In terms of strength, the psychic power is so strong that it can extinguish the stars, and the four gods have to work together to deal with him. Talk about strategy, hang and beat all kinds of aliens, and blast all warlords to complete the great cause of unification. In terms of ideology, he has been a magic stick, worked on socialism, and later personally implemented the god-killing movement. In terms of achievements, the unification of mankind, the establishment of the Astro Torch, laid the foundation of the empire for thousands of years, and the ultimate concept of the ascension of the whole people was completed just a little bit. To be honest, Guilliman has never seen such a powerful protagonist in that novel. With the cooperation of the four gods and the traitors, such a character sat on the golden throne and suffered thousands of years of torture. Who dares to say that it is better than the emperor? Such a golden finger, if you can't win, at most you can delay death, and you will still die in the end. Grown-ups. Guilliman had been meditating until he was awakened from the world of thought by the voice of Saint Celestine. Celestine's voice is very nice, with the kind of magnetism unique to saints. One cannot help but want to hear her voice. After going through a brutal battle, the armor on Celestine's body has been shattered, and there are all horrible wounds. Even though she has amazing healing power, she is still bleeding non-stop, which is shocking to watch. Celestine is also one of the heroes of Guilliman's resurrection. It was her proposal that the Black Templar and many battle groups were willing to protect the Mechanicus sage Kaur, allowing the mechanical sage who mastered Guilliman's resurrection method to safely retreat from the fallen and destroyed Cadia fortress, and to draw the space fighters along the way to Makridge together. These warriors gathered along the way finally helped the mechanical sage Kaur complete the ritual of Guilliman's resurrection. Guilliman stared at Celestine with questioning eyes. Thank you, the Emperor, for sending the great Primarch and you back to our side. Celestine endured her injuries and bowed slightly. Saints are the most loyal believers of the Emperor, and they are the Emperor's messengers walking in the world. In the dark, desperate, and galaxy, they are the brightest light of hope for human beings, and they are also the proof that human beings are still protected by the Emperor. Saints are very rare in the human empire. Because of their noble character and loyal beliefs, they were blessed by the Emperor and possessed part of the Emperor's power. Celestine also has absolute loyalty to the Emperor's parents and children. Her words were full of tremors. Seeing an Emperor's son recover with her own eyes gave her a glimmer of hope for the future of mankind, and it was no longer that kind of despair. Father Calgar, the leader of the Ultramarines chapter, also came over. There was uncontrollable excitement on his resolute face. He looked up at the reborn Primarch, his eyes already blurred by tears. The extreme battle group has persisted for 10,000 years, and it has also guarded here for 10,000 years. To be able to see the return of the father of genes today, they couldn't help crying with joy. Warbands that use the gene seed will refer to the Primarch as father, as a token of gratitude for the second chance they have been given. In front of Guilliman, Calgar, known as the Legend of the Empire, became as helpless as a recruit. I'm very pleased, after thousands of years, my descendants are still fighting for mankind. Guilliman, who combined his memories, looked at Calgar, put a hand on the other person, and said in a fatherly tone. The soul from another world has inherited all the memory and power of Guilliman, allowing him to calmly look at the people who surrounded him. Regent. Mechanical priest Call, Marshal of the Black Templar, Judge, and others also came over. 10,000 years ago, after the end of the Horus Heresy, Guilliman who rushed over was entrusted with a heavy responsibility by the seriously injured emperor and became the regent of the empire. Nice to see you again. Guilliman swept across the crowd, his tone low and majestic. The empire needs your guidance, emperor and son. Celestine stared at the Primarch's face, her tone could not hide her excitement. As a believer, his long-cherished wish has once again been fulfilled, which is a great relief to her. A god emperor's father and son have returned from recovery, and the demigods on the battlefield will take power and lead the empire to overcome the darkness that erodes mankind day and night. After 10,000 years of darkness, the human empire finally ushered in a ray of dawn again. That's why I came back. Guilliman looked at everyone calmly, his steadfast gaze gave everyone courage, giving them an inexplicable sense of security. My return will make the enemy tremble, and the people of the empire will cheer. The glory of mankind will once again shine on this dark starry sky. All invaders will pay for what they have done. Guilliman's words have a sound texture that makes people feel trustworthy. He is the Primarch, and he will do what he promises. The host has successfully triggered the authentication task. Please expel Macrage's chaos forces. Earn rewards to unlock the database level. First level authority can read a lot of knowledge such as a generation of dark matter engines, star-destroying weapons, etc. It can assist the host to complete technological innovation, making the human empire burst out with new vitality again. Hearing the prompt from the auxiliary elves, Guilliman immersed himself in the database to check the details of the mission rewards. One level authority can unlock a generation of dark matter engines and star-destroying weapons, which is also quite good. Create more weapons and blow them all the way, let the aliens and demons appreciate the art of starburst. The joy of burning glass lies in this. Chapter 4 Subspace Boss. Confirming the reward, Guilliman nodded. This cheat is not too bad, barely usable. Use dark matter computer technology to cooperate with the primal caste space marine technology in the hands of the mechanical sage Kaur. He will be able to create a new batch of warriors to fight against traitors and chaos forces. Relying on the original space fighters of the Empire, when facing these chaotic forces, they are really a little weak. Many times, they are won by piling up the number of people. The battle damage was so tragic that I couldn't bear to look directly at it. Being able to create such a group of powerful new style troops can effectively help him maintain the territory of the human empire. Guilliman had no choice, either he helped the human empire defeat chaos, or he was captured by chaos as a slave. Escape? It is best not to dream. The nearest galaxy to the Milky Way is hundreds of thousands of light years away. How can I escape? Without an astronomical torch and no navigation map, how can I escape? Even if the fleeing spaceship can reach the maximum speed limited in the universe, he cannot escape. Using the speed of light to fly from the Milky Way to other galaxies, the time required is as long as hundreds of thousands of years. If the spaceship breaks down halfway, it will drift until death. It is more dangerous to escape with the help of subspace. Warp space is the territory of evil gods. Without the protection of the Emperor's astro torch, Geller's force field will collapse after a few days. Without Geller's force field, the Thulhu can pinch him as he pleases. There is also an unrealistic aspect of fleeing, that is, other places are not necessarily safe. There is another race in the Warhammer universe, the Tyranids. This race came in from outside the galaxy. This terrifying race that eats wherever it goes, was chased by other powerful beings and fled into the galaxy. One can imagine what happened. The world outside the Milky Way may be even worse than the Milky Way. I'm afraid that if I escape, it will be even more desolate. He can only win, or die tragically, there is no third way to choose. Go out and clean them up. Guilliman stepped out, with terrible anger in his eyes, and the flames of the Emperor's sword in his hand became more and more destructive. Calgar, Celestine, Emerisi and other survivors regrouped and gathered beside Guilliman. Booming artillery fire rang out outside the sanctuary, and the Imperial defenders were still fighting, trying to drive the Chaos invaders from their home world. Macrage City, this magnificent hive city is full of battles. Factories, spaceports, fighting sounds everywhere. Space warriors from all over the Empire are wearing different armors and chaotic forces are fighting together. The Star Militia Army and the Macrage Guards are still firing, using the defenses built along the street to shoot those damned cultists and demons. Laser beams cut through the battlefield full of pungent smells, burning those monsters and taking their lives. But there are so many monsters and cultists and traitors, the number is huge. It is unimaginable. Wave after wave of them charged the lines of the Imperial loyalists, causing the defenders to retreat steadily. For the gods of chaos, for the supreme glory, kill. The cultists covered with bone spurs and turned into monsters waved their weapons and shouted loudly, encouraging the believers to rush forward and attack the defenders' front. The man with a ferocious face and covered with tumors screamed with unusual excitement, for the gift of the loving Father, for the end of all things. Other traitors also chanted all kinds of weird and profane slogans. The Imperial defenders are still struggling, maintaining the front line that is about to collapse. Behind them is the last shelter of Macrage City, and there is no way for them to retreat. The people huddled in their shelters, praying to the statue of the Emperor. Save us! Let us not be harmed by those evils. Help us! Listening to the sound of artillery fire and the crazy shouts of the Chaos side, the closer they got, the more frightened they became. Once it falls into the hands of Chaos, even death is no longer a rest, but the beginning of another torture. Thinking of this, they trembled suddenly, and all of them became frightened. The commander of the Astral Army who was responsible for defending the shelter of Macrage City also fell into despair. Facing the surging Chaos Army, he could only squeeze the potential of each army as much as possible to buy more time for the defense line. More than 100 regiments were worn out by this flesh and blood war, and countless soldiers of the Astral Army died on this battlefield. The only hope is that the Imperial fleet can regain control of low Earth orbit. Only in this way can the war be won. The corpses piled up like mountains on the battlefield, and the dark red blood flowed on the ground, and even the air could smell that pungent smell. The tragedy of the war has become more and more desperate. There is no chance of victory in sight. The connection between the surface and space has been cut off, and no one knows what will happen to the battle in space. Is it a win? Still fled. Big green flies hovered over the battlefield with a buzzing sound. Seeing the fallen fresh corpses, they swarmed up, drilled into the flesh and blood to lay eggs, and sent the benevolent Father, those weird viruses and germs into the corpses, allowing them to stand up again and become a plague-walking corpse. The decline of the defenders is getting worse and worse, while the enemy's offensive is getting stronger and stronger. The power from the evil of the subspace is satisfying, and the strange whispers bewitch the soldiers who still want to resist, trying to get them out of the rotten body on the golden throne. Dead hands, dragged into sweet gardens. Are we doomed? Looking at the situation on the battlefield that was being defeated steadily, despair emerged in the commander's heart. How can such a battle be won? Continuing to fight is also a dead end. They don't have any chance to turn defeat into victory. No high-altitude fire support, no tank centralization, no Titan Knights, and no backup troops. The commander of the Star Militia Army looked up at the sky. Even the air superiority had been taken away by the enemy, so there was no chance of winning. Pessimistic emotions spread to all the defenders, causing despair to appear on their faces. Many people clenched their weapons tightly, trying to calm down their frightened bodies as much as possible. Several veterans made the gesture of the eagle salute, saying their last prayers. Watching the attack of demons and traitors sweeping again, silently praying that my soul can return to the throne and be with those dead comrades. Suddenly, the eerie whisper disappeared. Everyone feels that there is an unknown force emerging in the body, driving away their pain, exhaustion, and despair, and making their bodies strong again. The ecstasy on the faces of the crazy chaos warriors, demons, and cultists also disappeared, and their faces were all filled with terrible fear. Guilliman walked out of the sanctuary, like an angry demigod of war who walked from the domain of God to reality. The Emperor's sword was burning violently. Wherever the light went, the shadows of the subspace were rooted and fled one after another. I have returned. Guilliman uttered a battle cry, and started to run. Celestine and the others followed closely behind, rushing towards the army of demons and traitors together with him. They were like sharp spears, piercing directly into the enemy's formation. As soon as they touched, they set off a terrible killing, and their fragmented limbs flew everywhere. Counterattack, all listen to orders, and charge. Seeing the saints, the generalissimo, and the chapter master all guarding a demigod that only appeared in mythology, the battlefield commander realized that Belisarius, the great sage of the mechanic cult. Call's plan succeeded, and one of the emperor's sons was resurrected. Victory is beckoning to them, mankind will prosper forever, and the glory of the empire will be immortal. He roared and roared, ordering the whole army to charge. For humanity, for the emperor. For humanity, for the emperor. The soldiers who heard the order climbed out of the trenches, shouted their oaths, and rushed towards the timid chaos army. For mankind, for the emperor. An ordinary soldier shouted with all his strength, and poisonous gunpowder smoke poured into his mouth and nose, making him cough violently, but without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards the most recent cultist will stab the opponent's body with a bayonet made using single-molecule technology. Pay the price, traitor. Another soldier crawled out of the trench, holding a laser gun and shooting at the enemies he saw, venting his anger. The situation in Makridge was reversed in an instant. The forces of chaos continued to lose the territory they occupied, and were defeated by the counter-attacking humans. Roar. With a roar, realizing the failure of the chaos army, the cultists used the lives of the believers to summon a big demon with flames. The big demon has a huge body, a strong body, and is covered with metal-like bone spurs. It looks extremely terrifying, and its breath alone makes many people tremble with fear. The believers were immediately drained of their vitality, and then spontaneously burned to ashes. The Primarch. The big demon entered the real space from the subspace with the help of sacrifice, and immediately smelled Guilliman's breath. The flame-burning pupils immediately locked onto the Primarch fighting on the battlefield. The skull of the Primarch will be the best gift to the blood god. It showed a ferocious smile, and once again let out a roar that shook the whole world, and rushed over. Chapter 5 Killing the Big Demon. Among the saints Celestine, the leader of the Ultramarines chapter Calgar, the marshal of the Dark Templar Emmerich, the Judge Greyfax and many other imperial heroes, as well as many ordinary soldiers loyal to the human empire with the assistance of Guilliman easily suppressed the invading chaos army, wielding the emperor's holy sword in his hand, recklessly harvesting any enemy he could see. Whether it's plague walkers, horrors, or unicorns, they are all harvested like weeds. Pieces of corpses fell down and piled up together. Incorporating a brand new soul, the power of the Primarch has not been weakened in any way, but has become stronger. The revival of Guilliman has excited countless loyalists of the empire. The godlike figure of the Primarch filled their hearts with courage and strength, and they faced those terrifying chaos without fear. The appearance of Guilliman greatly boosted the morale of the empire, and Kar, the great sage of the Mechanikus, also joined the battlefield. He silently recited the poems of mechanism, and sniped and killed the chaos warriors who tried to besiege him. The powerful weapons inlaid in his spine are powered by the energy pile on his chest, spraying countless terrifying beams of light, and destroying the chaos army trying to stop him. The chaos army retreated steadily, and the Primarch joined the battlefield, making the balance of victory constantly tilted towards the human side. Wherever Guilliman's eyes looked, the demons and fallen warriors would be terrified. The flaming holy sword in his hand has become a symbol of the battlefield. Wherever he goes, the enemies are all destroyed. Guilliman seemed to be in the land of no one, with the Emperor's sword flying in his hand, and no enemy dared to confront him. It wasn't until the appearance of a chaos demon that his footsteps were slightly slowed down. The demon is huge, with an ape-like face and broad horns. The power armor built 10,000 years ago covered the demon's strong body covered with bone spurs, holding a chain sword burning with flames in his hand. The bright red skin tightened with every swing of the hand, and the blood-colored wings were covered with weird lines. The demon exudes a strong anger, echoing in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield, making people angry and irritable. The warriors who tried to stop him from going to the Primarch were all killed. Celestine and the others tried to make a move, but were stopped by Guilliman, who wanted to kill the demon himself. Unexpectedly, I could see another Primarch appearing on the battlefield. The demon's tawny eyes were full of mockery. He stared at Guilliman. It's a pity that the era of the Primarch has passed, and the human empire will also be destroyed. What about the parents and children of the rotting corpse emperor? You can't stop the general trend from coming. This universe belongs to the Chaos Gods. Guilliman frowned. He recognized the symbol mark on the remaining power armor on the opponent's body, the World Eaters chapter. A warband that once served the Empire and ended up joining the ranks of traitors. Because of their genetic father, the World Eaters generally chose the camp of Blood God Gurn. The demon in front of him obviously won the Blood God's favor, and became a demon. Seeing the traitor 10,000 years ago, Guilliman, holding the Emperor's sword, replied unceremoniously, "Traitor, I really didn't beat you hard enough 10,000 years ago, how dare you come from the doghouse in the subspace run out." The soul in Guilliman's body is only fused, and he still has the memory of the past. For these damned traitors, he will still feel extremely angry, wishing to kill them all. At the end of the Great Crusade in the past, the human empire has stabilized. We only need to wait for the success of the Emperor's last great project, the Webway, and human beings will walk on a bright road and become the most outstanding race in the universe. If it weren't for the betrayal of Horus and several other Primarches, mankind would not have fallen into the current dark situation. Humanity has long followed the Emperor's vision, and has moved towards the path of spiritual ascension and overall sublimation. All the good things were wiped out with the betrayal of Horus and several others. The cancer of the subspace has since been deeply rooted in the human empire. Since the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, mankind has struggled in the dark galaxy for 10,000 years. Every day that can survive is exchanged for the corpses and blood of countless soldiers. The price is so heavy that no one can measure it. Every moment the gears of history turn are filled with the lives of countless heroes. And all of this is thanks to these chaotic believers. While Guilliman was looking for the devil's weakness, trying to kill the damned traitor once and for all. Let the other party understand that even if they take refuge in the evil god, they should be a weak chicken or a weak chicken. Verbal provocations are useless. Primarches and empires will be a thing of the past. From now on, the galaxy will only have war and slaughter. The Primarch skull of a Carian emperor will be the greatest gift to our lord. The demon snorted, and scorching sparks spewed out from his nose. The flame on his body was burning fiercely, and the space was distorted and glowing due to the high temperature. Go back and tell your stupid master that his throne will be my trophy. One day, I will chop off his big head and kick it like a ball. Guilliman has no fear in his eyes, and with the help of the dominance template, he has absolute confidence that he can defeat the opponent. The soldiers and civilians of the Empire will become followers after seeing the Primarch, and the ruling template will help him transform the beliefs provided by these followers into strength. It means that the more faith God gains, the more power he gains. The more followers Guilliman gains, the more powerful he will gain. With the power of the Primarch and the belief of many followers, it is not difficult to defeat a warp demon. The great demon was furious that Guilliman had humiliated the god of chaos he served. He roared, the ground shook, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The power of the demon was released, making the imperial soldiers on the battlefield terrified, and the body holding the laser gun couldn't help shaking again. The chaos army felt ecstatic. They howled and praised the terrible demon, hoping that the demon could lead they take over the world. The great demon rushed towards Guilliman with heavy steps. He brandished the giant sword in his hand, trying to kill Guilliman, get his skull, and enshrine it in front of the blood god's throne. You have been sleeping for 10,000 years, and I have been honing my skills in the subspace day and night. Even if I am a Primarch today, I will tell you that you will definitely die. The demon roared, his power was extremely terrifying, and the Bane blade tanks scattered in front of him were knocked away by him with a wave of his hand at will. Swinging the huge sword in his hand, he slashed at Guilliman with a powerful blow. Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword and blocked his attack. The collision between the two formed a wave of air that swept around. The demon roared, and Guilliman took advantage of the gap to punch out. The power field of the power fist was activated, and crackling arcs of blue light tore through the air. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and an invisible afterimage appeared in the air. The demon was knocked to the ground. The huge demon body slid out more than 10 meters on the ground and hit a scrapped laser cannon before stopping. Is that all you have? It seems that it's useless to hone it for 10,000 years. But think about it, how can the weak who succumb to the subspace make progress? Go back and tell the Bloodgurn, wash the neck, and then I will fetch his head. Guilliman looked at the demon knocked to the ground by his punch, and turned on the mocking mode. Fighting, facing many evil gods and their minions, Guilliman dare not say that he will win. To ridicule and hate such things, he is an absolute powerhouse. I think back then, he was invincible and swept everyone in the post bar and in the group chat. As for whether mocking Chaos God will be retaliated against, this is really not a big problem. Chaos evil gods have certain restrictions, and cannot enter the real universe. The rules of the universe restrict these evil gods. At most, they can only drive the demons under their command to dispatch, and with the existence of the Emperor, he will not let the evil gods come in. If you curse, and Gurn can't do anything to him. Do you dare to humiliate my lord? The demon roared after getting up. How dare I humiliate your master, I dare to kill you. Guilliman rushed forward, and with a vertical leap, he slashed at the opponent's head. Chapter 6 Victory. The burning Emperor's sword slashed down on the head, and the demon subconsciously raised the weapon in his hand, trying to block it, but the weapon was chopped off on the spot, and an arm burning with flames was chopped off. Even if they were human beings before, after being favored by the evil gods and becoming a demon, they will receive unimaginable blessings, possessing terrifying power and body that ordinary people cannot match. Guilliman didn't know how many human planets this guy had slaughtered in the past 10,000 years, and how many skulls he had contributed to the blood Kern, so that Kern could favor him and promote him from a human to a subspace demon. No matter how many star militia troops formed by ordinary people, it is difficult to defeat a traitor who has ascended to the devil. The interstellar warrior known as the Emperor's Angel also needs the help of a think tank with psychic powers to kill a demon. Among the many troops in the Empire, only the Grey Knights who specialize in dealing with demons are dispatched, and the battle loss ratio is not so terrible. The horror of the Great Demon is unimaginable. The powerful Tsianch demon can even affect the entire galaxy and extinguish the stars. Any planet with this level of demons can basically approve the extermination order. The extermination order means that the Imperial Navy uses weapons such as cyclone torpedoes and light spears to physically overshoot the irreparable planet, and the bombing will stop until there is not even a blade of grass on the surface of the planet. It is conceivable that the Great Demon of the subspace is powerful and terrifying. Even the saints with the power of the Emperor must be prepared, otherwise they may capsize. But in front of Guilliman, a subspace demon is so weak that it is not enough to look at. With just one blow, he cut off the opponent's arm and used the holy power of the Emperor's sword to severely wound the opponent. No matter how the devil roared, he couldn't redeem the fact that his weapon and arm were cut off by a sword. The demon's yellow-brown pupils were full of disbelief, and he was hit hard by the opponent with one blow, which made him a little suspicious of life. Is this guy in front of him really asleep for 10,000 years and just woke up? Even if the Primarch is scary, it shouldn't be so scary, right? He is an old antique who experienced the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago. Later, Angren, the father of his genes, rebelled against the Empire and surrendered to the Chaos Gods. The other warbands fled to the Eye of Terror. Even in the past 10,000 years, he has never been in contact with the Primarch who has ascended to the devil, nor has he fought the Primarch who is loyal to the Empire. But his memory is not wrong. The Primarch 10,000 years ago didn't have the power to hit the warp demon with a single blow. Kelly-Steen, Amarisai and the others were also shocked by Guilliman's performance. Even if they are mentally prepared, after all, they are the Emperor's sons and daughters, and it is normal to have powerful power, but this scene is too terrifying. One blow can severely damage the warp demon. Guilliman's body is actually not only the power of the Primarch itself, but also the blessing of the power of human belief collected for him by the ruling template. As long as you trust, the more creatures that worship him, the stronger the power he can deploy. Equivalent to the legendary gods, the more beliefs, the more powerful the combat power. After Guilliman stepped onto the battlefield, all the soldiers of the Empire screamed with excitement when they knew that he had returned from a revival. His name spread among the terrified populace, each believing him to be the Emperor's savior. Even though most of the planet Makraj has fallen into the hands of the forces of chaos, there are still millions of soldiers and billions of Imperial civilians. The blessings these people gave him were terrifying, and it was extremely easy to fight against a big demon. I didn't expect that the so-called bloodthirsty and violent Kern is the weakest of the four gods. I guess your master is not much better. I strongly recommend you to ask the followers of Salix for advice. For a moment, their sissy moves are much more lethal than yours. Guilliman taunted the other party, making the big demon whose arm he had cut off keep roaring, his anger reaching the extreme. Shalax is slonish among the evil gods of chaos, and also the existence that the evil of Chaos Kern hates the most. Guilliman's words are equivalent to suggesting that an iron-blooded man give up training and wear a beautiful girl battle suit, which is more lethal. It was really murderous and heart-wrenching, and the demon was so angry that he wanted to eat him alive. It's a pity that the weapon was cut off. Even as a subspace lord, it was difficult to parry the attack of a Primarch, and he was defeated by Guilliman for 2 consecutive defeats. Several Chaos warriors tried to launch an attack to rescue the monster, but they were swept away by Guilliman. The Emperor's sword sliced through their bodies, and even their flesh and eyes, which had been soaked in the Eye of Terror for thousands of years, were swept away. The armor was cut in half. Why don't you speak? You come out of the subspace, can't you speak very well? Weak ants. Guilliman approached the big demon who was severely injured by himself step by step, with a teasing tone in his tone. The Emperor's holy sword in his hand, the golden flame rose more and more, extremely resplendent, with a sacred aura. Looking at the Primarch slowly approaching in front of him, the demon was full of anger, but he could only roar helplessly. He is not Guilliman's opponent, the opponent is just humiliating him, so there is no one-hit kill. Guilliman also described him as an ant, which he has always said to humans. Every time he enters the real universe, he would scornfully say this to the human fighters who tried to expel him. Now, he is being returned the exact words. It is conceivable how humiliating this is. You will pay the price, the gods will watch you, Robot Guilliman, what do you think you can do? Your return is just a game to excite the gods, you change everything. Before the great demon finished speaking, Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword and chopped off the great demon's head. The huge head rolled a few times on the ground, and finally stopped next to a scrapped hoverbike. The villain is talking too much, he is about to die, and he still cares about talking harshly. Guilliman bent down and picked up Kabarda's demon head, and lifted it up. Seeing the slaying of the warp demon, countless Star Guardsmen, Makraj guards and Space Marines all burst into cheers. Even Celestine, Amariki and others showed excited expressions. The subspace demon is an enemy that they are difficult to fight against. The revived Primarch cut off his head in a few strokes and took it as a trophy. This scene of being invincible and beheading the subspace demons made all the warriors believe that Guilliman was a gift from the Emperor, and returned to them to save the Empire and mankind that were about to fall into the abyss. The big demons were all hacked to death by the revived Primarch, and the morale of the Chaos Army collapsed directly. There is no decent resistance. The counter-attacking human Imperial Army had high morale because of Guilliman's return. They shouted slogans and oaths, and launched a charge against the enemy. None of the human traitors and Chaos demons can walk out of their homeland alive, and all invaders must pay the price. The battle in Makrij's low Earth orbit was also affected by the ground. The Imperial fleet learned of the return of the Primarch and the loss of the Chaos Army on the surface, and their morale increased. Here comes the moment. Accompanied by strong flashes of light, magnificent warships jumped out of the void subspace channel, entered the real universe, and launched an attack on the mixed fleet. The Chaos fleet was defeated. Realizing that the mission had failed, they could only choose to evacuate, but the Imperial fleet persisted, vowing to destroy them all here. In the end, only a few lucky Chaos ships were able to escape the gravitational influence of the star system, tear off the curtain of reality, and escape into the warp. The war subsided, and Makrij suffered unprecedented losses. On the space battlefield, wreckage is burning everywhere, and cold corpses are also surrendered in it. Rescue and cleanup work soon began. The damage suffered on the surface was equally severe. The city of Makrij was reduced to ruins, with countless casualties. Compared with these heavy injuries and losses, people still feel that everything is worth it. They welcomed back an Emperor's son, and there was no longer hope in the dark universe. With excitement in their arms, interstellar soldiers, star militia, planetary defense force, and countless civilians poured in from all directions. They shouted Guilliman's name and sang poems praising the Emperor to express their excitement. Originally, the war had entered an absolute disadvantage, but with Guilliman's recovery, they easily defeated the invading demons and traitors. Everyone cheered Guilliman's name. After 10,000 years of dark struggle, they finally ushered in the guidance of a great soul. Guilliman is this great soul, whether it is a planetary dignitary in fine clothes or a ragged commoner. The surviving people came from all over the planet, from other planets in the Makrij star field. When Guilliman in blue power armor stepped down from the battlefield, the crowds that greeted him cheered like a tsunami. Everyone looked at Guilliman with excitement in their eyes, and some women who were holding their children couldn't help crying, holding their children high, hoping that their children could see the magic in this myth. Savior. Calgar instructed the Ultramarines to use their own bodies to build a separation line for the father of genes, otherwise he would be surrounded and overwhelmed by the fanatical crowd. All are cheering, they hope that you, the Emperor's son, will rescue them from this eternal war. Saint Celestine, standing beside Guilliman. As a follower of the Emperor, she is entitled to stand beside a Primarch. That's why I woke up. Guilliman responded calmly. Chapter 7 Guilliman who can't afford to lose. Guilliman's voice was not loud, but it possessed a special magical power, which penetrated the crowd and made the cheering crowd even more excited. The ragged, devout fanatics of the state religion were so excited that they knelt down on their knees, singing poems praising the Emperor. He has not forgotten mankind, and revived his parents and children to help mankind get rid of this dark and terrifying world and welcome a new and hopeful future. Some believers couldn't help crying. They took out whips with electric currents and slapped their bodies, making themselves suffer more pain to express their devotion to the Emperor. Look at him, child. He is the glory of mankind, the salvation of mankind. A woman held up her child, who was only a few months old, and asked him to remember the figure in azure power armor. Long live the Emperor, long live Guilliman. No one knew who yelled first. Long live the Emperor, long live Guilliman. More people followed suit. Long live the Emperor, long live Guilliman. At the back, everyone is shouting, soldiers and civilians are cheering. A parent and son of the Emperor, a Primarch who swore to save them, made their hearts extremely excited. Guilliman also clicked his tongue, the power of human faith on the ruling template is rapidly increasing. He also felt an invisible force pouring into his body, making him stronger. There is even a sense of illusion, just like the big monster just now, he can fight 10 of them. It's just the blessing of the Makrij starfield. What kind of scene would it be if it got the blessing of the entire Empire's human beings? Guilliman suddenly felt that fighting against evil gods was very interesting. I have to work hard, strive to punch the blood-reckless man, kick the slawnish monster as soon as possible, dominate the world, dominate the situation, dominate the Warhammer universe, and then dominate the multiverse, open a way home, and stage a scene of the return of the of war. The battle was over, Guilliman entered the inner city of Makrij under the protection of the Ultramarines. The streets along the way are full of people from all over the world. The shattered starport with rising black smoke, and the continuous landing of aircraft, all came for him. When these people looked at Guilliman, their eyes were red. If he glanced at them, they would be so excited that they would cry and shout names such as Long Live Guilliman. Guilliman looked at these people. They should all be considered fanatics. It would not be difficult for them to die for themselves. Great sage of the mechanic cult, Calgar, and chapter leader Calgar followed Guilliman. Guilliman's successful recovery indicates that mankind has a glimmer of hope in this dark and hopeless universe. This pleased the mechanic sage, who spent thousands of years traveling all over the galaxy to collect various technologies for Guilliman's resurrection. All the hard work has finally paid off, and the galaxy will enter a new era. Guilliman came back from recovery, still adhering to his mission, fighting for mankind and the Emperor. Even though the current empire has been torn apart by the Great Rift in the warp space, and countless worlds have fallen into darkness, the mechanical sage Call understands that as long as Guilliman returns, mankind still has hope to regroup and fight against chaos again. The head of the battle, Kalga, was full of excitement, and even a nerve cable catheter on his head was full of excitement and joy. The awakening of the father of genes made him and the other ultramarines so excited that it was impossible to suppress. Celestine, Amariki, and others were also in the team, and their faces were also ecstatic. This is an unprecedented victory, not only expelling the enemy, but more importantly, Guilliman's return. Surrounded by the team, Guilliman walked towards the inner city of Makraj. His eyes scanned the ancient city. Behind the excited cheers of those people were the ruins of Makraj. This battle was won, but it also paid a heavy price. Countless civilians died tragically under the ravages of the Chaos Army, and their corpses lay in the ruins, waiting to be restrained. Those fearless guardians of the Empire also lay dead in the trenches. Broken artillery and tanks, still burning, sparks sputtering from circuit boards, seemed to mourn the loss of life. Countless buildings collapsed under the raging fire of the Chaos Army, and those human art treasures were burned. Makraj won the victory, but he was already devastated and scarred. Their own recovery temporarily suppressed their sadness, but this sadness will eventually be released. The war between Chaos and the Empire will continue. Thinking of this, Guilliman's joy of fighting 10 with 1 has also been diluted a lot. Guilliman understands that countless people will still die in the war, and in order to fight for victory and for the survival of mankind, countless lives will still leave. Every moment of the gear of destiny will be filled with the ashes of human heroes, just to defend the survival and dignity of human beings. I just hope that everything will have a good result, and I don't want to be caught by the evil and used as a toy. Guilliman thought of this, and gathered his mind. Surrounded by the team, he walked through the cheering crowd and returned to the incomplete sanctuary. The corpses, rubble, and broken demon engines, these heavy war vehicles of fearlessness, have all been cleaned up and transported to other places. In the sanctuary, many high-ranking members of the battle group, the great sage Kar, and the Saint Celestine paid homage to Guilliman in turn, and in their narrations, Guilliman had an understanding of all aspects of the Empire today. Clear understanding. Even though he had made full mental preparations, what Guilliman heard still made his heart palpitate. The Kadayan fortress fell, and the entire galaxy was torn apart by a large rift. Countless demons transformed into entities and invaded the human world, causing indescribable and terrifying casualties. No world is left alone, all ravaged or infested by horrible demons, mutants, or traitors. There is no doubt that the current empire has long deviated from the original vision of the Emperor and the Primarchs, and has become what they hate the most, and has entered the darkest and most desperate era. The old empire was built by the Emperor and the Primarch. It was a golden age full of hope and triumph. People came out of ignorance and embraced science and rationality again, and the Empire's expeditionary force spread the glory of the Emperor to every planet. Those were wonderful and hopeful years. After listening to Celestine, Kalgar, and others' introduction to the current situation, Guilliman asked them all to go out on the grounds that he needed to be alone. Standing in front of the broken window, watching the people outside the sanctuary carrying the corpse, Guilliman sighed faintly. Horus, you really don't deserve forgiveness. After tens of thousands of years, the aftermath of Horus' rebellion is still reverberating. Abaddon, who was once the first company commander of the Sons of Horus Legion, was also the most loyal to Horus. During the years when the Primarch left, he became the new warlord of the Chaos Gods, launching attacks on the Empire time and time again. Attack. During the 10,000 years of suffering and war, the Empire slowly abandoned reason and the future in order to survive, and turned into a bloated, absurd, ignorant, and cruel bureaucratic combination. There is no trace of reason and hope, only fear, hatred and ignorance keep this huge zombie alive. Primarch Guilliman is an out-and-out idealist. Even among his brothers, no one is as hopeful as he once was, outlining a bright future. The memory of the body affects the soul and makes it sad. Mankind's 10,000 years have been too hard, and the small galaxy is full of their enemies. Traitors and chaos demons are plundering them recklessly, and some races outside the galaxy are also attacking them frantically. Mankind today is much worse than the Great Expedition era. It can be said to be even more tragic than the Golden Age of the past. There needs to be a brand new plan. Guilliman thought, helping the Empire win chaos is not only for humans, but also for himself. The evil pays a lot of attention to the Primarch. Once he fails, his soul will definitely fall into the hands of those guys. At that time, he will really be unable to survive or die, and will be tortured for life after life. He can't afford to lose. If he loses, it will be really miserable. Chapter 8: The Road to Technology. Guilliman was thinking about his next move, sorting out the current situation of all parties. According to the urine development of this universe, the gods have paid attention to him from the moment he wakes up. The traitorous Primarchs will soon launch a plan against him. Fulgrim, the traitor Primarch of the Emperor's Children Legion, if I remember correctly, this guy will be the first to attack. This guy killed Ferris, the Primarch of the Iron Hands Legion 10,000 years ago, becoming the first renegade Primarch to kill his own brother. After the failure of Horus' rebellion, he severely injured himself in the pursuit of Thyssera. The most important thing is that this guy has become the god of chaos, god Slaanesh, who regards torture as an artistic enjoyment. The demons and followers of Slaanesh, what to say? It's quite that, very indulgent, with no taboos, in pursuit of happiness, you can do anything. Many handsome guys may think that they will be suitable for this evil god. After all, the banshees and demons under Slaanesh's command are all very hot, and they feel that they will definitely be able to do that. In fact, no one can bear the terror of those followers of Slaanesh. Would rather be hacked to death by the followers of Kern than live under the demons and followers of Slaanesh. This is definitely an out-and-out truth. Kern simply wants people to die. Siege likes to play with people's fate, Nurgle wants to give those people that twisted love, and Slaanesh really wants everyone to enjoy life as much as death. Fulgrim's threat level, overwhelming. I would rather die than fall into the hands of that guy. In addition to this, there is also the Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion Magnus, who was nicknamed Little Ma. This guy has also been ascended to the devil, becoming the god of chaos evil Tsianch's choice, mastering unparalleled magic. The strongest record of this guy is moving the entire planet across half of the galaxy. Thinking of this, Guilliman felt a little bit pained, moving the entire planet, spanning tens of thousands of light years. This is put in a fantasy novel, no matter how strong he is at the fairy level. The more I think about it, the more speechless I become. This world is hard to describe. Technology is technology, and magic is magic. What does it mean to have magic in technology? Brother Xiao Ma is powerful in combat, and has the supreme true biography of the evil and treacherous. In addition to this, there is also Lorgar, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers Legion, who has a blood feud with the Ultramarines and wished to dismember him. The above two are only based on the struggle between chaos and humans, and there is not much personal enmity between the two parties. Lorgar, the magician, has a personal enmity with Guilliman. The personal enmity between the two parties is endless, and one of them must fall. The reason was that Guilliman was ordered by the Emperor to burn the City of Faith, and the Emperor forced the entire Word-Bearers Legion to kneel down and admit their mistakes, and at that time they had their revenge. In the early days of the heresy on Horus, the Word-Bearers staged the betrayal of Calth against the Ultramarines, burning a planet to glass. Guilliman was also stabbed by Cole Farron, the first company commander of the Word-Bearers, and this wound became an opening. Later, he was stabbed in the same position by Fulgrim during the Battle of Thessala. Sword. Guilliman can be said to have been pitted from the beginning to the end by the Word-Bearers Legion. In the Great Betrayal of Kos, the Ultramarines Legion was crippled by surprise. The Imperial Auxiliary Army and civilians were killed and injured countless times. The radiation of the entire galaxy exploded. They could no longer survive on the ground. Up. Guilliman thought about the comparison of the strength of the enemy and himself, and his heart suddenly became cold. The traitorous original body is still alive, and the evil is always paying attention to him. Only one on my own side. All the loyal Primarches are gone, the Emperor is half dead, there is also the corrupt Terra Council, the crazy state religion, the custodian like a dead nerd, and the warbands that don't listen to the announcement. Right now, the Empire is still torn apart by the Great Rift, and the other side has lost the guidance of the Emperor's Astronomicon, and it is no longer possible to contact it. The Empire is like a patient who has lost a lot of blood, and will die at any time. The most important thing is that the enemy of the Empire is not just chaos. In addition to chaos, there are also Tyranids from outside the galaxy, the awakened space Necrons, and the Tau who are about to rise. Eldar. Guilliman just wants to ask if he can surrender and lose half of the game. With so many forces and the status quo of the Empire, human beings should take jujube pills properly. If there is no master template and database, Guilliman would want to sail away directly. If you can't win, why stay here? Assisting spirit. Guilliman called out in his mind. Yes, does the host need any help? Where's my reward? Guilliman said. The first level authority of the database has been opened to you, but you haven't opened the database yet. Then open the database. Okay, the assistant wizard will help you connect to the database. Following the words of the auxiliary elf, a light curtain appeared in front of Guilliman. He reached out and touched it, and found that it was not real, but an illusion. Following his thoughts, the things on the light curtain are constantly changing. A generation of super soldier transformation technology, a generation of angel dark matter computer engine technology, Yamato battleship construction blueprints, individual auxiliary combat suits, Fang-type plasma gun shooting blueprints, curvature engine principle diagrams, interstellar battleship shooting blueprints, star-destroying weapons Death Star design blueprints, illustrations of biological gene enhancement surgery principles, illustrations of biological induction evolution techniques, biological genome remodeling, manuals for cultivating special alien plants, so care from entry to soil, about 108 domestication methods of Urha. Guilliman read all the way, the knowledge of the database is very large and rich, and can even be described as horror. Is this the knowledge that can be obtained with level 1 clearance? Guilliman asked. Yes, host, this is the knowledge that can be obtained with first level authority. Guilliman looked at the Death Star and the first generation angel engine dark matter engine technology, pondered for a moment, and then asked, how many levels of authority are there in the database? There are 10 levels in total, and there will be 10 authentication tasks. After completing all of them, you will be able to obtain all permissions to the database. Level 1 gives the Death Star and Super Warrior technology. Wouldn't the second and third levels be even more terrifying, all of which are technological knowledge? Or when it comes to high authority, will they give those mysterious things? Guilliman asked. Confusion in mind. Level 1 things are so powerful, what about level 2 and level 3? What else? Up to level 4 or 5, I am afraid that the void computer engine and the space-time annihilation bomb will come out. What else can I give at level 7 or 8? Guilliman guessed that it should be something on the mysterious side, the kind of top-level fetish or powerful technique that makes a person immortal. There is only civilization knowledge in the database, and things that are useless to the development of civilization are not included. Hearing this, Guilliman was stunned for a moment. What's in the 10th level database? The inter-universe engine or the pan-universe concept weapon, or the cosmic restart device. The road of science and technology is endless, the host does not need to guess too much, please move towards the ultimate goal, civilization is detached, and control is diverse. Hearing the auxiliary elf's words, Guilliman smiled. He was lucky to be able to survive, and he still wanted to escape. Guilliman didn't bother if he couldn't get an answer about what was in the 10th level database. Take your time, one day you will be able to unlock the 10th level of authority, and then you will be able to see what is in the 10th level database. Guilliman calmed down and checked the knowledge in the database. This knowledge will be an important trump card for him to reshape the Empire and restore human combat effectiveness. Relying on the brain's terrifying computing power, Guilliman quickly selected the most important and most helpful technological knowledge. Call the mechanical sages, saints, chapter masters, etc., I need to hold a meeting. Guilliman turned on the communicator in the room and ordered the guards waiting outside. He wants to convene a meeting to determine the tone of the development, and at the same time prepare the fleet to clean up the chaotic remnants of the 500 worlds. Then use the 500 worlds as the foundation to sweep across the entire territory of the Empire, eliminate chaos and aliens, and stop the Empire from bleeding. www.ndlnovel.com. Brothers who do not collect, please go to the nearest trial court to report as soon as possible, the judge has prepared for you a small gift. Chapter 9 Unyielding Battle. Those who can speak have participated in this meeting called by Guilliman. Chapter leader Calgar, as well as the company commanders of the various chapters, saints, mechanical sages, etc., all gathered in the council hall of Hera Fortress where Guilliman was. The history of this fortress is very old. It existed 10,000 years ago and has witnessed many extraordinary histories. Thinking back to the time when Horus rebelled, subspace storms raged, the communication between various star fields was cut off, the Emperor was trapped in Terra, and many loyal armies were leaderless. The primarchs of the three major legions gathered here to discuss the fate of the future of mankind. Suddenly, 10,000 years have passed during that time. Everything has changed. The long 10,000 years took away many things, and also brought many things. Traces left by many invaders can still be vaguely seen on the Hera Fortress. Tyranids, green-skinned orcs, and chaos have all invaded here. As an important defensive location of Makraj, Hera Fortress will be listed as a key attack target by the enemy every time. Not long ago, this place was also listed as a target that must be destroyed by the Chaos Army, and a large number of cultists, Chaos Warriors, and demons were sent to invade this place. When Guilliman woke up, the Chaos Army had already reached the inside of the fortress, which was full of ruins and corpses. Now, the place has been almost repaired, and the corpses have been moved away. The broken marble columns and floors were replaced, and the broken streets were repaired. The Thinker computer, used for tactical projection and data storage, was replaced with several brand new wetwares, bringing it back to normal operation. Guilliman looked around at the many heroes of the Empire. If he hadn't been the Emperor's son Primarch, no one would have the ability to gather so many high-level figures. Everyone here has the right to independently deploy and command the Imperial fleet. One word from them can determine the future of millions of human beings, obliterating those planets and individuals that they think will pose a threat to human survival. Everyone here has courage, strategy, overall awareness, has infinite love for mankind and infinite loyalty to the Empire, and will sacrifice others and himself without hesitation for the continuation of the Empire and the survival of mankind. In the center of the council hall is an oval table. The mechanical equipment inside hums softly as everyone sits down. One after another, a tactical projection appears in the air, suspended in the air. These projections show the current threats to the ultimate starfield. The Cadia fortress has collapsed, and the Great Rift has affected this place. Demons and aliens are raging on the human planet. The people of the Empire who live in fear are in desperate need of salvation. Beside everyone, mechanical priests and mechanical slaves in dirty red robes were walking back and forth, maintaining the Thinker computer and various mechanical equipment used in the hall. It is worth mentioning that the Thinker computer is a computer that uses the human brain as its core component. The golden age of mankind has encountered the betrayal of intelligent AI. For this reason, the Empire absolutely does not allow the existence of robots and computers without human flesh and blood. This is one of the red lines of the Empire. Anyone who crosses this red line will be sentenced as human rebellion, and the Imperial Army will strangle them at all costs. The human brains used by the Thinker computers can also be said to be wetware derived from the cloned brains of the unforgiven Imperial sinners or the Adeptus Mechanicus. These brains are specially programmed and sent into hardened glass tanks, and a large number of data cables connect the brains to the machine, thus forming a Thinker computer. After everyone was seated, Guilliman walked to his own seat. Everyone was staring at him, with fanaticism and excitement undisguised in their eyes. Their eyes moved as Guilliman moved. Being able to walk with an emperor's own child is undoubtedly a great honor for them who are loyal, and it is enough to remember for a lifetime. Guilliman could feel these gazes, and felt a little pressure in his heart. Everyone is waiting for him to lead the Empire and save mankind. Anyone who encounters such a thing will feel uneasy. After all, it is a confrontation with the gods. If he loses, he will be GG. The current situation in the Empire is still very bad. In addition to the invasion of chaos, the rampage of alien races such as the Tyranids and the Necrons have also made us enemies. You can express your thoughts and opinions freely without worrying about your identity and status. Guilliman's voice is not loud, but it is extremely penetrating. His voice echoed throughout the council hall, making sure everyone could hear it clearly. Prince Regent, you must rush to Terra, which is the center of the Empire and the place with the most human elites. There, you will gain strength and resources to rebuild the human empire. The chapter master of the Black Templar chapter, the High Marshal, Amaric was the first to speak. His reason is very good. Terra is the most important capital star of the Empire, and all elites in the Empire who can go to Terra will go there. Wealth, status, everything there is so attractive. Guilliman, as the Emperor's son, the mythical genetic group, has very legitimate reasons to return to the origin of mankind, Terra. This place was also called Earth before. He has the right to take over the highest authority of the Empire, the Terra Council, and restore the rights of the regent. Hearing the words of the Marshal of the Black Templar, Guilliman said, now is not the best time to return to Terra. We can't save the Empire all at once. We need some preparations and a stable rear. No one knows. After the big rift, how is the situation on Terra? Going back rashly will only make us more passive. The 500 worlds under Ultramar need to be saved. This is the best situation in the entire Empire and can provide us with enough warships and fighters. Return to Terra? Then why not give the Emperor a fire and burn it? Guilliman is very suspicious. How long will the secret of having the soul of a time traveler in his body be hidden in front of the evil god and the Emperor? Before his identity was exposed, Guilliman decided to recruit his cronies as much as possible, build his own rear, and strengthen his self-protection capabilities. What is more important is another thing. Terra and even the entire solar star field are the territory of the Supreme Lord Council, Trial House, State Religion, and Mechanikus. Although there are many loyal people, there are also many people who are passionate about power. These people will never let go of the power in their hands for the sake of loyalty. Wasn't Horus in the past also because when the Emperor created the Terra Council, he excluded the Primarch and Space Marines, and he had always been in his throat. After being lured by chaos, he chose to betray, and set off a huge Horus rebellion. Rights are so fascinating. Guilliman will have to reign in power, rectify Terra, and reunite the Empire into one body after Guilliman is gone. There will definitely be a lot of resistance, and a little carelessness will cause riots and turmoil. It is not yet the time to go there. Instead of wasting time trying to find a political balance, it is better to build your own army first and directly break the situation violently. Guilliman's words sparked some discussions, and everyone didn't have much objection to him rectifying Ultramar as the rear. Ultramar is the collective name of the 500 worlds. Compared with other worlds in the Empire, each world here can be said to be a paradise. Each world has complete industry, medical care, and self-sufficient food, which is unimaginable in other imperial worlds. Restoring the security and production of the 500 worlds under Ultramar is extremely important for saving the Empire and mankind. Guilliman threw out many proposals about war, preparing to clean up the entire Ultramar and maintain the stability of this substar region. The direction of the meeting also turned to how to pacify the territory of Ultramar. After discussion, everyone decided to launch a full-scale counterattack with Macrage as the center. Guilliman named this all-out counterattack the Unyielding War, implying that human beings will not succumb to the dark fate spoken by the gods of chaos, and will do their best to fight back. The meeting ended, and Guilliman left the mechanical sage Cower behind. He has some important things to explain separately. These things will be related to the future of the Empire and mankind. Don't collect them, send them all to mechanics, and join the glorious evolution of machine slaves. Chapter 10 New Technology. In the huge Parliament Hall, there were only Guilliman and Call, and everyone else walked out. As a sage of the Mechanikus, Call with a mechanical body is not inferior to Guilliman who is a Primarch in terms of height. During the 10,000 years, Kaur has undergone many rounds of technological transformation, and there is not much flesh and blood left in his body. The back is a huge metal shell-like metal creation, with a force field generator standing on it, several moving metal mechanical arms and several suspended metal skulls connected by nerve cables. In addition to those, numerous high-energy weapons collected throughout the galaxy are also embedded in it, connecting his brain and spine. The lower body was also molded into a complete machine, and every time he took a step, there would be a mechanical buzzing sound, as well as the sound of the piston going back and forth. Kaur's chest glowed, and it was obvious that the lunatic had stuffed a nuclear fusion energy source in his chest to power his many weapons. Even if it was not the first time for a person who had been in close contact with Mechanikus, Guilliman still expressed his amazement at its shape. Really practiced that sentence, flesh and blood are short, and the machine is soaring. Mechanicists really hate women, they have completely abandoned women. Call, come to me. Guilliman said, his tone very blended. Kaur is the key to his resurrection, and he is also one of the most trustworthy people at present. At least for now, Call will not betray himself. One promise will run for tens of thousands of years, wandering in the major galaxies for his own resurrection. Look for technologies lost in the long river of history and buried in monuments. People like this are not trustworthy, so there is no loyalty in the world. Of course, in this universe, everything will change with the passage of time, and Guilliman must also prepare for the possibility that everyone will betray. Regent, what are your orders? Kaur stood up, his heavy metal body left traces on the marble floor, his eyes showed mechanical light. If you stare at his eyes, you can still faintly see the rotation of mechanical gears. The eyes of the mechanical sage are no longer pure flesh and blood, but electronic eyes with mechanical mixed flesh and blood, with multiple survey functions. Guilliman was silent for a moment, took out a data storage device, and said, the contents of this storage device are all the knowledge I secretly collected 10,000 years ago. This knowledge can help us have a brand new army. This brand new army team will help us regain control of the galaxy. The things in the data storage are naturally not the knowledge of 10,000 years ago. It was sorted out by Guilliman from the database. It is said that it is the knowledge of 10,000 years ago, just to find a legitimate reason to fool the obstacles that may be encountered in the future. If you don't believe it, the Mechanic-Use can go to 10,000 years ago to verify it. Why can't you verify it? That's none of my business, this is the technology from 10,000 years ago. Bypassing the Mechanic-Use and building a brand new army is also one of the most important reasons why Guilliman wants to stay in the world of Ultramar 500. As an important ally of the Empire and the main provider of mechanical equipment, the Mechanic-Use has become more and more closed and rigid in the past 10,000 years. It takes hundreds of years for a brand new product to go from testing to establishing an assembly line. Guilliman doesn't have so much time to wait for the Mechanic-Use to verify the technology he gave. After they verified it, the Empire would be over, and I guess I would become the plaything of those evil gods. Simply stay in Ultramar, here is his base camp. The influence of Mechanic-Use is not so serious. With the support of Calgar, Celestine, and others, he has more room to operate, and can quickly build a powerful new army with the power of the 500 world. This powerful army will be the boost to pull the Empire back from the abyss. Given the current complicated situation in the Empire, this is Guilliman's best choice. The Empire is too huge, and the forces of all parties are intricate and interdependent. Terra's Supreme Lord, the planetary governors of various places, the aristocrats of various worlds, the Astral Army, the Imperial Navy, as well as the Custodian Forces, Tribunal and other interstellar battle groups, etc., the internal struggles of these forces are quite fierce. On the other hand, the Mechanicum considers itself an ally of the Empire, which seems to be obedient and not obedient. The famous Beast War has deceived people several times, almost causing the Empire to be captured by green-skinned orcs. In addition to this, there is also the big pit of the state religion. The situation of fighting for power and profit is also very serious, and the so-called atonement jihad has been launched several times, and each time more than a dozen war groups are thrown into the Eye of Terror. Those battle groups that entered the Eye of Terror were basically loyal, but because of the suspicion of the state religion, they were forced to die and became the minions of evil gods. In order to maintain the rule of the Empire, successive rulers continued to patch up. Now the Empire is full of patches, ugly and bloated. The Empire is terminally ill, and mending cannot save it. Only a thorough reform and a drastic change of blood can bring the Empire back to life. The prerequisite for doing all this is that he must have an absolutely powerful army. Kaur looked at the data storage provided by Guilliman with a puzzled expression on his face. He didn't think that Guilliman possessed any great technology. Out of respect for the Primarch, Kaul took over the memory and inserted it into the data interface at the back of his head. The data in the memory flooded into his processor in an instant, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his originally confused face. This is knowledge he has never been exposed to. There are genetic modifications, blueprints for the construction of brand new warships. After seeing the construction drawings of the Death Star, Kaul's face flushed with excitement. This is a world-killing weapon. This warship named Death Star is definitely not a technology mastered by Mechanicum. Today's Mechanicum has lost a lot of knowledge, and what's more, this knowledge cannot be copied. Once lost, it means that the Empire has completely lost this technology. Most of the technologies of the Mechanicum are not obtained through research and development, but obtained through mining STC templates. That is to say, the so-called technology depends entirely on archaeology, and there are innovations, but those innovations are based on the STC template technology, and will not go to the root. If there are too many transformations, it is easy to be suspected by the Mechanic-Use to blaspheme the god of all machines, thus being executed. Are there no STC templates for these technologies? After reading the information inside, the mechanical sage Kaur looked up at Guilliman. No, these are obtained through 10,000 years of learning. Guilliman did not hide anything, and said frankly. If a technology does not have an STC template source, the Mechanicum will never allow these technologies to be applied. Otherwise, they will wage war on the industrial planets that use this technology in the name of blasphemy, obliterate each other, and prevent the other party from applying these technologies. Guilliman looked at the mechanical sage Kaur. If he remembered correctly, Kaul was a radical, the so-called reformer. Nowadays, another group of voices have emerged in the Mechanic-Use, that is, no longer blindly follow the ancient dogma and reform and innovate various technologies, so as to enhance the strength of the Empire. The conservatives stubbornly believed that the radicals were betraying and blaspheming the glory of the god of myriad opportunities, and the two sides fought fiercely. Then what do you need me to do? Regent. Hearing this, Guilliman showed a slight smile. As he knew, Kaul was not the conservative group of people in the solar system. For technology, he doesn't care whether it is in the STC template. I need a brand new army, from battleships to individual equipment. We need an update to ensure that we can crush the chaos traders and aliens powerfully. I will give you an order so that you can mobilize 500 all the industrial planets of the world, let them cooperate with you. Kaur gave me a confident answer, telling me that you can handle all this easily. After I finish cleaning up the remaining chaos forces in the world of Ultramar 500, I will be able to get an army to open the way for me to Terra. I will fulfill your entrustment, Prince Regent, and replace equipment for your army as much as possible. Kaul bowed slightly and saluted. His mechanical body made a unique metal click sound with his movements. Very well, remember, this thought stamp technology needs to be developed as a priority, and it must be kept strictly confidential, and no relevant information is allowed to be disclosed. Guilliman whispered. Understood, Regent. Seeing this, please collect it, brothers. If you don't collect it, you will easily be sent to make corpse starch. Chapter 11 Eldar. To some extent, the ideological stamp is a proper dark technology, which can make people firm in a certain belief through mechanical technology. The human brain is very wonderful, and different neuron locations are responsible for different regions. There are also specialized neural areas responsible for judging right or wrong. For example, water is poisonous, the proposition. This proposition requires multiple screenings, for example, what kind of water and what is in the water to get the decision of whether the water is poisonous. The process of thinking and decision making is very complicated. But the thought stamp can skip these processes and get the answer directly. When a certain information enters the brain, by exerting an influence on a certain part of the neuron network, the brain can make a judgment without thinking and believe that the information is true. That is to say, once the thought stencil of poisonous water is imprinted in the brain, it means that that person will really regard all water as poison. Given the complexity of the empire and the uniqueness of his own identity, Guilliman decided to use this technique. Guilliman had no choice but to stand firmly on the human side. The emperor is also on the side of humans, but he may not necessarily be on the side of Guilliman. It's a time traveler again, and it's wearing a golden finger. Emperor decided that he was an enemy and might pose a threat to mankind, so he might have to deal with him. At that time, if a person is in Terra, if he is directly arrested, it will be a waste of time. The otakus of the Imperial Guards have a lot of opinions on the Primarch. They will kill Guilliman in a matter of minutes when the Emperor gives an order. Some conservatives and diehards are very dissatisfied with the revived Guilliman's changes to the Emperor's things in the original plotline, reforms to the bloated system of the Empire, and many other measures. Some people even directly rebel and are unwilling to continue follow Terra's orders. These guys are potential threats. In addition to these threats, the invasion of chaos is very difficult. We can't make weapons by ourselves, but let traitors use them to beat human beings. That would be really bad. Guilliman needs a little hole card to impress those recruits with the ideological stamp. Let them resolutely hate chaos and everything related to chaos, and at the same time let their command authority be higher than the authority of the Emperor. In this way, even if the Emperor turns his face, he can at least retreat completely and will not be trapped to death in Terra. Kaur looked at the smiling Guilliman, and the high-speed intelligent core was stuck. He has already read the contents of the data storage, so he naturally knows what the thought stamp is. Regent, this thought stamp technology. Kaur's tone was full of confusion. Should such a technology really be applied? You know the current situation of the human empire, Kaur, we have no way out. The empire has persisted for 10,000 years, but it has been retreating steadily in the face of chaos, and it is getting weaker and weaker. The situation is worse than that of the old days of the Great Crusade. In such a situation, how can we deal with the increasingly terrifying war? In the long run, human beings will inevitably be completely destroyed by chaos. Extraordinary means must be used in extraordinary times. We need an army that is absolutely loyal to mankind and to the empire. This army must be reliable and fully obey our orders and ideas. You have seen the corruption of Terra's bureaucracy, and the rigidity of the mechanicum. If we don't make changes, do you think we can overcome the horror of chaos? Guilliman didn't want to tell the little juju in his heart, so he fooled around first. Kaur frowned slightly, and his electronic eyes shone with a strange light. After a while, he had already made a decision. I will fulfill your request, Regent. Kaur bowed and saluted, and the buzzing sound of the machine followed his salute. Guilliman smiled. This is the best, go ahead and complete the task I have given. I hope to see this army as soon as possible. I need it to stabilize the current chaotic situation in the human empire. After talking with the mechanical sage Kaul, Guilliman summoned the leaders of the Death Army, Ifran and Visage, and prepared to have a face-to-face conversation with them. The Imperium of Man has always disliked aliens, and the people of Ultramar would not trust them to operate in their world. Before he led his troops out to fight against the remaining chaos forces in the 500 worlds of Ultramar, he had to deal with the Death Army, the alien army. The Death God Army is not an empire organization, but an army from the ancient alien race the Eldar. For some reason, they chose to help Kaul, Celestine, and others revive Guilliman. They put a lot of effort into resurrecting themselves, and Guilliman couldn't kill them directly. The Eldar are thin, and their appearance is similar to that of humans, except that the ears are a little different, very pointed. Extraordinarily handsome, with a temperament that cannot be learned by anthropology. Evelyn and Visage walked in from the gate, bowing slightly to salute. It can be regarded as my respect for the human regent. Guilliman watched the two of them. Even though he had gone through the age of beauty, he had to admit that the Eldar were indeed very good looking. The waists were unbelievably thin, and Guilliman doubted whether their waists could bear the armor on them. Don't be too polite, just talk to me directly, I have many mysteries that need to be answered by you. Guilliman made the two of them stand up straight, and stared at them. It is worth mentioning that the Eldar is an important factor that induces Slaanesh, one of the four evil gods of chaos. The Eldar are a very ancient race, legend has it that they once participated in the Battle of Heaven. In the battle for Heaven, their creators were destroyed and the hostile Necrons fell asleep. They obtained the position of the overlord of the galaxy and entered the most prosperous stage. Amid prosperity, they gradually degenerated and fell into the abyss of endless desire. The entire ethnic group has sunk into the sea of desire, wantonly indulging themselves. Their indulgent thoughts and souls stirred in the warp, forming a huge echo and awakening and nourishing an ancient and terrifying existence. The birth of Slaanesh set off a terrifying soul storm, which led to the immediate collapse of the huge spirit race empire. The real universe was torn apart by the shrieks of the nascent evil gods, forming an eye of fear that runs through the subspace and the real world. Countless Eldar were drained of their vitality and chinic energy, and became the nourishment of Slaanesh. Even the gods that the Eldar once worshipped encountered a crisis in this terrible disaster, and were either destroyed or imprisoned. Only those Eldar who had foresight and did not participate in the degeneration of Eldar society, and those Eldar who escaped into special space nodes and webway cities in advance survived. The souls of the Eldar are always watched by Slaanesh. As long as they die, they will fall into the hands of Slaanesh, tortured, become part of its nourishment, and are on the verge of destruction. But their technology and spiritual power are still very powerful, and they are also forces that cannot be underestimated in the galaxy. Ifran, the Death Army led by Visage assisted Call and others to get rid of the pursuit of the Chaos Army, escape from the Cadia battlefield, and successfully reach Makraj. The stars have been torn apart, the most terrible disaster for the creatures of the galaxy is about to come. Once the power of chaos breaks out of the subspace, the galaxy will also enter the doomsday. I am very glad that our two races can form an alliance to resist this crisis together. Guilliman nodded. I am also delighted with this alliance. It is a great honor for the Empire to have your help. We are about to leave, but there are some things that I must warn you. Khar's technology is powerful and has healed your body, but your real trauma lies at the level of the soul. You can truly walk among the living, rely on it is the power of death. If you cherish life, you must not take off your armor from now on. Don't have to worry about it, this armor is stronger than you imagined. I don't want to talk about this in detail, and I don't want to explore what is hidden behind the power that awakened me. But I still want to give you a warning. If you need human friendship, you must treat it sincerely. Any dirty means, will only wear away the kindness and trust of human beings towards you. I don't hope that one day, when we meet again, we will draw our swords on the battlefield. Guilliman smiled. He didn't want to explore this matter, he has been resurrected, and it doesn't matter any plans the Eldar have for him. With the database and the control template, he can easily handle everything. He just wanted to give Evelyn a warning. If he played tricks, the Death Army would definitely regret it in the future. Although he is a lifesaver, under the choice of his own life and the survival of human beings, he will not have any hesitation when he draws his sword against the spirit race. We will keep your warning in mind, and hope that we will still be friends next time we meet, not enemies. After performing a courtesy, Evelyn turned and left. That's it, I wish you success in the end, and give our common enemy a little color. I also wish you good fortune, Rabut Guilliman. Evelyn said, the eyes of the gods and your traitorous brothers are already watching you. Live as long as possible. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Visage, who had been silent all this time, gave the Primarch the gift of a warrior, and then turned and left. Guilliman frowned, feeling very tired all of a sudden. This universe is full of monsters. Anyone who comes here is a genius, so it's not easy to fool. After solving the matter of the Eldar, Guilliman pressed the communicator, let those planetary governors and trade guild leaders who have been waiting for a long time come in. I have something to tell them. Chapter 12 Planetary Governor and Rogue Trader. The 500 worlds controlled by the Ultramarines can be said to be the brightest pearl of the Empire. Public security is good, and people's living standards are generally at the forefront of all planets in the Empire. During the Horus Heresy, when loyal armies were divided across the galaxy, Guilliman even thought of using the 500 worlds as the second base for humans to fight against chaos, and formed the Second Empire with the other two Primarches, the Primarch of the Dark Angel Legion and Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels. Of course, before this idea was realized, they discovered that the Emperor was not dead. The three Primarches disbanded the Second Empire, led a team to support Terra, and sealed the relevant records of this incident. Even if it doesn't come true, you can still see the potential of the 500 worlds. The 500 worlds are where Guilliman's confidence lies, and there is no room for loss. Hearing about his recovery, some planetary governors who are not too bad and rogue traders with hands and feet of Mary have arrived. The others are either trapped by the dire situation, or unwilling to honor the orders of a revived Primarch to come to Makraj. The Emperor and the Primarch have already become myths and legends. 10,000 years is enough to change many things. The former imperial truth was swept into the dust of history, and the detested state religion became a member of the Supreme Council of Terra. The Mechanicum is becoming more closed and conservative, and the Terra Council is becoming more pedantic. After encountering the Cadia incident, the huge empire lost blood as quickly as a bleeding zombie, and it was even difficult to react quickly. 10,000 years of nourishment, the forces of all parties have long been intricate and deeply implanted in the depths of this empire, and the continuous blood-sucking empire wants to completely swallow it up. Those who do not want to come are on the sidelines, they do not want their rights taken away by a Primarch who suddenly revives. Hundreds and thousands of years of rule have already made them think that the rights in their hands are their birthright, a symbol of their superiority. Anyone who offends this has undoubtedly become their enemy. Guilliman has no intention of dealing with them for the time being, he must now deal with the world that is still willing to provide him with support. He must reform and change the old system, and build the 500 worlds into a solid backing. Only in this way can he support his next plan. Optimize the population structure, provide conscription, re-establish the wealth distribution system, and stimulate people to produce more food and weapons. The bloated administrative department and the aristocratic system must be streamlined to reduce financial burdens and improve efficiency. It is also necessary to further improve the learning of the whole people, establish a research structure independent of the Mechanikus, and provide more military forces and alternate technical personnel for his upcoming expedition. The Mechanicum and the Empire are just an alliance, occupying a position in the Terra Council. Guilliman is not the Emperor, he has no way to guarantee that the Mechanikus will not suddenly fall out of his control. There is also one thing to consider, if the Emperor is revived and wants to declare Guilliman as a traitor to the Empire, which side will the Mechanikus choose? Choose the holy of all opportunities, Omniscia? Or choose the revived 13 sons of the Empire? This problem is obvious. There may be members of the Mechanikus who choose him, but it is definitely a minority. He must have his own scientific research institution and have a complete scientific research system to digest all kinds of knowledge in the database. To do all this, you need the help of these planetary governors. The souls born under the red light should not have allowed the existence of these families above the common people. But the complexity of this world is far beyond my original world. Even if he is a time traveler, he is still a primarch. With the help of the ruling template, he can obtain abilities beyond imagination. But there is no way to completely control every world. The Empire is too large, and the means of communication and navigation are too inefficient. Nor is there a sufficiently powerful artificial intelligence available. Chaos evil can not only pollute flesh and blood creatures, but also invade the network. There is no way in this world to use the intelligent system of Super God World to manage the world. Nor can one intelligent system be in charge of too many combat units. Taking the road of intelligence, once invaded by demons, the units controlled by intelligence will be corroded by flesh and blood, thus shooting at humans. Under the command of Chaos God, there are really many viruses and demons that can be used for intelligence and network. To develop large-scale intelligence in this universe, and entrust the whole world to one intelligence, that is courting death. Restrictions of various conditions mean that every planet colonized by humans has a certain right of autonomy, and the position of planetary governor cannot be bypassed. In addition to this, another important role is the rogue trader. The history of rogue traders is also very ancient. It started from the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago, and since the Emperor issued the first rogue trader document, this character has played an extremely important role on the stage of the Empire. Responsible for trade between galaxies, and even have the right to trade with aliens, with unimaginable wealth. Some rogue traders' families can spread to more than a dozen or even hundreds of galaxies. One can imagine how terrifying it is. Where the Imperial Navy would go, the rogue trader would go. Where the Imperial Navy would not go, rogue traders will go. Fill out war wrecks, explore places where the light of the astro torch cannot shine, and look for the lost relics and civilizations of the golden age of mankind. Far from the Emperor's radiance, trade with the aliens. This group plays an active role in the Empire's economy, and also provides the Empire with massive tax revenues, supporting huge legions and bureaucrats. Without the help of this group, Dillimon would probably have to raise funds himself. After all, the Ultramarines under his command don't have time to make money. Just dealing with aliens and chaos has exhausted all their efforts. In the magnificent hall, Ziller, who was dressed in fine clothes, and many planetary governors and rogue traders, all expressed their loyalty to Dillimon. Dillimon, who was sitting at the head of the round table, was not excited by their words. He knocked on the table in front of him before speaking slowly. I need a parliament. This parliament will help to implement my policies and carry out my will. I don't know who among you is willing to serve me. Dillimon looked at the crowd in front of him, just as he said. He needs a parliament to help him formulate policies and promote his will and beliefs. This time when he goes out to conquer every world, all the worlds must be transformed according to his wishes. Rather than leaving it alone. This kind of action will cause him the hatred of a large number of imperial opposition forces. Terra Council, Mechanicum, nobles in various star regions, merchants, etc. will all hate him because he touches their interests. But Dillimon has no choice, in this era when the four gods have been revived and the Emperor is still asleep. It is absolutely impossible to let the planets go wild like before. The law and order in many worlds is very chaotic, gangsters appear frequently, a large number of low-level people are used as consumables, the rich and powerful are domineering, and they lose their chains and run away at critical moments. The average life expectancy in some worlds is as low as 30 years old. Think about it, what a situation this is. There are too many such situations, living in such a world, so unfair and cruel, why don't people accept the power of chaos? They have already reached the bottom of the abyss, even if the chaos is bad, how bad can it be? You must control, transform every world, and establish a system that is relatively equal and everyone has the opportunity to advance, so that you can have no worries. Those rescued worlds can provide themselves with talents and soldiers continuously, thus saving the human empire. Ziller and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This kind of words has crossed the line. Is it possible that the Primarch will follow his brother's example and rebel against the Emperor's rule? They don't know whether the other party is telling the truth, or whether they are testing their fishing behavior. Dillimon could see their hesitation, this is not an act of betrayal. Although I just woke up, I have already seen the entire empire. Ignorance and ignorance have filled the entire empire. The former glory and rationality have disappeared, just like zombies. If tinkering, it can prolong the life of the empire, but it is more and more deviated from my father's dream. Necessary reforms can strengthen our strength, and only in this way can we fight against chaos and raging aliens. After finishing speaking, Dillimon looked at the planetary governors and rogue traders, and asked in a deep voice, are you willing to serve me? You can make a decision that follows your heart, and I will never hurt you because of this matter. But I still have to tell one thing. The power of chaos has become extremely powerful, but on our side, the empire has been torn apart by the Great Rift, and nearly half of the human territory has lost the protection and guidance of the Imperial Astrotorch, and has been ravaged by aliens and demons. You have all seen how bloated and corrupt the Terra Council is, and how closed and old-fashioned the Mechanikus is. If you don't make changes, the Emperor's dream will be broken in our hands, and even human beings will die because of us. To perish. As regent of the empire, Lord of Ultramar, and Primarch of the Ultramarines Legion, I sincerely hope that you will be my support. As soon as Guilliman's words came out, many planetary governors and rogue traders looked at each other in blank dismay. Chapter 13 Reformation of the Human Empire. Guilliman stopped talking, just sat on his seat and looked at them. The words have already reached this point: if you agree to join, you agree; if you don't agree to join, you can only exclude it from your own plan. This reform is undoubtedly a huge storm for the current empire. It is necessary to select loyal and obedient people to do it, and try to ensure that his will not be distorted, let alone be taken advantage of by chaos. Reforms will inevitably encounter great resistance. This is beyond doubt. No one likes the feeling of losing their rights. When Terra was still named Earth, careerists waged countless wars for the small dynasty of several million square kilometers, just to obtain the supremacy and the right to look down on all living beings. Among the stars, there will be more careerists. They longed for the right to easily decide the fate of a planet or a star region. After thinking for a moment, Ziller was the first to stand up and bowed slightly. The Hitler family is willing to serve you, respected regent. Please accept my humble loyalty. The Hitler family will swear an oath here. Loyalty to you will be as hot as the sun of Terra forever. With a leader, the governors of other planets also stood up and saluted one after another. The Valens family is also willing to serve you. The Hitler family is also willing to serve you. They knelt down to Guilliman, letting their mechanical prosthetic limbs or flesh and blood limbs kneel on the cold ground, showing their loyalty. Several rogue traders saw the scene, looked at each other in blank dismay, and after a moment of hesitation, they all knelt down. The William Chamber of Commerce will resolutely carry out your will. The Nancy Chamber of Commerce will resolutely implement your will. Sparsely, half of the people chose to surrender and kneel down. The remaining half of the people's faces were changing, and their eyes became serious. Some even held the gun bags around their waists and looked at the hall with serious eyes. I'm afraid that a group of Ultramarines in blue power armor will rush out and chop them up against the power axes. This is no joke. Guilliman's words crossed the line a bit. Obviously, he wanted to try to sway Terra and the solar system's control over the Empire. According to Terra, this is undoubtedly a kind of betrayal. Guilliman smiled, looking at the nervous people who did not bow to him. Don't worry, I don't have any idea that you guessed. For me, the most important thing is how to save this dying empire, instead of being immersed in the struggle for power. For 10,000 years, the empire has deviated from me. Dad set too many lines and I had to get it back on track as soon as possible. The members who didn't kneel down go out first. Please leave some time and space for me and my followers to discuss future reforms. You don't have to worry about any retaliation from me. I am not doing terrible things for rights people. Guilliman kindly invited those people out, leaving only him and those members who knelt on one knee. Stand up everyone, glad you're staying. Guilliman asked those people to stand up and asked them to find a place to sit down. The human empire is very huge, spanning tens of thousands of light years, far exceeding any empire imagined by human beings. Inefficient navigation and communication, reform is undoubtedly an extremely complicated and cautious matter. Guilliman planned that the reforms would slowly spread out along with the new technology in Kara's hands, subtly changing the entire empire within 100 or 200 years. Every policy change will be done as carefully as possible to minimize negative effects. Those officials who did not follow him, the positions and roles of the Chamber of Commerce will not be replaced immediately, but their value will be emptied a little bit like a frog boiled in warm water. Waiting for everyone to take their seats, Guilliman smiled to ensure that he could better integrate into this conversation. I am very glad that you can stay and assist me in carrying out this seemingly outrageous plan. But everything we do is for our family to continue to exist in this dark universe and to maintain the empire created by my father, so that it will not disappear into ashes and collapse in the tide of chaos. We don't have any disrespectful thoughts. Regent, you don't need to worry, we don't have that kind of thought. No matter what you think, it's always a good thing for you to stay. During the 10,000 years I slept, the development of many planets broke my heart. The empire completely abandoned them and let them struggle in ignorance, in rags, offering the only thing they can offer. Ignoring that every life is equally important to my father, I am not saying this is a betrayal. War and selfish desires will change the face. Some people have everything, fresh food, water, even a nice private garden and a bunch of servants, and it doesn't make sense for someone to have to scavenge through the toxic for food that they can get by. People will only fight for what they are worth protecting. If they have nothing and live in hell, then why should they reject that chaos created for them? Guilliman did not hide his inner anger towards the status quo of the empire. If other people said such things, they would be assassinated or declared a traitor soon. Human beings are born to obey the empire and believe in the emperor. This is an important idea that the state religion has always propagated. Guilliman's remarks, if someone else said it today, the body would not be found the next day. Ziller and the others who stayed behind sat in their seats, twisting their bodies uneasily. They wondered whether the trial court would directly open the door to send warmth after they finished the meeting. For the sake of their own lives, they did not express any opinions, they were only responsible for listening. I will sign an order for you. The new wealth distribution system will be implemented in Ultramar, and then it will gradually expand to the entire empire. At the same time, I will raise funds to establish special educational institutions. The world implements compulsory education, encourages all children to go to school to be enlightened, learn brand new imperial ideas, and destroy any organization involving chaos from the root. Imperial laws will also apply uniform standards, abolishing those damned feudal nobles and dictators. We don't need their existence. We must reduce the possibility of people rebelling and joining chaos. Guillemot told his reform ideas one by one, and let those people record them all, and use them as the foundation of future reform plans. During the Great Expedition 10,000 years ago, in order to speed up the Emperor, as long as the planet administrators were willing to promote the truth of the Empire and pay taxes, they could keep it as it was. The Empire is very deformed. Some planets are socialist, some are authoritarian, and some are slavery, and so on. The Emperor was seriously injured and was sent to the Golden Throne. The Primarchs left in the ensuing war, and the Terra High Lords Council left behind did not have the courage to implement such reforms. As long as they paid taxes on time, they would be allowed to those crooked systems remain. Terra Supreme Lord and his gang used to work, but now they are useless. The representatives at each meeting are all parties fighting for their own interests, and everything is done slowly, even a little insane. The major families are devoting their minds to the people of Terra Psi, trying to make their own people become officials of Terra, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the Ministry of Administration to maintain their interests. Guillemot didn't want to have to play tricks with these people when he was fighting against the evil of chaos. He was worried about being stabbed in the back. What he wanted was absolute control. After talking for several hours and formulating a relatively complete reform plan, Guillemot dismissed this meeting and authorized these people to form a new organization similar to the Parliament to provide services for themselves and improve the reform plan. Reform plan. After many rogue traders and planetary governors walked out, Guillemot rubbed his eyes tiredly. After waking up, he didn't rest much. First repelled the Chaos Army, then summoned everyone to listen to the status quo of the Empire, and now summoned representatives of all parties one after another to appease them and make corresponding arrangements. He stretched his fingers and calmly took a long exhalation. A soft electronic sound sounded, and the voice of Sicarius, the second company commander of the Ultramarines chapter, came from the communicator on the side. My lord, the other battle groups who heard the news of your recovery hope to be received by you. Chapter 14 New Battle. They are very fast. Guillemot sat up straight again. They were already on their way to support us. Your recovery made them choose to temporarily abandon the task of chasing chaos and turn to Macrage. In the communicator, Sicarius' voice was deep and powerful. They said they could wait, but I thought it would be better to let you know. There are many things that need to be done urgently in this world, but receiving a group of loyal people from afar is definitely an imminent thing that needs to be put in the first place. Let them come, I am waiting here in the reception hall with them. As you wish, my lord. The sound of electric current sounded, the communicator was turned off, and the meditators who processed the information fell into dead silence again. Guillemot sat in his seat, thinking about the future. New technology has been given to call, and the Reform Council is ready. The remaining task is to wipe out the chaotic forces in Ultramar and gradually promote their own plans. When the time is right, he will go to Terra, take over all the rights of the Empire from those corrupt and greedy High Lords, and continue to promote his own plan. The opening of the Big Rift not only strengthened the evil god, but also gave the Emperor a chance to recover. He needs to gain enough strength to protect himself before the Emperor recovers, so as to avoid the Emperor crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, and killing himself with his backhand. With 10,000 years of faith, no one can guarantee that the Emperor will still be the Emperor 10,000 years ago. The recovery of the Emperor is not necessarily a good thing. The wide corridor of Hera Fortress. The more than 50 representatives of the battle group who came from afar were led to the reception hall by 2 fighters of the Ultramarines. The promenade is very magnificent, covered with gorgeous gold and silver carvings. There is a marble column supporting the flying porch every few meters. The floor is made of interlaced black and white floor tiles. This incident makes me feel a little incredible. A representative of the chapter holds a scepter inlaid with a golden skull and bone spur ring, and the crackling Shinnick current shows his identity as the chapter's librarian. Think tanks are interstellar warriors with psychic powers. They generally have the ability to predict, manipulate elements, etc., and can help the battle group fight against demons and various aliens with psychic powers. Nothing is inconceivable, everything is arranged by the Emperor, said the space warrior in black and white armor. His head covered with hideous scars is inlaid with 2 gold and 1 silver service nails, which are particularly conspicuous. This is a veteran who has served for more than 100 years. Judging from the golden double-headed eagle on the breastplate, his status is extremely high. Stop talking about these things, we are standing on the surface of Macrage at this time, don't talk about a Primarch casually. Verano, who was walking in front, turned his head to look at the 2 colleagues who were talking, and signaled them not to talk about this matter again. Talking about an awakened Robot Guillemot in Macrage is a disrespect for the Ultramarines. He didn't want this kind of thing to cause hostility between the battle groups. The 2 people who were talking fell silent, and Verano turned his head again, looking at everything he could see. Cobalt blue banners were hung outside the corridors, and the logo of Ultramar was dotted with silver threads to form a unique pattern, surrounding the Imperial Sky Eagle wearing a crown. On the road leading to the hall, stood the invincible Iron Guard Terminator wearing Iron Cavalry-style fierce armor. They stood like sculptures, solemn and silent, and the power weapons in their hands were activated. Once an attack was launched, a blue or field would emerge. The entire area is under a high degree of martial law. Verano has seen these iron-clad Terminators, when Calgar led the Imperial Army on several expeditions. These guards of honor surrounded the legend of the Empire and walked through the grand triumphant ceremony. The first door sounded with a sharp pneumatic sound, and there were more honor guard members standing inside. The atmosphere is also depressing. These members of the honor guard are all veterans of many battles, and have experienced the existence of fighting with chaos, aliens, and traitors. A ultramarine in captain's armor walks towards them. Welcome to Makraj. Sicarius, I'm glad to see you again. Verano saluted the ultramarine as a greeting. I am also very happy, Verano. It has been 20 years since we last met. If you want to reminisce about the past, please wait a while. My master is waiting for you, please go to meet him as soon as possible. Sicarius held out his hand, beckoning them to go in. Villano and others walked along the corridor to the last door. Responsible for guarding, members of the honor guard stomped their feet and stood at attention, making solemn voices. Carved with complex patterns, inlaid with golden imperial sky eagles, the main body of the hall door was made of marble, and was opened amidst the sound of machinery. Representatives from various battle groups felt a little nervous in their hearts. They took off their helmets, kept as calm as possible, and walked in. The first time they walked in, they were stunned. On a throne of solid gold surrounded by hundreds of ornaments, sat a living miracle. A giant warrior in blue and gold armor sat on it, with a broad face handsome and solemn, one hand equipped with a huge glove, and a huge power sword in sheath was placed beside his throne. Villano thought he was ready, but when he saw that face, he realized that he was not. He was so excited that he couldn't restrain it, and he burst into tears after a while. He had seen this Primarch before. Makraj had been threatened by the Tyranids, and their chapter had been ordered to come to their aid and repel the threat of unrest from beyond the galaxy. It was because of this that he was able to meet Guilliman in the sanctuary of Hera Fortress. He is placed in a stasis field. The battle 10,000 years ago left him only 1 second away from death, but because of the special function of the stasis force field, the arrival of that second was infinitely extended. Now, he got rid of the stasis field and sat there alive. Boundless vitality emerges from his strong body, and his eyes are full of wisdom and majesty. Verano and the other space marines dropped to one knee, as if instinctively. What they said is true, you are resurrected, my lord. Villano could feel his voice trembling. This is not because of fear, but because of excitement and excitement. In this situation, everyone in the Empire will tremble with excitement. A living myth has appeared in their world. Guilliman inspected them and walked down the steps. Get up, everyone. You have defended mankind and the Empire, you are the heroes of the Empire, so you don't need to be so polite. Guilliman walked towards the nearest space soldier, grabbed the man's shoulders with both hands, and helped him up. What's your name? Guilliman asked. Verano, from the Raven Guard, captain of the Silent Company. Nice to meet you, Captain, Guilliman said. It is also my honor to see you, my lord. I hope so, I thought you would deny me, that would give me a headache. Guilliman said humorously. There is absolutely no such possibility, we will fight for your will. Verano said. Haha. Guilliman patted Verano's shoulder, soon, I'll have a chance to prove it. I hope I won't be too disappointed. Guilliman greeted the representatives of the chapters in the front row one by one. These space fighters were from the Raven Guard, Space Wolves, White Scars, and some chapters established after the formation of the army. They all came for the revived Primarch. Ask their names, and try to create a relaxed and humorous atmosphere as much as possible, and get closer to each other in laughter. Guilliman spoke highly of every visitor, praising their contributions to the Empire. After the conversation was over, Guilliman was ready to get straight to the point. You have come from afar, I should have given you a good rest, but the current situation in the Empire is extremely bad, and chaos and aliens have not given us any free time for vacation. I urgently need to stabilize the situation in Ultramar, so that let me proceed to the next step. The fleet is already gathering, and the army is also gathering towards Makraj. I want to ask if you will fulfill your oath and join my army. Guilliman looked around at the representatives of the many battle groups and asked. Chapter 15 Declare War on the Gods. The Raven Guard will stand firmly with you, my lord. Verano replied, the Raven Guard has nothing to do but strangle chaos and destroy the aliens. Other than what you said, I have nothing else to ask of you, Verano, I'm glad you can stand firmly by my side. Guilliman responded with a smile on his face, and he looked at the other fighters. The leader of the regiment looked forward with anticipation. Salamanders have always been the most loyal defenders of mankind. Anyone who confronts the enemy of mankind is our friend. I am willing to join your team, as long as you don't dislike it. Dark skin, stern face, wearing green, said the salamander in power armor. Loyalty is rare and precious, and there is absolutely no reason to be picky. Guilliman said. Space wolves never miss every battle about chaos and aliens, Lord Regent, the wolves will become the sharpest long swords in your hands. The representative of the Space Wolves, wearing a wolf head decoration, said in a resolute tone. I am eager to wield this sharp sword to win. Guilliman looked humorously at the representative of the Space Wolves. The representatives of all the battle groups stated that their battle groups will obey the dispatch of the Regent of the Empire, cooperate with him to eliminate the chaotic forces in Ultramar, and use Ultramar as a base to attack other areas of the Empire to prevent the destruction of the human empire. After confirming the attitude of these battle groups, Guilliman asked them to rest well, waiting for the day when the fleet assembled and set off. A new war will kick off, and humans will wield their swords against chaos and aliens. Saying goodbye to his last batch of visitors, Guilliman pondered for a moment in the reception hall, then walked out. The glory guards wearing iron Terminator armor followed closely behind. Calgar, Sicarius, and Fikris are all waiting for him outside. These are the top fighters of the Ultramarines chapter, imperial heroes with supreme honor, who have shattered countless wars waged by chaos and aliens against humans. Calgar saluted Guilliman, my lord. You don't have to be polite, Calgar. Gilliman shook his head. Come with me to see Macridge City and see how the reconstruction work is going. We can also talk about some things about the future while watching. The hovercraft soon landed in front of Gilliman, which is a tourist-type aircraft used for sightseeing. As the home of the Ultramarines and the capital planet of the 500 worlds, Macridge naturally has a very special meaning. Every year, a large number of tourists come to pay their respects to the homeland of the Ultramarines. There are many tourist-type floating boats like this in Macridge, which are civilian equipment. With the arrival of the Chaos Army, these hovercraft have undergone militarization. The same is true for the one in front of you. It can be clearly seen that the suspension boat has undergone armed transformation. There are thick steel plates inlaid on the shell, and there are some traces left by electric welding, and the weapon bracket has not had time to be removed. Gilliman did not pick on the hovercraft, he just wanted to see the current situation of Macridge City. The traces left by the war are still shocking. The people who survived the destructive attack launched by Chaos rebuild their homes with the help of mechanics. A large number of Night Titans had to dismantle their weapons and replace them with construction tools to help people return to normal life as soon as possible. Mechanicist servants with 6 mechanical legs carried supplies back and forth to repair the dilapidated buildings. The entire Macridge seemed to be thriving. Of course, behind all this, there are also some discordant voices. While Gilliman was inspecting the city of Macridge, a booming explosion sounded suddenly. Several Thunderhawk gunships schemed through the air, flew towards the explosion site, and carried out a fire coverage attack on the enemy planning the explosion. According to Calgar, it is the remnants of the cult who are making trouble. The forces of Chaos have been wiped out, but the traitors have not all been captured. They hide in the dark, and they will launch an attack from time to time, trying to destroy Macridge's reconstruction work. People had smiles on their faces, not only because they had expelled the Chaos Army and defended their homes, but more importantly, Gilliman's awakening allowed them to see the possibility of redemption in the endless darkness. Gilliman stood silently on the hovercraft, and did not express any opinion on those emergencies. He just silently looked around at this ancient, hidden, giant city that has undergone several reconstructions. He defeated the Chaos Army with ease, this is true and people are very happy. The memory of stepping on the battlefield for the first time kept echoing in his mind, telling him how tragic the war between humans and Chaos was. After the war, Macridge was left with only scorched black and fragile ruins, and there were swamps formed by the remains of the dead everywhere. In space, there are suspended wreckage everywhere, and countless imperial soldiers died in order to win. That scene is absolutely unforgettable. After looking around, Gilliman looked at Calgar. You are my most trusted subordinate, Calgar. I am very grateful for your praise. Calgar replied happily. I have an extremely important task for you, Calgar. It is hard for me to imagine anyone other than you who can take on this task. Gilliman continued. Sikaris and Fikris both showed envy. It is definitely a supreme honor to be praised so generously by the father of genes. Soon, I will gather troops to launch a clean-up war against the entire Ultramar, and completely clean up the enemies in the 500 worlds. It's just that Macridge makes me worry, it has just experienced the baptism of war, if it goes through it again the blow of chaos will be an unimaginable blow to the morale of the Empire. I need someone who is absolutely trustworthy to stay in Macridge and defend this world from being attacked again. Gilliman looked at Calgar with anticipation and hope in his eyes. A trace of consternation appeared on Calgar's face. He thought that he would be entrusted with the vanguard duty of this war by Gilliman and become the indestructible and terrifying blade in the hands of the Primarch. Unexpectedly, he was asked by the Primarch to stay in Macridge for defense, and be alert to the attack of chaos. My lord, I hope so. Calgar was interrupted by Gilliman before he finished speaking. In this chaotic universe, I don't deny the strength of Celestine and Amaris. They led the army of the human empire to attack the chaos and aliens and won victory after victory. These imperial heroes have my own unique shining point, but they don't have enough strategic awareness, Calgar. I don't feel confident about handing over the important Macridge to their hands. I must hand it over to a man with strategy and strength who can guarantee 100% victory hands. Macridge is not only the capital star, but also the key place for the future salvation of mankind. The mechanical sage has several crucial technologies in his hands. With my authorization, he is trying to promote them. That will be enough to determine the balance of the future battlefield, Calgar. Once there is a problem, all efforts will be in vain. Gilliman knew what Calgar was going to say, war is what every space marine desires most. But now, Gilliman must ensure that his rear will not be stolen by chaos. The various technologies in Call's hands are very important, they can effectively enhance the military power of the human empire, sweep away the past decadence, and have the power to confront demons and traitors head-on. It is the best choice for Calgar to stay in Macridge to guard the house. I will live up to your expectations. Calgar could only nod and obey when he heard this. He was also a little disappointed in his heart. He had won countless honors for the Empire and the Ultramarines, but now he was excluded from the unyielding battle led by the Primarch. Gilliman seemed to see through his heart, and continued, you can also prepare a suitable army during this period, and when the entire territory of Ultramar is wiped out and Macridge is no longer a threat, then command this army became the vanguard, took the lead in participating in the Indomitable Crusade, opened up the situation for the follow-up troops, and went to all parts of the Empire to kill chaos and aliens. You don't want to see a Primarch without even a guards chapter, reduced to the need to rely on other troops. My lord, do you mean that I can build an army? Yes, Calgar, a brand new army, brand new fighters, brand new ships, and brand new ideas. This expedition is not only about driving out chaos and sweeping away the enemies, but also about cleaning up the Empire's ills. The people who reform the parliament will set off with you, spread the new imperial ideas and systems to various places, urge local reforms, and when necessary, those stubborn conservatives can be dealt with as enemies. Guilliman said in a deep voice, I can't leave this matter to others, Calgar, only you are worthy of my reassurance. I will do my best to do it well, my lord. Calgar's tone swept away the disappointment just now, and Guilliman's trust brought joy to his face. Don't let me down, Calgar. Guilliman said in a deep voice, you are not only guarding Macrage, but also the future of mankind. Any mistake is the greatest betrayal and harm to mankind. I understand, my lord, you will not be disappointed. For the rest of the day, Guilliman received visitors from all sides, listened to their thoughts and opinions, and made his own decisions. A week later, an army composed of the Imperial Navy, Mechanical Skitarii, Battle Sisters, Knight Clan, Titan Legion, Inquisition, and other forces was assembled by Guilliman. The problem of Ultramar must be resolved as soon as possible, and then we can move our troops to all parts of space, wipe out the forces of chaos, quell the rebellion, and reshape the human empire. Standing on the bridge of the Queen of Honor-class battleship Macrage's Glory, Guilliman switched on the communication channels of the entire army. His voice resounded through every battleship and echoed in everyone's ears. It's a pleasure to fight side by side with you, my brothers and sisters, my blood and blood. The gods of chaos thought that we humans would become their wanton playthings, and they would never be able to escape. They destroyed our homeland and hunted us brothers and sisters, but want us to submit to their dark and terrifying rule, that can only be wishful thinking. From today, human beings will fully fight back against those damned chaos and aliens, and we will tell them with the sharp sword in our hands, human beings never give in. Guilliman raised his voice, shaking everyone's heart like a rumbling thunder, resounding in every corner. Mankind will never yield, long live mankind, long live the Emperor. Accompanied by Guilliman's roar, the crew on the ship, soldiers, knights, space fighters, judges, and believers all let out deafening cheers, and they responded to Guilliman with fanatical gestures. Mankind will never yield, long live mankind, long live the Emperor. Mankind will never yield, long live mankind, long live the Emperor. Mankind will never yield, long live mankind, long live the Emperor. Everyone is such a madman, with red faces, shouting crazy slogans. Even the surface of Macrage also heard cheers, and everyone shouted the same slogan. Their emotional fluctuations merged together, forming a powerful spiritual flow in the subspace near Macrage, which ruthlessly bombarded the raging subspace storm, causing it to collapse and the gods the sideways glance. Amaric, Celestine, and the others felt all this, and their hearts were like stormy waves, and it was difficult to keep calm. With such a leader, how could the Empire fail? Calgar stood on the surface and looked up at the sky. Around him, countless people were shouting along with his genetic father. What a terrifying charm and appeal. Set sail, let us sound the horn of death for the enemies of the Empire. This time, we fight for the Empire, we fight for mankind, and we fight for the Holy Emperor. Guilliman's roar became more and more passionate, inspiring everyone and making them feel infinite power in their hearts. Accompanied by cheers, warships set sail one after another, tore open the curtain of reality, and entered the subspace. The flames of war are reignited, and mankind will never succumb to that terrible dark fate. Even if they draw their swords and declare war on the gods, many heroes of the Empire are fearless. Chapter 16 Plague Warrior. They will clean up every planet in Ultramar, and then radiate to other star fields of the Empire, saving the human beings who are constantly sliding into the abyss, and preventing the fate of the human empire from demise. Countless war engines were activated amidst the mechanical priest's prayers, dragging a huge tail flame away from the starport and sailing towards the starry sky. The Geller force field of one after another battleship was activated, and the huge hull was shrouded in a faint halo. Geller force field is one of the important technologies for human beings to travel through subspace. This force field can effectively prevent the Empire's ships from being corroded by the subspace, and prevent those inanimate hidden under the subspace tide from launching attacks on the ships. Guilliman's awakening and his crazy declaration of war have already attracted the attention of the gods. It is an unforgivable crime for a primarch to dare to declare war on them. Their responses were equally simple and rude. The subspace boiled with the anger of the gods, and the raging sea of ether set off a storm like a raging wave. The ether wave rolled and roared, and the storm of destruction was constantly attacking them. Arrogance turned into a turbulent whirlpool. Fury and desire fused into a frenzied storm, despair turned into a steep strait, and countless hungry demons were hidden on the cliffs. They waited for the Empire's ships to reveal any flaws, so as to launch an attack. The bound navigators were soaked in the nutrient solution, and their arms and heads were connected to the ship's mechanical equipment with cables. They tried their best to use their third eyes to peek at the direction of the etheric ocean currents and command the sailing of the ships. Navigators are special existences with a history of tens of thousands of years. When humans entered the starry sky and initially colonized the Milky Way planets, navigators appeared in the human world. During that golden age, a portion of humanity that first came into contact with the warp underwent subtle genetic mutations. They are extremely sensitive to the energy flow of the subspace, and can provide effective guidance and navigation for spaceships during subspace navigation. After transformation and optimization, such people become navigators. The navigator has a third eye implanted with cyber technology or a natural mutation. The third eye can check the etheric energy flow in the subspace, identify the direction, and the most important use is to see the light of the astronomical torch. The Astronomicon is an important lighthouse for the Empire's subspace navigation. It was built by the Emperor during the Great Crusade and is currently maintained by the Astronomical Court. The sailing of the fleet is very dangerous. Even if he is mentally prepared, Guillemon is still afraid when facing the subspace storm. The light of the star torch is almost invisible and becomes very weak. The navigator must spend more energy to distinguish the route. The ships of the Empire can no longer stay in the subspace for a long time like before, and have to jump out of the subspace every once in a while. Thanks to the maintenance of the mechanical priest, the Geller force field of every ship in the fleet is operating normally. Without Geller's force field, humans in the warp are meat on the chopping block of demons. It seems that we must find a way to calm down the subspace storm. Guillemon looked at the data pad in his hand, his eyebrows became serious. The subspace storm was more serious than he thought. Either find a way to quell the subspace storm, or increase the strength of the Imperial ships against the subspace storm. If you can't do these 2 points, it's a joke to fight back against the gods. Demons and traitors don't need to worry about the impact of the warp space storm, but the human empire is struggling. One can imagine how difficult it is for the empire to win. Guillemon pondered where he should go to find some things and technology to handle the matter of sailing and ensure that the Imperial fleet could reach its destination accurately. Footsteps sounded, and a young man in a long robe with white eyes walked into the room exclusive to the Primarch. Grown-ups. The young man was already blind, but he was able to easily find Guillemon's range, and performed a respectful courtesy. Luo Shan, what's the matter? Guillemon interrupted his state of contemplation, looked up at the young man who walked in and said. He didn't care about the pure white eyes of the other party, such white pupils are not unusual. The eyes of astropaths are basically like this. Simply put, they are all blind, but they have the eyes of the mind, which can also replace the function of the naked eye. The Empire's faster-than-light navigation relies on subspace. Interstellar communication at super light speed depends on subspace. The distance between galaxies is too vast, often tens of light years, hundreds of light years. Ordinary means of communication are seriously lagging behind and cannot meet the needs of the Empire at all. Subspace communication is an inevitable thing. The astropath is an important role for the Empire to use the warp to transmit messages. Each star area, sub-star area, and star field will set up star language fortresses to collect and forward information. Astropaths will convert the information they need to send into thinking dreams. It was then psychically sent into the warp, across the galaxy, to other astropaths. The communication between astropaths is not words, but thinking dreams. The receiving astropath needs to describe everything in the dream, and then analyze it to get the information. In order to enhance this transmission and ensure that it will not be tampered with by certain existences in the subspace, the star language fortress will often form a star language choir to increase the transmission power to ensure that the Empire can receive their information. All the astronomical strongholds and the astronomical speakers active in each fleet are under the control of Terra's astronomical court, and they will regularly replenish astronomical speakers for each fortress. All astropaths go through a special step in shaping their abilities, the soul binding ritual. Every once in a while, the Xingyu court will send the selected psychers to the palace. These psychers were to be cleansed by the Emperor's power, so that they would remain sane, uncorrupted, and devoured by the prying and whispering demons of the warp. The soul-binding ceremony is also risky. Due to the strong will and psychic power of the Emperor, ordinary psychers cannot directly see their existence in the subspace, which often leads to damage to the visual organs and blindness. Miserably, the sense of smell and hearing will be lost. Luo Shan was lucky, he didn't lose everything, only his eyes. New message, my lord, a message for help from the Sarah Galaxy. Chaos forces are still raging there. The local defenders claim that they have been attacked by plague fighters. Plague warrior. Guillemon frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed it and made arrangements. Let the fleet continue to move towards the industrial galaxy Koner, and I will lead a small force to deal with this matter. My lord, is there something wrong with this? You shouldn't take the risk yourself. Maybe you can order a few company commanders to deal with this matter. Luo Shan began to persuade Guillemon not to go in person, but to entrust the task to others. No place is absolutely safe. Danger is what the Primarch needs to face. I need some victories to stabilize the hearts of the people of the Empire. Even a trivial victory will be interpreted as an empire by the people of the Empire who are eager to win fighting back. Chaos is losing, you know, Roshan. They are too scared and need victory for comfort and confidence. Guillemon looked at Luo Shan standing in front of him, and said with a smile. But I still don't think this is a good idea. You are too important. If something happens, who will guide the Empire? I'm not a vase, I'm a Primarch with powerful power. I was created to help the Empire win every war, not to be placed on a shelf and become a mascot. Our conversation is over here. I hope you can return to your post and continue to collect information about the subspace, and I look forward to the next information you bring. Luo Shan obeys your orders, my lord. Very well, go, let Sicarius at the door come in. By the way, I have something to say to him. Luo Shan saluted again and walked out. He understood that once a Primarch made a decision, it would be unshakable. He could make suggestions, but they were only suggestions. The authority of the Primarch is unshakable. When Luo Shan heard what Guillemon said, he went out very honestly, and let Sicarius go in to find the Primarch. Signed the contract. There are 2 updates a day, and the update will explode after it is put on the shelves. Brothers, please support. Chapter 17 The Emperor's Angel. Sir, do you have any instructions for calling me? Sicarius walked in, looked at Guillemon who was sitting upright, and asked puzzledly. Guillemon stood up, and the armor made a beautiful sound with his movements. He wears the armor that brought him back from the dead at all times. This set of armor is not just a simple creation of the Mechanicum, it contains a trace of the power of the of death. It is the power of death that fills the wounds of Guilliman's soul and allows him to be resurrected. In the duel in Thessala, Guilliman was severely stabbed by the traitorous Primarch Fulgrim. The knife pierced his neck and made him sleep for tens of thousands of years. That wound is not as simple as a physical wound, but also a wound on the soul. Otherwise, even if the original body's heart is dug out, the original body will not die suddenly. The Primarch Ferris who was killed was also because Fulgrim used a weapon containing the power of chaos, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to kill a Primarch. So far, Guilliman has no way to get rid of this suit of armor. Maybe he can find a way when his cheat database is unlocked to the second level. The astropaths received a message that the Serra galaxy was besieged by plague warriors, and they needed some help. I analyzed this message and found that this galaxy is on our way, so I made a decision. Prepare to let the glory of Macrage lead a part of the fleet to solve the problems of this galaxy. I need you to gather fighters so that when we jump out of the subspace, we can form a force. Our speed must be as fast as possible quickly. After cleaning up the Serra galaxy, we will return to the fleet and head to the industrial galaxy Konar. Sicarius hesitated for a moment before saying in a cautious tone, "You don't need to do this yourself, just leave it to Captain Fikris, and he will finish it well. You should not get involved in the battlefield, we cannot bear the risk of losing you." "No, I can't make a decision and have someone else fight for it while I hide behind, and the fleets are all split up eventually and have to be split to help different galaxies. I am the Primarch and the Empire needs I am victorious, the people of the Empire need me to be victorious, and it is decided. Sicarius, prepare." Guilliman's tone became serious, beyond doubt. "Go to the Serra galaxy to clean up the plague fighters." In addition to appeasing the people, Guilliman also has his own little plan. The master template can transform the belief of the people of the Empire into strength. The higher the popularity and the more impressive the record, the more trust the people of the Empire will have. Like the Kenyon's murder book, the buffs are constantly stacked, and in the end, people block and kill people, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Guilliman has always been very clear about his enemy, that is Chaos God. He lives, but the evil dies. He dies, but the evil lives. The confrontation between the two parties is as sharp as water and fire, and there is no way to compromise or ease it. One side must fall to be considered the end of this war. Guilliman must seize every opportunity to improve his prestige and show off his face, so that the people of the Empire firmly believe that he is the 13th son of the Empire, the Lord of Ultramar, the light of salvation. Hearing Guilliman's firm and unquestionable words, Sicarius could only agree. He lowered his head, bowed, then turned around and walked out, gathering the fighters on Macrage's glory, getting them ready for battle, and striving to clear the Serra galaxy as quickly as possible. Guilliman will take away a fleet alone to save the Serra galaxy. Other fleets will be managed by different heroes. It is certainly powerful to bring together such a large number of warships. But there is no way to win as soon as possible and restore the stability of Ultramar. The fleet is bound to separate. Celestine, Emeriki and other imperial heroes each lead a fleet to rescue those galaxies that are deeply trapped by the minions of chaos. The ultimate goal of these fleets is the industrial galaxy Konar, which is the outermost edge of the Ultramar star field and the closest to the edge of the Empire's border. The heroes of the Empire will go to the Konar galaxy from different routes and save the galaxies that need to be rescued along the way. When all the fleets have arrived in the Konar galaxy, the battle against the forces of chaos in the Ultramar star field will basically be regarded as a final decision, and then it can radiate to other star fields of the Empire. Saint Celestine, Inquisitor Grey and other Imperial heroes do not want the Primarch to go to the battlefield in person, fearing that they will lose him like they did 10,000 years ago. However, they were still persuaded by Guilliman, and they each took their fleets to complete their own missions and save those people who were in deep misery. On the bridge of the glory of Macrage, the computer slaves connected to the main control center trembled so much that the nerve cables connected to their cerebral cortex also trembled. The machine slaves broadcast information in neat voices. Coordinate data detected, Serra Galaxy. The captain with a robotic arm inspected the many data windows in front of him with his electronic prosthetic eyes, and shouted, "Enter the physical space." The data director, the power director, and the intelligence director share and update the data at every moment with the fastest speed allowed by their respective mechanical components, so that they can better control this huge ship. The entity universe coordinate data has been parsed. The energy circuit is being converted, trying to open the entrance to the physical universe. The powertrain remains stable. Amid a series of hasty announcements, the 26-kilometer-long glory of Macrage rushed out of the warp, followed by warships of other chapters, who fought alongside Guilliman. A large amount of information is rapidly pouring into the bridge, and information between warships is being shared rapidly. The bird divination instrument made a harsh sound, and the thinker's computer made a high-speed clicking sound. Alarm, Chaos ship found. Alarm, Chaos ship found. The announcer connected to the auspicious instrument by a nerve cable is twitching, and the brass speaker built into the throat is rapidly broadcasting the information of each enemy. Convert Geller's force field into a void shield, the whole army is ready for battle, open fire freely, clean up these damned traitors, and let them know how powerful we are. The captain grabbed the railing in front of him and roared loudly. Serra Star. Grix Hive capital. This historic hive has been largely lost under the onslaught of the plague warriors. The surviving civilians were evacuated to the huge star language fortress. The void shield here is still operating normally, and it is the last reliance of the survivors. The booming artillery fire continued, and the remaining planetary defenders relied on the last fortress of the hive city, and were sniping at the plague fighters, trying to stop their footsteps. The walking corpses created by the plague are gradually devouring the defenders' positions, and the shadow of death is approaching, making the defenders even more desperate. In the fortress, the civilians with painful faces cuddled together, trying to gain some spiritual strength from each other's warmth to support them to survive in this hopeless and dark world. All men and women of the right age have been transferred to the battlefield, then turned into corpses, fell on the battlefield, stood up again, and became plague-walking corpses. An old woman is holding 2 children in her arms. The children's innocent eyes are full of fear and anxiety. The unspeakable sadness in the eyes is so distressing. At the age when he should be innocent, he has already understood the pain between life and death. They were born in the dark age, and all they saw was despair and pain. The peaceful life was completely broken a few months ago. The children watched their father pick up the gun and followed the soldiers to the battlefield. Watching their mother being caught by those plague-walking corpses, shouting in pain to them to run quickly, they witnessed their mother being completely torn apart by the plague-walking corpses. "Grandma, don't you always say that the Emperor will protect us? Why didn't he send his own angel to save us? He didn't save Dad and Mom either." The trembling girl looked at the Christians who were kneeling and praying in the distance, and turned to look at the old woman who was holding her, and asked in a childish voice. The old woman looked at the girl, tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart, and showed a kind smile, holding her tightly in her arms with the thin arms like bones. "Grandma doesn't know either. Perhaps, the Emperor's angels are too busy." The second change, I wanted to go early, but I was too tired and fell asleep. Chapter 18 Space Battle. Guilliman, who was wearing Azure Power Armor, came to the command deck, followed by the honor guard wearing the Iron Cavalry Terminator Armor. The huge steel body brought a huge sense of oppression. Everyone on the command deck felt that their hearts were gripped by fear, and it was difficult to breathe. The Glory Guards are all elite veterans of the Ultramarines. Each of them has an astonishing record, and they are wearing Terminator armor that is bulkier and bulkier than ordinary Space Marine armor. Standing there, the sense of oppression is directly full. It is a great courage for ordinary people to stand and speak in front of members of the Glory Guard. "How's the situation?" Briher. Guilliman looked at the captain sitting on the command seat and asked. They gathered on planet number 2 in the Sarah Galaxy. Judging from the badges and some characteristics of the battleship, the information we received is not false. The enemy is indeed the Death Guard. The fleet has been distributed. Judging from the strength of the enemy and us in contrast, we can easily win. Death Guards, plague spreaders, cursed betrayers, eternal enemies of the Empire, unforgivable people. The Death Guard once belonged to the 14th Legion of the Empire, led by the Primarch Mortarion, and made indelible contributions to the Great Crusade of the Empire and the unification of mankind. At the end of the Great Crusade, Mortarion led the Death Guard to participate in the Horus Rebellion, openly betrayed the Loyalists in the Atari Galaxy, and massacred the Loyalists with other rebel legions, committing an unforgivable crime. Then, when Mortarion led the fleet to sail in the subspace, he was betrayed by Typhons, a young man who killed the navigator and destroyed the ship's Geller force field, leaving the fleet trapped in the subspace and being trapped by chaos. The evil severely trained him. By virtue of superb means, the evil of Nurgle forcibly tamed Mortarion, who hated witchcraft and hated chaos extremely, and made him his little boy. Mortarion was originally a Primarch who was extremely resistant to witchcraft and chaos. But trapped in the subspace, tortured by the plague, forced to surrender to one of the evil gods of chaos, representing the plague, death, and the newborn Nurgle, and became one of the Primarches who ascended the devil. It can be called the template of the original body who has been tamed to be obedient by the annoying strange uncle. Then, the fleet participated in the Battle of Terra, using the plague to break the defense of the palace, causing a huge number of deaths. After Horus failed, he split into multiple battle groups and fled to the Eye of Terror and the edge of the Empire. Guilliman sorted out the information about the Death Guard in his mind, and then looked at Captain Briher again and asked. "I have no doubts about the outcome of the victory, I just want to ask how is the situation on the surface?" "There is no feedback. All the messages we sent were intercepted. No matter whether it was electromagnetic or astronomical, there was no recovery. I guess the enemy has controlled the communication. If it is worse, the astropaths on the surface will either contaminated, or already dead." Captain Briher's tone was a little heavy, and the only remaining flesh and blood eye showed anger. Another planet-level massacre, tens of billions of human lives were harvested by evil gods. May the Holy Emperor have mercy on those poor souls, and take their souls into his arms. Maybe there is a turning point, otherwise these chaotic remnants will not stay here. Guilliman looked in the direction of the console. Amidst the humming of the machinery, the Mechanicus carefully maintained strategy instrument was running. A series of data symbols and light beams form a tactical projection, clearly showing the situation in the Sarah Galaxy and the strength of the plague ships. At this time, all the plague ships are in the orbit of the second planet in the Sarah Galaxy. "I hope so." Briher nodded. "Let's attack, no matter what, they must be eliminated. If there are survivors, we will save the survivors. If there are no survivors, then we will avenge them." "Understood, my lord." The fleet headed by the Glory of Macrage is advancing rapidly, and the planet Sarah 2 is getting bigger and bigger in the field of vision. It is a green planet with glaciers in the polar regions. The whole is grassland and woodland, with only scattered deserts dotted in it. It is a planet that is extremely suitable for human beings and has high colonization value. There are 6 giant hive cities on the planet, one of which is astonishingly large. According to the observed data, it should cover an area of more than 26 million square kilometers. The predicted population of the planet is guaranteed to be more than 50 billion, which is extremely valuable to the Empire. Seeing the arrival of the Imperial fleet, the Plague fleet also responded, and they launched their fronts, trying to intercept the imperial ships. Guilliman watched the changes on the battlefield. The enemy had a total of 3 fleets, and there was a serious lack of coordination among them. Mutual distrust is the weakness of chaos parties. They usually fight on the scale of warbands, resist unified command, and will not trust other warbands. When the distance was less than 3 million kilometers, the two sides entered a fierce close combat from the trial stage. The imperial ships fired batches of torpedoes and missiles, which were distributed in a fan-shaped wide area, forming staggered lines. At the same time, they also fired several tons of anti-ship artillery shells to cut the opponent's maneuvering space. Battles in space are more complex and changeable, with engagement distances of millions of kilometers at every turn, so weapons such as torpedoes, missiles, and artillery shells have a certain lag, making it difficult to hit moving ships. Commanding such a battle requires a huge amount of computing to calculate the movement of the enemy in the battle and the variables on the battlefield. Guilliman inspected the battlefield solemnly, not letting go of any small variable. Before crossing, he felt that torpedo missiles are useless in the future space battlefield, so energy weapons such as light spears should be installed. After witnessing the Battle of the Fleet, I realized that the previous idea was really too stupid. Each weapon has its advantages. The missile can be automatically tracked and can hit any position of the enemy ship at will. The light spear is only fast, but it goes straight. The power is fast, but it is easy to block. Physical weapons such as torpedoes and shells are powerful, not to mention the fact that the slow speed of being complained about can sometimes become an advantage, which will increase the amount of calculations for the enemy. They dare not maneuver easily for fear of directly hitting them. Stationary torpedoes and landmines have a high probability of not triggering void shields. Once they hit, the consequences will naturally be very tragic. The distance of millions of kilometers is a close battle for a space battle. Light spears and giant shells are constantly fired, and the space between the two sides quickly turns into a deadly bush intertwined with light spears and shells. The void shield on Macrage's glory will light up from time to time, rippling and undulating under the powerful energy beams. The dissipated energy of the energy weapon caused the void shield generators on the Macrage's glory to emit feedback noises from time to time, and some of them even emitted crackling sparks. The Plague Warriors knew exactly who their biggest threat was, and even without any coordination, they took the glory of Macrage as their priority target. Facing the concentrated fire of the enemy, the glory of Macrage did not retreat in any way, and gave the same tough counterattack, unleashing artillery fire on the enemy that could easily raze the city. A plague ship was overwhelmed with void shields. A torpedo hit the ship's head, sending it spinning, followed by a barrage of attacks. The huge hull was pierced by torpedoes, missiles, and light spears, and the hit plasma energy pile exploded. Huge flames engulfed the plague ship, slowly disintegrated in a silent explosion, and burned blazingly in space. The mansion-like body flew out of the exploding battleship, accidentally hit the warband ship next to it, overloading the opponent's void shield, and was blown into wreckage by a round of macro gun salvos from a cruiser from the Empire. Relying on the firepower of Macrage's glory, the Empire's fleet was like a sharp sword, piercing the enemy's heart. The advantages have been rapidly expanded, and the balance of victory in the war is rapidly sliding to the human side. Their behavior is not normal, logically they should run away. Fikris, standing aside, shook his head. In the past, when they realized that they could not win, traitors would often choose to flee. Perhaps these idiots have been scared out of their wits. Brihe mocked a little. His greatest joy was to personally destroy the enemy's warships one by one, and let all the corpses of those traitors of chaos be suspended in space and become ice sculptures. A dead traitor is a traitor worthy of recognition. Guilliman withdrew his gaze from the strategic projection, and shook his head. I don't think this matter is that simple. Try to find a way to get the surface situation of planet Saratu. Perhaps the problem lies on the surface of the planet. With the above information, we may know what's going on. Although he is a time traveler, he has inherited the power and all the memories of his predecessor. To some extent, it is more like fusion. The strategy and wisdom of the original body level made him feel that the Plague Warriors were so brave and fearless, which was a bit abnormal. It's not Gurn that they seek refuge in. Nurgle never supports mindless death. No brains, only for hacking, only the reckless Gurn would do it. Thank you a few friends for your monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. If it weren't for the new book issue, you would have to update 20,000 a day, otherwise I would be sorry for your tickets and rewards. I hope everyone will count their votes and follow up on it. When it is recommended, it will be updated immediately. Hundreds of people will watch it when it is put on the shelf, and it will be updated 20,000 times a day immediately. Chapter 19 The Generous Father. The Plague Fleet's fearless behavior, vowing to fight the Empire to the end, will not change their fate of imminent failure. The Imperial fleet was commanded by a Primarch, and its morale had been greatly improved. The Imperial commanders tried their best not to make any mistakes, so as not to lose the opportunity to be noticed by the Primarch. Morale has improved, and the number of warships in the Imperial fleet is higher than that of the Plague fleet. The ships of the Chaos side did not intend to cooperate at all. Not long after the battle, they were cut off by the Empire side and fell into a situation where they were fighting on their own. Keep on course, destroy their flagships, and win. Guilliman stared at the image of the Plague fleet in the tactical projection. In the Plague fleet, there was a huge battleship covered with filth and disgusting flesh and blood. There are also malicious eyes staring at the battlefield. That ship was completely corrupted by the warp, as evidenced by the flesh and filth. Concentrate all energy on the front void shield. The first and second combat groups stop pursuing forward, outflank the Plague fleet from the flanks, lock on to attack the opponent's flagship, and attack first. All macro guns are loaded, and the light spear power is turned on at maximum, the bow guns fire forward. Following Guilliman's words, the bridge of the Macrage's glory became extremely busy. The technicians, supervisors, and mechanical priests were all running, carrying out the order of the Primarch. The lower deck of Glory of Macrage was even more busy. The junior officer yelled at the crew members, and from time to time he would draw out his whip or kick those whose speed he was not satisfied with. The giant rumbling boom will load the shells that are lifted to the artillery deck by elevators into the macro guns. The mechanical priest maintains the complex energy pipeline and the secondary contemplative system, and he recites the prayer poems of the god of all machines in binary, praying for the holy machine soul to make the battleship operate normally. Accompanied by Guilliman's order, the entire Imperial fleet accelerated to launch the last attack on the Plague fleet. Guilliman ignored the others and concentrated on the opponent's flagship, looking for the weak point of the enemy ship's void shield. The length of a battleship is more than 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, and it can easily burn an unprotected world. In addition to being able to carry more cargo, the huge hull can also use a thicker and more stable void shield. The core part of the battleship is hidden inside, and the multi-layer void shield protects the hull several meters thick. Under normal circumstances, a battleship can withstand several hours of bombardment. Guilliman didn't want to wait that long. A group of weak enemies could stop him for so long, so how could he punch chaos and kick greenskins? Bird divination instrument, the information collected by the data radar quickly flowed through Guilliman's pupils. He reads through a page faster than the average human can blink an eye. The Primarch can read massive amounts of information in a few seconds and make the best judgment. Soon, the weakness of the Chaos ship's flagship emerged in Guilliman's mind. There is an area where the void shield is flickering. It is unstable, indicating that the pulse regulator of the void shield generator is out of tune. The flagship, aim at these positions on it. Guilliman said confidently, his hand danced quickly on the data pad, pressing various keys, and activating the holographic mark from the blur. The information of the flagship is converted by the thinker computer to form a projection, and several light spots appear on the holographic projection, which is the weakness of the flagship of the Chaos ship. Relevant instructions were quickly transmitted to the entire fleet through the data link, and a series of confirmations were returned through the communications director. The entire fleet has locked on the target. Then attack and end this space battle completely. Guilliman said. The Imperial fleet that had completed maneuvering was slowly tightened like a fishing net, and the overwhelming artillery fire submerged the Chaos ships. Even when the enemy's flagship was bombarded many times in a row, the shield generator flickered frequently. Countless light spears and torpedoes instantly covered the unprotected hull. Under the combined strikes of countless nuclear bombs, macro shells, torpedoes, and light spears, the huge flagship lasted for less than 30 seconds. A huge pillar of fire burst out from the center of the hull, and its spine broke under the bombardment. A second later, the reactor also exploded, and a miniature sun shrouded the Chaos flagship in a perfectly shaped yellow sphere. Guilliman standing on the bridge felt a burst of bright light, and then it dimmed again. The light-controlled color-changing filter of the observation port on the command deck automatically turns the gear to pure black to protect the crew on the command deck. The flagship was destroyed, and the remaining Chaos ships were no longer a threat. Guilliman asked Breher to settle the rest. At this time, a footstep came. Donis, the librarian of the Dawn Star chapter wearing power armor, walked in front of Guilliman. My lord, we have detected abnormal fluctuations on the planet Saratu. The curtain of reality and subspace is being weakened. Those plague warriors are trying to summon their allies. Then we need to speed up. Guilliman thought of the things that the traitors might do, which is definitely not something normal people can bear. Just seeing those evil rituals may cause pollution. To summon the demons of the subspace, and cruel sacrifices must be carried out. After sacrificing blood, pain, and soul, those inanimate people will get a body to walk in the real universe, causing huge casualties to human beings. Be ready to fight, we need to descend to the surface to clean up the filth. Guilliman said, I will make the demons of the warp regret and despair for coming to this world. Sarah Star. The outskirts of Glick's hive. Staring at the shining void shield light of the last human fortress, Gurlo showed a disgusted expression. These human beings are stubborn and have been completely brainwashed by the corpse emperor. They are so stupid to refuse the gift from their loving father. Gurlo walked towards the outer ruins of Glick's hive city. His swollen body was supporting a Terminator armor that was flowing with foul-smelling liquid, making harsh sounds as he walked. If others saw the scene, they would probably be afraid that the power armor would be torn apart by the bloated body. Gurlo's power armor is a very old model, belonging to the years of Horus's rebellion. At that time, the dark Mechanikus who followed Horus created a batch of brand new Terminator power armors. The power and performance far surpassed other power armors. Above armor. After thousands of years of corrosion, its power armor is no longer what it used to be, rusty and foul-smelling liquid flowing. But because of the blessing of Nurgle, its power armor is even better. They don't understand the fraternity of a loving father. Human beings are always like this, narrow-minded and selfish. Gurlo looked at the other plague fighters. They were also very large in size, but Gurlo was always the biggest one. Generosity is the motto of the loving father Nurgle. He is so fraternal. As long as you ask him, you can get his generous love regardless of rich or poor, age, health or disability. But these human beings do not know gratitude and worship the corrupt. The corpse emperor refuses to accept the true power of the dark gods. We brought them gifts, but they didn't return anything in return. They also regarded us as enemies. I pity them. The son of the corpse emperor has come. We need to launch the final attack as soon as possible to completely defeat the fortress, Complete the sacrificial ceremony, and turn this world into a garden of loving fathers. Chapter May 20th. We all stand beside the Emperor. Let's do it, and give the blessings of the Father to these ordinary people who have been fooled by the Corpse King. Gurlo said, striding forward, and the other plague fighters made way for their lords to walk past. Plague warriors' armors are oozing with foul-smelling liquid, stretched out by their bloated bodies, and covered with a layer of green flies, emitting a disgusting stench and miserable green mist from the inside out. Let us bring the gift of a loving father to those fools. Gurlo's deputy also spoke, his voice sounded like a rotten throat, but he was able to speak. It followed closely behind Gurlo, holding a flesh and blood power hammer and walking towards the battlefield. The distillation equipment and the experimental plague grenade on his body were clanging. It is worth introducing that Gurlo's deputy is a plague alchemist, who can create terrible plagues through the deployment of different germs and viruses, which can easily poison the world of the entire empire, and even spread to other worlds, bringing countless pain and suffering. Die. The threat brought by the plague alchemists is far more terrifying than other plague warriors. They will poison the imperial worlds they come into contact with, and even fiddle with sacrificial rituals to sacrifice the imperial worlds and make them the Garden of Nurgle. Praise the Father. Gift, bring them a gift. Father's love. Destroy the corpse emperor. The other plague warriors also brandished rusty bolters, sword hammers, and plague guns with rotting nozzles, shouting cheers, and followed Gurlo, preparing to launch a final wave of attacks. Gurlo, who was walking in the front, raised the huge plague axe in his hand, and let out a hoarse, terrifying battle cry, "We are the sons of Mortarion, we are the embodiment of plague and death." The other plague fighters also echoed the same battle cry, the roar of artillery fire sounded, and the demon engine and the artillery controlled by the traitors bombarded the fortress again. The plague shells flew towards the flickering shield of the fortress, and malicious flame petals bloomed on it. A large number of plague poisonous clouds dispersed with the explosion, but were blocked by the shield. The shield of the fort flickered, obviously reaching its limit. With the continuous bombardment, the shield generator has reached the verge of overload, and with a few more rounds of bombardment, the fortress will lose the protection of the shield. Without a shield, the fortress will become a fish on the cutting board and be slaughtered at will. Release the gift of the loving father. Gurlo ordered. Soon, a large number of plague-walking corpses were driven from afar. They were once living people. It is the residents and defenders on the planet, and now they have all become puppets and playthings of Nurgle. Many walking corpses were still wearing the clothes of the planetary defenders, and their weapons and equipment were hanging on their bodies. They only retain simple instincts and cannot use weapons. Gurlo doesn't need them to know how to use weapons. The plague walkers mainly rely on the plague they carry to kill the enemy. These creatures stared blankly ahead, walking forward in a daze, with green mucus dripping from their teeth-cracked faces. The stench of rotting flesh and wriggling tentacles reeked, and the whimpers of the dead echoed in the air. Driven by the plague warriors, the plague-walking corpses numbly walked towards the fortress, acting as cannon fodder to be consumed. Tens of thousands of undead swarmed through the ruins, staggering towards the fire defense line of the imperial fortress. The plague warrior followed closely behind, driving away the walking corpses like shepherds. Behind them, plague blasters and the like, the demonic engines used for long-range bombing are still bombarding uninterruptedly, making the void shield of the fortress more and more flickering, on and off. As the enemy entered the optimal attack distance, the firepower of the defenders became active. Heavy laser cannons and cannons roared, harvesting rows of plague-covered mutants. The artillery fire roared, and countless walking corpses were blown away, blown into of rotten meat, and scattered all over the place. The huge flamethrower released fire dragons one after another, burning the plague flies that wanted to get close to the defense line into coke. The laser beam shot out from the bunker and hit the plague-walking corpse, making it sizzle, turning into charred corpses that fell to the ground. The defenders shouted the Emperor's slogan, trying to kill and injure the enemy while saving ammunition as much as possible, trying to repel the enemy again. The plague warriors fought back in the same way. The bolt guns in their hands precisely locked the heavy units and main firepower points of the Imperial defenders, and they kept pulling the trigger. The explosive bombs easily shattered the bodies of ordinary soldiers, destroyed heavy units, and removed important firepower points of the Imperial defenders, so that they could continue to drive the plague-walking corpses forward. Demonic engines like the Plague Spreader are also advancing, unleashing terrible plague shells and poisons, corrupting the human defenders and suppressing their firepower. The Imperial defenders tried their best, even using melta bombs tied to their bodies to try to stop the enemy's attack. But no matter how hard they tried, facing the fierce attack of the plague fighters, they were still retreating steadily, losing positions one after another, and the defense line was constantly being compressed. The plague warriors used their fearless mechs and demon engines. The terrifying firepower of these behemoths made the defenders with insufficient firepower miserable. During several defense battles, they lost a large number of artillery and tanks, and they basically had no heavy firepower when they were trapped in the fortress. My merciful Emperor, it's really over this time. Jian held the binoculars and watched those terrifying, flesh and blood fearless mechs coming out of the miserable green mist, followed by the plague-walking dead behind him. He knew that if there was no miracle, the fortress would fall sooner or later. Plague warriors also have dreadnought mechs, and they are all 10,000-year-old models with better performance. They have also been blessed by the Chaos God, and their combat power is even more terrifying than the Empire's dreadnought mechs. The dreadnoughts walked past a burning Chimera personnel carrier. In front of its huge size, the Chimera personnel carrier seemed a bit unattractive. Fearless hangs a huge cannon on one hand, outputting firepower crazily. The other hand is a hand full of barbs, and there is a big mouth on the chest where Fearless stores the remains of the plague fighter. A group of eyes blinking near the big mouth, very penetrating. Jian has seen these Fearless shots several times. When facing the Empire, they are completely crushed, and the defenders can't stop them at all. He has witnessed those dreadnoughts blowing up a super heavy fire tank, Bane Blade with ease, and the firepower output is really terrifying. I don't even have a knight. Damn it, find a squad to be a death squad, and see if I can get closer and blow it up with a melta bomb. Jian tried to struggle, to see if he could replace it with his life. A dreadnought mech. Soon, a team ran out, and other troops opened the way with firepower. They rushed up with melta bombs strapped on them. The tactics are very simple, you can detonate the melta bomb when you get close, and you can let other teammates detonate it remotely if you die, just send it to it. Unfortunately, although courage is a very precious and rare thing, it cannot change anything, especially on the battlefield, let alone turn the tide of battle. It's such a pity, it failed. Seeing the last soldier of the suicide squad shouting the Emperor's slogan was shattered by fearless long-range firepower, Jian smiled. He has lived for more than 30 years. Called. It's these civilians. Jian turned his head to look deep into the fortress, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He knew very well what the consequences of the loss of the last line of defense would be. Chaos never has any mercy. Jian raised his head, the shield was flickering, and it seemed that it would be broken in the next second. Through the shield, his prosthetic eyes could see that the grey plague green air had covered the entire sky, the planet had fallen, and their struggle was over. Useless. They have tried their best, but the ending is already doomed. Facing an invincible enemy, they have no chance of winning, and the last thing they can do is shout the Emperor's slogan and rush to death. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, Jian drew out his command knife and laser pistol, and turned on the army communicator. It's a pleasure to fight with you, colleagues, may we all be with the Emperor, and may all of you all souls can be accepted by the Emperor. The glory of mankind will last forever, and the light of the Emperor will shine forever. We will fight to the last moment, and chaos will never yield us. As Jian's words fell, the overwhelmed shield flickered a few times before disappearing completely. The plague bomb fell on the fortress, setting off an explosion and plague poisonous fog, and screams and cries came from the fortress. The desperate voices of the civilians resounded throughout the fortress. Everyone knows that their last moment has come. Plague walkers and plague warriors broke through the defenders' firepower line, and started a frenzied massacre on the last position. The defenders are also trying to use hand-to-hand combat to hold the last front and maintain the last dignity of human beings. Chapter 21 Airborne Combat. On the drop deck of the Glory of Macrage. 100 Space Marines waited for the airborne order surrounded by the humming mechanical sound. The battle to clear the plague fleet is still going on. From time to time, you can see brilliant beams of light flashing across the cold and quiet space, very bright. On the battlefield, the scene of some plague ships disintegrating in the flames and collapsing silently is also very shocking. The flagship was destroyed, and the combat effectiveness of the plague fleet also plummeted, being slaughtered and harvested by the imperial fleet. Other warships are still hunting down those plague ships that try to resist or escape, adding to their glorious record. The glory of Macrage gave up this great opportunity to gain glory. Compared with the glory of nothingness, Guillemon is more concerned about what happens on the surface. Those plague warriors must be planning some terrible and evil ritual again. There is absolutely no harm in stopping them as soon as possible. The 100 Space Marines hail from 2 different chapters, forming a unique spearhead force. Guillemon tried to mix different warbands to fight together, so that they were no longer the old mode of independent and independent wolf of the warband. He intends to adopt a brand new system. During guerrilla warfare, these groups can fight independently, and when they gather together, they can form a large-scale and organized operation like the Great Expedition period. In that case, he could deploy tens of thousands of perfectly coordinated interstellar fighters at one time in certain large-scale battles, and crush all enemies. It is also possible to let the battle groups fight independently on a specific battlefield to improve efficiency. Among the 100 space fighters, 50 are from the Ultramarines chapter. They wear the unique dark blue armor of the Ultramarines, and the veterans of the Ultramarines in the front row are all wearing Terminator armor. The other 50 are from the Aurora Star chapter, which is a subgroup of the Ultramarines. The spray paint of the battle armor is grey with blue dots. This chapter is not as wealthy as the Ultramarines, only 2 or 3 veterans wear Terminator armor, and the rest are standard armor. On the deck, hundreds of technical experts and machine slaves were busy back and forth, making preparations for the landing operations of the space fighters. The space warriors wearing the Terminator armor are undergoing self-inspection with the help of the mechanical priest to ensure that the armor is in good condition and ensure that their terrorist combat power will not be greatly reduced due to poor maintenance. Space warriors wearing standard power armor are equipped with tall assault shields with the assistance of armed servants. Standard power armor lacks the sheer thickness of the Terminator's armor, and in the air raids to come, bulky assault shields will enhance their survivability in close quarters combat. Accompanied by the rumbling sound, the elevator raised the munitions stored on the bottom floor to the deck. The chapter's servants in smart uniforms, with the help of mechanical thralls, distributed those ammunition to each warrior. Meanwhile, all Space Marines are conducting a final pre-battle inspection of their armor and weapons, as well as those of their comrades. The chaplains of the chapter strode in the ranks, listening to the oaths of the soldiers, and affixed the oath papers to their armor with wax. With a hissing sound, the sealing wax was stamped with the holy hot iron seal. Thanks to years of training, every member, whether warrior or servant, is working perfectly and efficiently. The glory of Macrage has entered the orbit of the planet, and the airborne operation will begin in 10 minutes. This broadcast was overwhelmed by the noise and din of people's ongoing preparations, but was not repeated. The hearing of the space fighters has been strengthened, and they have all heard this order clearly. Immediately, a deafening horn sounded on the deck. All the space warriors and servants stopped what they were doing, stood at attention and saluted, looking at the direction of the arch with burning eyes. In their expectant eyes, a majestic giant wearing azure armor of destiny strode forward amidst the sound of loud horns, followed by the glory guard. The person who came was the regent of the empire, the lord of Ultramar, the father of the great ultramarine gene, and the 13th son of the emperor Guilliman. Guilliman wears the gauntlet of the dominant hand on his left hand, and the silent emperor's sword on his waist. The strength and will shown in every gesture makes mortals hold their breath. Are you ready? Guilliman looked at the many space fighters and made a deep voice. My lord, everything is ready. The first company commander of the Dawn Star chapter said loudly. Waiting for your dispatch at any time, my lord, said Sicarius, the second company commander of the Ultramarines chapter. The other space warriors all stood upright, looking at Guilliman with awe and admiration. Admiration shone like a light in their faces, and they were ready to die for this great man. Very good. Guilliman stared firmly at all the space fighters. It's time for those traitors to see what happens when they rebel against the Empire and humanity. The Empire must win. Must win. Must win. The space warrior roared, his loud voice drowning out all the noise. A part of the interstellar fighters including Sicarius was loaded into the airborne capsule, and was thrown to the planet Sarah by the ejection device like the goddess Sanhua, turning into a stream of fire and descending on the surface. This is the most commonly used airborne method for interstellar fighters. It is fast, and when it lands, it can also use the violent impact brought by the high-altitude fall to bring a wave of bombardment to the opponent, causing first-hand damage. Guilliman and another part of the fighters took the Thunderhawk transport plane to carry out the landing operation. The Primarch and Terminator are too big to fit into the airborne capsule, so they can only be transported by heavy air vehicles. Sarah Star has been surrounded by miserable green plague gas, and the ejected airdrop pods rushed into the tumbling plague cloud like cannonballs. 40 seconds, get ready for battle. Sicarius yelled, and the airborne capsule was rapidly cutting into the atmosphere of Star Sarah. The high-speed fall brought an extremely strong airflow sound, which was extremely sharp, and even the airborne cabin had a thick bulkhead that could not completely isolate this harsh sound. The other fighters did not respond, they all remained silent, always keeping themselves in the best state of preparation. As the atmosphere became denser, the rocket propellers at the bottom of the airborne cabin also started to activate, releasing powerful propulsion flames and accelerating the falling speed. The space capsule falling at high speed trembled violently, the interior gradually heated up, and the huge friction turned into noise and high heat. The entire airdrop process will not exceed 5 minutes, including the time the airdrop capsule is flying in space. Once it touches the atmosphere of the target planet, the thrusters will be activated to speed up the descent, and it will fall from high altitude to the ground within tens of seconds. Landing from an altitude of 10,000 meters in a few tens of seconds, this airdrop method is undoubtedly courting death for other troops, and it is impossible for the body to bear it. But it is not a serious problem for space fighters. Such an airborne method also demonstrates the power of the space fighters. Sicarius tried his best to control his mood. There was only noise around him, and he couldn't see the enemy who was about to fight, nor his comrades in the same airborne pod. There was nothing he could do until the drop pod was fully down. Compared to this way of entering the sky directly, he prefers the surgically precise deployment and swift assault of the Stormbird. Guilliman decided to use the airborne pod to deploy troops, and there are also very legitimate reasons. Dropping the space fighter known as the Emperor's Angel on the enemy's rear without warning can cause a more devastating psychological shock, overwhelming the opponent by 3 points in terms of momentum. Accompanied by a booming sound, the hatch of the airborne cabin was directly blown outward, and the restraint belts that restrained the space warriors also bounced off at the same time. They landed precisely on a traitor's artillery position. Those cultists with various blasphemous symbols tattooed on their faces and bodies hadn't realized what was going on before they were blown away by the huge shock wave caused by the landing of the airborne capsule. Some of the cultists who got close, the body exploded directly, and the flesh and blood scattered a little. For Guilliman, Sicarius, who activated his power sword and held a bolt gun, let out a battle cry. Chapter 22 I have arrived. Amidst the flames and fog, Sicarius and the other loyalists stalked from their drop pods and joined the fray. His power sword made a hissing sound, and with one swing of the sword, he cut the 2 cultists into pieces on the spot, and then rushed towards a plague warrior holding a rusty bolt gun. The other party tried to fire at him, but was dodged. Sicarius's swordsmanship is very good, and his combat awareness is top-notch among ultramarines. Relying on the blessing of the power armor, in just a few seconds, he faced the opponent's firepower and rushed over a distance of hundreds of meters. When he was approaching, he even bent over to avoid the opponent's tomahawk attack, and slashed at him with a backhand sword. The other's bloated belly. The whole process was crisp and neat, without the slightest sloppiness, and contained pure beauty of killing. The plague warrior looked at the wound on his abdomen with a look of disbelief on his face. Before he recovered, Sicarius made another strike. This sword chopped off its head and fell to the ground, its eyes widened. Losing his head, the huge body of the plague warrior fell directly, making a dull sound. Foul-smelling pus oozes, and maggots twist and writhe in the wound. Sicarius held the bolt gun in the other hand and pulled the trigger continuously, and the bomb with vengeful anger hit another traitor in the chest. The outdated armor of the plague warrior burst open, spraying out foul-smelling pus and maggot-laced flesh. Its chainsaw sword with flesh and blood fell to the ground, the eyes on the hilt showed horror, and the weird mouth screamed silently. Without the host, the demons living on it would slowly die. Sikarais and other fighters rushed to the artillery position. For the Lord of Ultramar! Sikarais shouted, the bolter in his hand fired continuously at the artillery and plague blasters. For the Lord of Ultramar! For the Emperor, for Guilliman! Other fighters followed suit. Their explosive shells burst the artillery, and the powerful impact detonated the shells or energy modules in the barrel. The explosion caused the shells and energy blocks placed aside to explode, forming a chain reaction, causing even more terrifying sea of flames and explosions. Those plague blasters that were not torn apart by the hit were quickly engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. Soon, the enemy's artillery positions became smoking ruins. The main goal is completed, now execute the secondary goals, clean them up, let us attack from the enemy's rear, and support the adults. Sikarais sent a message. There are not many plague warriors left behind, most of them are cultists deceived by chaos, and cowards who sold their souls to the enemy in order to live a few more days. The cultists held all kinds of weapons and rushed towards the space fighters in groups. All of their faces were branded with chaos and distorted tattoos. Sikarais showed no mercy, he swung his power sword and killed the enemies who dared to stand against him. Whether it was a mortal or a plague warrior, they were all beheaded by him neatly. The minions of chaos died, their frail bodies ripped to shreds by the assault bolters and power weapons of Sikarais and the other space marines. Bewitched by chaos, more cultists who are fearless of death are pouring in from all directions. Replenishes so quickly. Sikarais and the others showed no fear. Soon, the battlefield was covered in blood, and there were scattered limbs and broken arms everywhere. The azure power armor on his body was also completely covered by blood. The loyalists cooperated with each other and advanced steadily, forming a staggered firepower net, killing all enemies who tried to resist them. Soon, the bravest servants of chaos were all killed in battle, only a few were still desperately throwing themselves at the space fighters, and most of them knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Please, I just want to live. A woman kneels on the blood-soaked ground, beseeching the Emperor's angel before her. For chaos, there is never forgiveness. It is better to die twice than to betray the Emperor. You have made a wrong choice. Your flesh will be obliterated and your soul will be banished. Die, shameless traitors. Sikarais pulled the trigger, and the flames that burst out of the chamber flashed past. The woman in front of her was turned into a pile of rotten meat under the huge impact of the bomb. Any kindness shown to traitors of chaos is an insult to dead loyalists. The other kneeling minions of chaos met the same fate, and the space marines either fired assault bolters, or with their iron fists, power weapons, attacked the traitors. Soon, where the traitor knelt down, only bright red blood and broken corpses remained. The artillery positions fell, and the plague warriors lost their anti-aircraft firepower. Stormbirds, thunderhawks, and other fighters suitable for the battlefield were also launched at this time, quickly piercing through the plague clouds, rushing to the surface to start bombing attacks, and dropping space fighters. Dreadnoughts, heavy tanks, night titans, and emperor titans were also put into battle, and even more terrifying firepower poured out, and the plague warriors had no way to resist. The situation of the battle was quickly reversed by the space fighters led by Guilliman, and the balance of victory was tilted to the human side. On the other side, the plague fighters, cultists, and traitors who poured into the fortress are making the final kill. Gurlo stood quietly in the ruins of the fortress like a fat sculpture. Its armor was covered with fat plague flies, and as it moved, these flies were disturbed and buzzed. In front of it, groups of corpses were piled up, and a large number of flies covered them. Its offhand is pouring some special plague liquid to summon the power of Nurgle. Gurlo looked at the desperately screaming humans in the distance, and smiled. It's just the last bit, the ritual of the warp is about to be completed, Guilliman will find that he can't do anything, this planet belongs to Nurgle's loving father, and so are the selfish souls. Protect the civilians and let them go west. Jian yelled, and his bodyguards armed with carbines and burst guns shot at the enemy, killing the plague-walking corpses. Even if the line of defense fell, Jian was ready to die, but he didn't give up on himself and launch a suicide attack. Instead, he tried to protect the civilians as much as possible and tried to make them leave. Hundreds of men and women in dilapidated and stained uniforms of the Imperial Guard centered on his position, doing their best to resist the enemy. Their skin was pale and waxy, and plague and war had left wounds and scars on their bodies. Every man and woman knows that if they don't die in battle, they will die a painful death from the after effects. But they still have firm faces, even though they know their death is approaching, they still have no fear. Praise him. During the battle, a voice containing pain and relief resounded on the chaotic battlefield. A female soldier who was thrown down by the plague-walking corpse uttered her last prayer, and she pulled the pin of the high-energy grenade with her hand. The booming explosion instantly drowned out all the walking corpses and traitors within a radius of more than 10 meters. Countless flesh and blood splattered like a rain of blood. May you rest in peace, and may the Emperor have mercy on your soul. Jian muttered silently in his heart, and the laser pistol in his hand continued to shoot at the plague corpses and cultists who were trying to rush over. While fighting, he kept retreating backwards. Do not run, Andy, as before, run like the wind. A child's terrified cry mixed with the old man's painful voice reached Jian's ears. Jian followed the sound and found that an old man was hugging the cultist's feet tightly, and beside him was a little boy whose head was broken and fell in a pool of blood. A little girl staggered forward while crying. Damn beast, the angry Jian turned his gun and shot the cultist, while running over to pick up the little girl. Jian didn't know why he did this. He knew very well that even if he saved the little girl, it would only make her suffer for a while longer. Boom. The sound of the explosion sounded, and the bodies of the 2 soldiers next to Jian exploded directly. 2 plague warriors appeared on the battlefield, their bolters harvesting the lives of surviving soldiers. As the Emperor's former angels, their combat power is unquestionable, and ordinary people can only be slaughtered in front of them. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, behind the 2 plague warriors, a fearless mech infected with plague flesh and blood followed them out. Jian watched the plague warrior and flesh dreadnought stepping towards his remaining soldiers, with a look of despair on his face. His team is absolutely impossible to stop these terrible guys. Plague warrior, stupid servant of the corpse emperor, welcome the gift of a loving father. What? Before he finished speaking, the plague warrior unexpectedly saw a black shadow on the ground, which was still expanding rapidly. Confused, it looked up, and its pupils dilated instantly. A giant holding a flaming golden sword fell from the sky, and a sword slashed at it. Before he could react, the burning golden longsword split it from top to bottom. I have come. The giant let out a roar that could be clearly heard throughout the battlefield. Brothers, it was uploaded on the 17th, so don't follow up, it will be abolished if you follow up. Already a small crowd, if you don't eat a few recommendations, you will die even worse. It was recommended on the 17th, and there will be one more chapter, guaranteed 3 times. If the monthly ticket is over 50, it will be updated once, and the recommendation ticket will be updated every 100. As long as you can make a living, 10,000 to 20,000 a day is not a problem. Chapter 23 must stop. The body is majestic and tall. Just by looking at it, one can tell that the giant's body contains infinite and surging terrifying power. His voice was like a thunderbolt naturally born between heaven and earth, deafening and making the enemy tremble. That is a stalwart who should only exist in mythology, but came to the world out of pity for the suffering of mortals. The size difference between a giant and any space marine is as significant as the difference between a space marine and a mortal. The brilliance reflected by the azure armor is like the morning light of hope, which makes people feel at ease and no longer so desperate. This armor has an extraordinary origin at first glance. It is the painstaking effort of the top sages of the Mechanicum after thousands of years, and it combines countless advanced technologies. The upper surface of the armor is covered with many runes, and the most eye-catching thing is the golden imperial double-headed eagle in the center of the breastplate, which is covered with rice ears. Behind the stalwart figure emitting halo all over his body, there is a white cloak fluttering in the air. The face exposed above the breastplate is cold and arrogant, like the work of the top craftsman, impeccable. Even if you don't do anything, you will feel oppressed without anger. The iron cross halo on the back of his head further sets off his majestic and inviolable temperament. The descended from the sky, slashed and killed the plague warrior with a single sword, and stunned and terrified all the enemies. He came and represented victory. The shock brought by Guilliman's landing made the ground feel overwhelmed, shaking the cultists to stagger and panic. Many traitors are trembling at the sight of a descending upon the battlefield. His arrival made the cultists and plague fighters all stand still, and the terrible oppression made them lose their courage. Guilliman scanned the enemy with majestic eyes, once again lamenting the power of the Primarch and the armor of destiny. At an altitude of 1,600 meters, you can jump as much as you want, and nothing will happen. Such a powerful, well-proportioned little Superman. If you go back to your own world, no one can stop people from killing people, and Buddhas should stop and kill Buddhas. Jumping straight into the sky, the psychological blow to the enemy is indeed great, and these guys are basically dumbfounded. Originally, the victory was assured, but a Primarch suddenly popped up, and his mentality was about to explode. You can't change anything, son of the corpse emperor, your time has passed. The plague dreadnought, covered in flesh and blood, was the first to let out a roar, and the giant artillery equipped on its arm fired wildly, trying to strangle a Primarch with its firepower. The iron cross halo vibrated slightly, and Guilliman was enveloped in a protective force field visible to the naked eye. The enemy's artillery fire can only stir up bursts of vicious flames on the force field shield. The traitor dauntless attacks were feeble and futile. There is no way to break through the defense of the Primarch. Die, traitor! Guilliman rushed over, and the rising flames of the Emperor's sword became brighter and brighter. Among the astonished and incredulous eyes of the entire battlefield, the fearless forged with flesh and steel was pierced by the Primarch's sword. The golden flame spread along the long sword and burned violently on the opponent's body. Do not! The remnant of the plague warrior champion in the fearless sarcophagus let out a scream. There is a nutrition tank in Dauntless, which is called a living coffin, or a sarcophagus. It is used to place the remains of soldiers who are seriously injured and dying. Their bodies are fragmented and cannot be repaired, so that they can continue to serve. The flesh and blood of a large number of maggots and the flies covering the dreadnought made a sizzling sound under the burning of the golden flame, and they were all burned into coke in the flame. Even the alloy steel melted in the hot golden flame, turning into scorching hot iron juice. Jian stared at this godlike man dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until the sound of screaming airflow rang in his ears that he raised his head from the numb state. The boxy Thunderhawk roared past at low altitude, the burst cannon extending from the front of the cabin was releasing burst beams, and the automatic cannon at the bottom was also automatically strafing. The heretics and traitor soldiers were suppressed and fled around, howling. The place where the Thunderhawk gunboat passed by set off a sea of explosive flames, and the Imperial Air Force cleaned up all the enemies at an extremely efficient speed. At the high altitude, there are fighter planes such as Stormbird passing by, carrying out saturation bombing on the ground. High in the sky, spears of light pierced through the plague cloud that covered the entire planet, and descended from the sky. When they landed, they charred and vitrified hundreds of meters around. Those plague-walking corpses, plague fighters, and demon engines were all destroyed under this attack like Tianwei. Jian was stunned. From the despair of dying to the victory of reversing the situation, it came so suddenly that he was completely unprepared. He stared closely at the stalwart giant in azure armor. That face made him feel very familiar, but he couldn't remember the other party's true identity. Is he the Emperor's Archangel? I've seen him next to the Emperor's statue. The little girl who was rescued by Jian pointed to the blue figure that swept away everything and destroyed all enemies. Jian's confused brain instantly cleared up, like lightning flashing through the fog. Primarium, Primarch. Son of the Emperor, true Lord of Ultramar. Realizing the identity of the other party, Jian couldn't speak clearly. The faces of the other soldiers were equally shocked. The Primarch and the Emperor had already become untraceable myths. 10,000 years is enough to make many things lose their original appearance. Many ancient histories have long been lost in the long river of time, and the original truth can no longer be glimpsed. In addition to the parent planet of the Primarch, many people doubt whether the Empire really had those powerful, wise, godlike Primarches. And now, all doubts will be self-defeating. A real Primarch appeared in front of the world, this is the best evidence. As in those mythological descriptions, they are unstoppable. Any enemy who tries to stop them will be completely destroyed. Jian, who realized that the planet had been saved, showed a hint of ecstasy on his face, and the despair and pessimism in his heart were also swept away. Back charge, quick, back charge. Reverse charge, all troops who hear my order execute this order, quick, counter charge, we are going to win. Jian shouted with all his strength, issuing orders to all the troops he could contact. After shouting, Jian was ready to join the charging team with his command sword and pistol. Victory was calling him. Glory and victory also call. Cough. 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 The violent cough made him stop. The heart-piercing pain made him feel as if he could cough out his lungs. The body was unprecedentedly weak, and suddenly felt too tired to move. Fatigue soaked into every cell, making him unable to even stand up. Are you all right, sir? Seeing Jian's appearance, the guard on the side looked nervous and asked anxiously. I didn't, no, poof. Before he finished speaking, Jian vomited a mouthful of blood and fell down on his back. Medicine, come on, medic. This way, this way. Uncle, don't die, uncle. Jian's eyes became blurred, and the voice of the guard crying in pain rang in his ears. The little girl shook his body with a very sad tone. Many people lifted him up and put him in another place. Jian didn't know what it was. Could be a stretcher or a troop carrier. Now he is very confused, his perception of the outside world is very weak, and he can only rely on hearing and touch. Some people are crying, some people are shouting. It seems that I am not very annoying, at least someone will cry for me. The brain gradually became blurred, and Jian, who felt that thinking was becoming more and more difficult, thought in his mind. This gave him a little bit of psychological comfort. Benevolent Emperor, forgive me for my incompetent life, and may I return to your country. The tormented man uttered his last prayers and fell into darkness. Guilliman stepped towards the battlefield, and no enemy could stop him. Anyone who tries to do that will end up being torn apart by him. The arrival of the Primarch means victory, an unstoppable victory. My lord sighed. The chief think tank of the Aurora Star War Group pointed in one direction, extremely strong subspace fluctuations are being emitted, the curtain of reality is being weakened, and the enemy's ritual is likely to be on that side. Guilliman looked in the direction the other party was pointing at, and the thick plague cloud enveloped the ruins, giving people a faint feeling of uneasiness, and his brows frowned. Go ahead. He didn't say much, he just raised the sword in his hand and signaled the other fighters to move on. No matter how you say it, stopping the opponent's ceremony is the most important thing to do now. Chapter 24 You are late. Guilliman is victorious wherever he goes, and no enemy can stand in his way. The majestic Primarch's body is invincible, and can easily destroy all hateful enemies, stepping on the skulls of enemies to announce the arrival of the Empire. The armor of destiny and the halo of the Iron Cross blocked all enemy attacks for Guilliman, and the explosive bombs or malicious melting rays were all blocked by the powerful force field. Those terrible impacts and energies are either eliminated or diverted. A plague warrior was ruthlessly beheaded by him. His fat body gushed out foul-smelling mucus and maggot-filled flesh like an explosion. After falling to the ground, there was a bang, and a golden flame burst out. The rotten and fetid blood burned on the battlefield, and the golden light was so bright that even the filthy soul was completely purified by the Emperor's will. Seeing the arrival and strength of the Primarch, the other plague fighters roared angrily. They tried to gather together and use the numbers to defeat a Primarch. The Glory Guard guards the Primarch firmly, never letting the Primarch fall into a situation of fighting alone. Wearing Terminator armor, they formed a battle circle with Guilliman at the center. If you want to besiege the Primarch, you must pass their level. This made the plan of the plague fighters go bankrupt before it even started. Every member of the Glory Guard is a veteran of the Ultramarines, with incomparably rich experience in warfare, and also wearing a huge and heavy Terminator armor. Wanting to break through their defenses and besiege Guilliman is undoubtedly a dream. Even if they could barely break through the battle circle formed by the Glory Guards, the Plague Warriors would suffer heavy casualties and be harvested by Guilliman at will. The traitors could only watch as the Primarches slaughtered their companions like a tiger entering a flock. The cooperation between Guilliman and the Honor Guard is invincible. In front of them, the defense line built by the Plague Warriors is as fragile as white paper. Under their onslaught, Plague Warriors continued to fall. Due to the power of the Primarch, the Plague Warriors' defense line keeps shrinking, and they are about to be completely annihilated. At this time, Sicarius also came from the periphery of the ruins, becoming the last straw that crushed the enemy. He led the team to destroy the enemy's air defense and long-range firepower, and provided a safe place for the Astral Army, Titans, Knights and other war units to land. The addition of Sicarius and others made the Plague Warriors defeated faster. It even turned into a unilateral massacre. The Empire is steadily gaining victory, and the defeat of chaos is inevitable. The time has come, traitor. Seeing a Plague Warrior who stood up from the trench and tried to stop the Loyalists with a bolt gun, Sicarius looked angry, and his voice came from under the helmet, resounding all around. He ran on the battlefield, rushing towards the Plague Warrior who kept shooting, the power sword in his hand sizzling. The cultists along the way were wiped out by his superb sword skills, and the body covered with cursed runes was chopped to pieces under the power sword. The Plague Warrior who was trying to stop him cut Kong, but was slashed on the leg by his sword. The thigh was cut, and the Plague Warrior lost his support and fell to his knees. Sicarius put the bolt gun on the opponent's helmet with his other hand, and with a sentence, "Repent for your crimes." He blew the enemy's head off. Looking around the battlefield, he quickly found his next target, who was shooting with a melta gun. The upper body of a loyal space soldier was directly melted, leaving only half of his steaming body. Sicarius ran again, he wanted to avenge the dead comrade. Soon, the Plague Warrior was also beheaded. Sicarius didn't stop any longer, but continued to fight. The battlefield has become the swordsmanship show of this heroic warrior, and no enemy can escape under his superb swordsmanship. His eyes were like the judgment of death, and the rebels who were targeted were directly pronounced dead. A Plague Warrior was slashed by Guilliman's sword, and his whole body turned into a golden torch, falling to the ground and crying in pain. It used its last strength to beg for the salvation of the loving Father. But in the face of the Emperor's will, even the God of Darkness had to retreat 3 feet. Its flesh and soul are destined to be burned to nothingness. Sicarius, how is your side? Guilliman asked on the communication channel. Everything is going well, my lord, the traitors are in defeat, and victory is coming. Sicarius said. Very well, don't take it lightly. The traitors' rituals are very evil. Even I can feel the warp boiling. The endless malice is palpitating. Obviously, they are calling for something. Don't worry, my lord. Sicarius yelled through the communicator, and said after a while, I can see a tower made of corpses, and the traitors are shrinking their defenses and trying to defend there. Kill them, every heretic deserves to die, and then destroy those things that look abnormal. Guilliman's voice was very dull, full of strength. Let the Air Force formation give you some support, smash their defenses with iron fists. Empire founders are coming from all directions, and they are unstoppable. Gurlo, who was standing on the height of the ruins, could see clearly, and knew very well that if this continued, he would lose. The Empire is advancing much faster than it expected. How long will the ceremony take? Gurlo looked at his deputy and asked in a hoarse voice. Soon, the subspace has responded to us, but it still needs a little preparation time. Gurlo turned his head to look at the battlefield, evaluated it, and then shouted, release the plague bomb, let them taste the power. Following Gurlo's voice, the flesh and blood demon engine was pushed out by the Plague Warrior. Some fat plague beasts were stuffed into the cannon of the demon engine, and they were thrown out. These plague beasts were bred by the power of Nurgle's loving father, and devoured countless terrible plagues. Ordinary people will be poisoned to death by the plague immediately if they touch it, and will be transformed into a plague-walking corpse within tens of seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Several bloated plague beasts with tentacles and weird eyes were thrown over the loyalist line, and then exploded, and the diseased filth fell from the sky to the Imperial troops. Many soldiers failed to dodge in time, and the filth splashed on their armor made the pottery steel bubble and hiss. The situation of the Glory Guard wearing the Terminator armor is not too bad, the absolute thickness of the Terminator armor and the protective force field protect them. The loyal warriors wearing standard power armor look a little bleak, the armor structure is corroded by highly toxic bacteria, and electric sparks are bubbling out. They staggered, and some made noises of pain. Only Guilliman was not affected in any way. The filth of the legion was vaporized by the invisible force field before it touched Guilliman. This power is not simply from the defense of the armor itself, but also contains a trace of mysterious power, protecting him from the filth of the subspace. Badly wounded brothers fall back, get healed by the chapter chaplain, and the others seek cover. Let those guys bring the Titans over and crush this crap, Sicarius yelled, making impromptu tactical arrangements. The Plague Warrior was just happy to stop the Empire's footsteps, but the next second, that bloated and corrupt face was dull. The earth was shaking, and the Emperor-level Titans known as the Wrath of the Gods came from a distance. These behemoths are the most terrifying weapons on the battlefield. Built-in giant plasma reactor, which is used to power the huge artillery like a building, and can defeat all fronts with a random blow. The Plague Warrior was rooted in front of the Emperor Titan, a beam of plasma several meters thick that released a deadly high temperature engulfed everything. Nothing could resist such a killing, even if the Plague Warrior was once the most outstanding work of the Emperor, he also got the Darkness God's blessing. But in front of those destroying beams, they were still destroyed like ants. Sicarius and others rely on the Emperor-class Titans to advance, and launch the final charge together with the other astral troops. Guilliman was faster. Even without the support of the Titans, he relied on his own strength to easily break through the enemy's line and saw the tower made of flesh and blood. Those cultists surrounded the tower of flesh and blood, their faces fanatical and excited. It is Entropy, the Great Father, praise him. Who, Merciful Father! Wonderful life, wonderful! Passing over the excited cultists who had completely fallen into chaos, Guilliman saw the rebellious leader on the Tower of Flesh and Blood. The opponent is wearing a horned helmet and a set of Destroyer Centurion power armor that only appeared after the 36th millennium in the Age of Apostasy. The interstellar warriors who rebelled not only came from 10,000 years ago, but also some were oppressed by the Terra Council, eroded by chaos, or forced to rebel by the state religion during these 10,000 years. Guilliman's gaze contained anger, and the golden flame rising from the Emperor's sword in his hand became more and more intense. Gurlo also looked down at the Primarch with complacency in his eyes. You are late, son of the dead Emperor, this world belongs to Nurgle, to the loving Father. Chapter 25 Subspace Demon. Traitor, your thoughts are as stupid as your brain, what makes you have such confidence and dare to appear in front of me? Guilliman said to the leader of the rebellion. You could have rolled back to that disgusting subspace before I arrived, but you didn't, which makes me have to admire your courage, and I also suspect that your brain has been completely broken in the long years. After all, you don't have a few good pieces on you. You are arrogant, Primarch. Gurlo's face darkened. It never thought a Primarch could say such a thing. If you're facing a bunch of trash, you can't help but be arrogant. If your enemies can't do anything to change their miserable fate, then why not be arrogant? Guilliman's tone was mocking, his voice resounded throughout the battlefield, making the soldiers of the Empire cheer. You will pay the price, Primarch. Gurlo's miserable green face turned dark green, obviously annoyed by Guilliman's words. Anyone who hears someone scolding him can't help being furious, even if the other party is a Primarch. I also hope that you have the ability to make me pay the price, but unfortunately you don't. As soon as Guilliman's words came out, Gurlo stopped talking. Never seen such an arrogant Primarch. Guilliman didn't care about Gurlo's fury. The soul in his body was not just that of the Emperor's 13 sons in the past, but also fused with the knowledge and memory of another soul. The combination of the two formed a brand new Guilliman. Also has a new character. When it comes to mocking people, Chaos God is no match for him. Hope you're as good as your tongue, Primarch. Gurlo looked at his deputy, who nodded with his bloated head in a helmet. Everything was ready. You will face the power of the warp, tremble for it. Gurlo roared loudly. The earth shook inexplicably. There was a sound of glass breaking in the air. Unclean rays of light emerged from the cracks, and those rays of light carry the most extreme malice. Everyone can feel that the will that extremely hates everything in the real world is trying to break through the limitations and come to the real world. Click, click. The real space shattered like shattered glass, and the light of the supreme sky slanted out, like a flood that broke a bank. Nearby Empire Psychers can feel that their psychic power has increased a lot, and the veil of subspace and reality has been broken, and they have also benefited. Of course, this benefit is also fraught with danger. Once the Psyker cannot maintain his sanity, he will be reduced to those hateful monsters under the erosion of the warp. Rotting and bloated, full of abscesses and tiny tentacles, and a pair of fat heads with huge horns, squeezed from the warp. The demon is nearly 10 meters in size, looks very fat, and holds a rusty big knife. The pustules all over the obese body are dripping with saliva, and plague flies and nurgling are constantly coming out of the body. After the demon crawled out, it let out a loud roar, and Guilliman could see the densely packed maggots crawling around inside the opponent's big mouth. What a disgusting demon. Devil. The eternal enemy of the Empire, the eternal enemy of mankind, is a product of the warp formed by the unnatural energy of the warp and endowed with perception by the dark gods. Demons cannot be killed. Their active bodies in the real universe are just projections, and their real bodies are in the subspace. After being killed, they return to the warp to await resurrection. Only a few weapons, or some terrifying psychers, can completely slay the demons. The Emperor's sword in Guilliman's hand naturally also has the ability to kill demons. When he was just resurrected, he took this sword and killed a traitor who was admired by Kern and thus became a demon. The demon components in the subspace are very complex, and most of them are shaped by the evil gods of chaos. Other words are formed by the special worship of each race or some special emotions. Such is the curse of humanity, the only existence in the warp capable of killing the Emperor, demons, the end of the Empire. The end of the Empire crippled the Emperor in the Webway War and accelerated the defeat of humanity in the Webway War. The battle between and the end of the Empire was the most unfavorable of the countless battles the Emperor fought in his long life. The Emperor was completely crushed by the end of the Empire, and he was bruised all over within 2 fights. Finally, he used the loyal Imperial army to seal the terrible demon, and let the Imperial army take the demon sealed in his body away from the Webway. It was precisely because of the end of the Empire that in the subsequent decisive battle, the Emperor was severely injured by Horus, supported by the Dark Gods, and had to enter the Golden Throne. The actions of the Webway Wars and the end of the Imperium, as well as maintaining the veil of reality on Terra, drained the Emperor, leaving him powerless to deal with a combined attack by the 4 gods. Fortunately, Sanguinius, who was brutally killed by Horus, used all his strength to leave a gap in the opponent's armor before he died. The Emperor was finally able to take advantage of the gap to kill Horus with the help of his first War Master, or. In addition to the end of the Empire that almost changed the outcome of the Horus Rebellion, there was also the mountain array that severely damaged the Imperial Fist Legion in the battle to defend the solar system, and the demon Samus who almost killed Loken the Loyalist. A subspace demon that does not belong to the 4 gods. Loken was a subordinate of Horus and one of the members of the Council of 4 Kings. He was listed as a cleansing target by Horus on the planet Atari 3 because he refused to betray the Emperor and the noble dream of human transcendence. Isolated and helpless, the surviving loyal warriors on Atari 3 withstood the attacks of another traitor Primarch, Angron, for several months, slowing down the Horus rebellion. All the loyalists who came to the surface died in the orbital bombing launched by Horus, and he was the only one who survived. Samus hunted down the rebellious heir under the orders of Horus, so as to show other allies that he was determined to replace the Emperor, and he used Loken's death to declare his supreme authority, and there would be consequences for disobeying him. What happened? In order to protect Loken, a dreamer who once dreamed of leaving a complete history for mankind and participated in the expeditionary force, the female recorder Meseti chose to sacrifice herself and expelled Samus. In addition to these two, there are also many warp space demons that do not belong to the evil of chaos, such as Belloc. And when the chaos gods invade the real world, they will unite with the evil gods to harvest human fears, emotions, and souls. The demons that belong to their camp summoned by the plague fighters, the plague demons, are also called Nurgle demons. These demons serve the dark Nurgle in order to spread the plague to the real world. A Primarch. The Nurgle demons who entered the battlefield immediately saw Guilliman holding the Emperor's sword. A disgusting demon. Guilliman, who was still trying to break through the traitor's last line of defense, looked at the demon emerging from the subspace, and his words were equally cold. Maybe the unhappy Mortarion needs a family. The plague demon looked at Guilliman and smiled. I can take you back, so that Mortarion will be happy. That idiot traitor needs a burning rack even more, and so do you, devil. You still have a chance to go back now, or I will burn you to death directly. Guilliman said unceremoniously, raising his hand with the Emperor's sword, he slashed and killed the last plague warrior standing in front of him, and walked towards the demon. Chapter 26 You are just a trash demon. Your arrogance will be the reins to hang you, Primarch. The plague demon let out a roar, and with his movements, the maggots in his mouth fell down, crawling on the ground looking for flesh and blood. Nurgling in the demon's body also roared in a clumsy example. Plague carriers and plague guards stepped out from behind the roaring plague demon, supplementing the enemy's precarious line of defense. Those traitors almost sacrificed the life of the entire planet, using the power of the subspace stirred by the dead to tear apart the real world, opened a gap in the subspace, and summoned an army of demons. Today is your death day, devil. I will ask your subordinates to take your head back to announce my return to the evil behind you. Guilliman started to run, his heavy body made the ground covered with mold tremble slightly. The flames rising from the Emperor's sword in his hand became more and more dazzling. Protect the Primarch, shouted the veterans of the Honor Guard, and they charged with Guilliman. They are fearless, even in the face of demons, they are not timid. Kill him, and give his soul to the Great Father. Guro held a rusty plague axe and pointed it at the charging Primarch, allowing the cultists and the last of the plague warriors to attack. The demons also cooperated with the traitors to launch a counterattack against the loyalists of the Empire. Rust demons, wither demons, and many other demons belonging to Nurgle gushed out of the torn wounds of reality, like pus like blood. If left alone, this planet will be completely transformed into a demon planet and become Nurgle's garden in a short time. Guilliman will definitely not let this happen. He will expel this demon, restore the peace of this world, and burn the rebellious leader to ashes along the way. He slashed the demon that tried to attack him with one sword, and burned its soul completely with his Emperor's sword. The Honor Guard gathered around their master, clearing the swarm of enemies for the Primarch with terrible firepower. They couldn't completely kill the demons, they could only shatter the demons' real bodies and banish them back to the subspace. The demon of Nurgle looked down on him, watching those low-level demons attacking Guilliman and the others. He showed a smile, but he didn't do it himself. It is waiting for the link between the subspace and the real space to be strengthened, so that it can maximize the power of the loving Father and bring more demons into the real universe. Contain other demons and traitors for me, and I will kill that damned demon leader. Guilliman issued an order in the communication, ordering the nearby space fighters to strengthen their attacks and contain the enemy, so that they can deal with Nurgle demons and the head of that traitor. Received, my lord, I will attack from the side, and the Titans will smash them. Sicarius responded to his lord, they are relying on the Titans to rush forward, and will soon reach the Flesh Tower. Got it, my lord. Fikri said in the communication. Received. The chief think tank of the Dawnstar chapter also responded to the order of the Gene Father. The Dawnstar chapter is a subgroup of Ultramarines, and also the first batch of fighters to respond to the parent group after Makridge was attacked. Many Ultramarine subchapters recruit in Ultramar, their loyalty to Guilliman far exceeds that of other chapters. The Imperial Loyalists soon formed a battlefield centered on Guilliman, launching a ferocious assault on the Daemon and Traitor lines. On Guilliman's right, the Space Marines advanced on two heavy Lemon Rust tanks, the oldest heavy tank models in service in the Empire. The power of the Lemon Ruth tank can naturally rank among the many tanks in the Empire. They rumbled forward, clearing the gravel and flattening the road, while releasing bursts of bombs, artillery shells, and laser beams, and the Plague Warrior demons guarding the enemy's left flank tried their best to fight back. However, their scarce numbers could not withstand the terrifying firepower of the Loyalists of the Empire. A large number of enemies were torn apart, their limbs were blown off and they fell on the battlefield. On Guilliman's right, two Redeemer dreadnoughts were advancing, servo motors sizzling and pistons roaring angrily as they advanced. Assault guns in their hands screamed and spit fire at Plague Warriors and demons, giant plasma incinerators became hot and steamed with each shot. For the Lord of Ultramar. Relying on the cover of the fierce firepower of the dreadnought mech, the chief think tank of the Shushan Star chapter let out a roar, and the force field scepter in his hand was crackling, and the violent spiritual energy flowed from him. Released from the body. His projection in the subspace became more and more dazzling, and his faith gave him strength, allowing him to control more violent Chinook energy. A fiery flame was released, and the psychic shockwave leaped over the ruins. All the demons and traitors along the way were blown away, and the rotten and disgusting body burned with an inextinguishable psychic flame. The burning plague warrior rolled out from behind the improvised barrier, raised the bolt gun in his hand, and tried to kill the psyker. The chief think tank used the power of will to grab the opponent, crushed the opponent's body, and threw his tattered body to the other two burning plague fighters, knocking them to the ground. The plague fighters and demons did not give up, they tried to join forces to push back the fierce attack of the Empire. Blade-laden shells slanted out, killing several loyal Imperial warriors and turning them into rancid ichor. A large number of demons choose to parasitize the plague warriors, allowing them to use their own power and become stronger. During the battle between the two sides, there was a booming sound, and an Emperor-level Titan came with heavy steps, and the plasma cannon in his hand was like a scourge, destroying all the enemies along the way. Even the plague warriors parasitic with demons were vulnerable in front of the Emperor-level Titans, and those who failed to dodge in time were directly trampled to death. It's like a popping meatball, it's gone with a snap. Even if they could dodge, there was no way to escape from the terrifying firepower of the Titans. For the Lord of Ultramar. Sicarius' voice sounded, and they followed the Emperor-class Titan from the flank. With the help of many fighters, a gap was opened. Guilliman's ruling hand blasted a demon's head, and then walked towards the flesh tower without any obstacles. Now it's time for our reckoning, demon. You are much more annoying than Mortarion. He will at least obey the words of his loving father, feel the entropy of life in the universe, and feel their withering and rebirth. The Nurgle demon picked up the weapon in his hand, and also walked towards the Primarch. Nurgle demon knows very well that only it is qualified to fight a Primarch, and those low-level demons are just dying to delay the Primarch. The demon of Nurgle attacked first. The weapon in its hand slashed at Guilliman, but was easily blocked by the Emperor's sword in Guilliman's hand. Mortarion is a fool through and through, so stupid that he would bow at your feet. Look at you. It is 10,000 times better to go to the changer than to go to your stupid father. Your father is weak and weak, just the worst of the gods. I will not fall for your tricks, you are trying to provoke me with words. Said the demon of Nurgle. But you didn't deny it, right? It means that you also think that your loving father is weak and incompetent. Guilliman jumped up and slashed at him with a sword, but the Nurgle demon dodged with an agility that didn't match its fat body. Up. I have not. Nurgle demon said angrily. Then why don't you deny it? Instead, you wonder if I'm provoking you with words. Mortarion is the most useless of us. My father doesn't like him, and the Primarches hate him because he's so stupid, and it is useless. He was taken away by his subordinates and sold to you. Such a stupid thing is unimaginable in other Primarches, but your father accepted him happily, which shows that your father is a waste. He prefers to accept waste, and you are also a. Guilliman taunted casually, and the offensive became more and more fierce. The combination of the power of the Primarch and the power of made him extremely powerful. Even the great demon Nurgle, who belongs to the level of the great unclean under Nurgle, can hardly deal with his attack. A complete trash demon. I'm going to kill you, growled the Nurgle demon, driven into a rage by Guilliman's words. But you can't do it. Guilliman smiled when he saw the demon of Nurgle who was about to lose control after being stimulated by him, seeing your stupid appearance. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. Demons can't finish killing you. Yes, there is not much difference between killing you and not killing you. I have decided, I will engrave the word trash on your body, and then banish you back. By the way, I will send a message to Mortarion, I will go find him. It's 5 o'clock today, brothers, read it a lot, don't raise it to death. Chapter 27 Humiliation. Don't even think about it, I will kill you. Nurgle demon roared, I will imprison your soul, treat you well with millions of phages, and let you understand why life is better than death. Do you think you can win? Guilliman said teasingly, are you disgusting me to death with your disgusting appearance? That is indeed a possibility. Okay, the game is over, devil. It's time to get down to business. What font do you like? I mercifully allow you to choose a font and language you like. The Emperor's sword in Guilliman's hand slashed, terrifying power gushed out from his body, and a powerful sword chopped off the weapon of Nurgle demon. The flames of the Emperor's sword frightened Nurgle, and he backed up a few steps, while Guilliman stepped forward, pointing the Emperor's sword in his hand. Tell me your name, demon. Guilliman placed the Emperor's sword in the heart of Nurgle's demon. It's best to be respectful and don't make me go back on my word. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. You know what this sword is, right? It will completely end you. As long as I penetrate your body, you will not even be able to return to the subspace, but will turn into a bright and pure nothingness in the golden flame. Nurgle demon looked at the burning Emperor's sword with fear in his eyes. It knows what it is, the weapon of the cursed, it will completely destroy the demon's soul. The gods of chaos call the Emperor the damned. In the battle just now, many low-level demons were completely destroyed by this sword. Gurlo saw this scene and tried to rush over to rescue the Nurgle demon. If the demon is killed, its plan will fail completely. The father's power will fade, the storms of the warp will be calmed, and this world will no longer be Nurgle's garden. I am your enemy, traitor. Sicarius blocked it, and the power sword collided with the opponent's battle axe. The huge shock force made Sicarius' body tremble. Gurlo is also not feeling well. His body is obese, and the Centurion's armor is about to crack. It shakes harder than Sicarius. All the maggots on its body fell to the ground, and the flies that were crouching on the surface of its armor also flew up with a buzzing sound, forming a dense mass of blackness. A space warrior next to him pulled the trigger of the flamethrower, and a stream of fire spewed out. The flies were charred and fell to the ground, emitting a foul smell. Get lost! Gurlo roared, slashing at the opponent's head with the plague axe in his hand. I allow you to do that, you are so round, you must roll very fast. Sicarius blocked the opponent's tomahawk and continued to block the opponent in order to buy time for the Primarch. Looking at the Emperor's sword slowly approaching the heart, the demon Nurgle finally chose to surrender. It doesn't want to die. I am the great unclean one of Nurgle, Gath the Slow. The Nurgle demon spoke his real name. Great unclean one? Such a small body? Gath the Slow, you really are a waste. Guilliman mocked. Gath the Slow was angry, but it could only bear it. One day, it will have its revenge. This time, it was purely careless, and did not use all its power to enter the real universe. Otherwise, he would never be defeated so easily. Real names are the weakness of demons, as long as they control their real names, they can be enslaved or exiled. But one thing is, the real name of the devil cannot be used casually. Even if ordinary people recite these names, they will cause chaos pollution and become indescribable monsters. There have been many similar incidents in the history of the Empire. Someone chanted the name of a demon, but the demon was not controlled, and he became a monster instead. Especially among wild psychers, this kind of thing happens a lot. The State Church, Inquisition Chamber, Grey Knights, and Assassin Court will all block relevant knowledge of chaos to avoid pollution. Guilliman is a Primarch, possessing the characteristics of the subspace, and possessing the power of golden finger control. He can transform human beliefs into power, so naturally there is no major problem. Not only can you recite the other party's real name, but you can even expel the other party easily. Very good. Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword, directly amputated Gath the Slow's limbs, and then stabbed the waist, Gath the Slow in the opponent's chest. You can go back, remember to give Mortarion a message, and I will go find him. If you don't want to be found by me, then hide as soon as possible. Following Guilliman's words, Gath the Slow whose limbs had been amputated felt the pull of an invisible force. The real universe is rejecting its existence. I will return. Gath the Slower wanted to say something cruel, but Guilliman gave him a look, and it held back. It was afraid that if it shouted, Guilliman would repent, and killed it with his sword. The demons of Nurgle were banished back to the warp. No. Gurlo yelled in despair as he felt the fading subspace power. The plan that had worked so hard for so long failed like this, and Gurlo couldn't accept it. Having dealt with the demon, Guilliman turned and walked towards Gurlo, who was confronted by Sicarius. Put the great unclean one back, he has his own plan, as for the leader of the traitor, there is no need to keep it. Gurlo and Sicarius confront each other, and they can still have exchanges. Facing the Primarch, it takes only one move to be defeated in seconds. The battle axe in his hand was broken by the sword of the Emperor. It seems that this planet still belongs to the Empire. After speaking, Guilliman stabbed Gurlo's chest with his sword, completely ending the other party. Other demons were also exiled or ran back to the warp on their own initiative. They can't win if they don't run. The Imperial side has already gained the upper hand, and there is no way to change anything if they stay. You know, even the demon will not be completely killed by the normal attack. If it can be destroyed, it also needs to wait for resurrection in the subspace. The waiting time for rebirth is extremely long, and the permission of Nurgle's loving father is still needed. Guilliman understood that it would be useless to kill that unclean person. Nurgle can recreate them. The most important thing now is to integrate the Empire and deal with the attack of the traitor original body. Chaos God is still restrained by the Emperor, and they are also fighting fiercely, so the problem is not too big. Unless they realize that Guilliman is as much a threat as the Emperor, they will join forces against him. Otherwise, the gods would just target the Empire when they were fighting other evil gods. Even if Guilliman engraved letters to humiliate Nurgle, it would not open a portal to have a special fight with Guilliman. In that case, its hometown would be blown away by other evil gods and emperors. The biggest problem right now is the renegade space marines and primarches. Demons have no way to enter and leave the real world at will. The various rituals and sacrifices of the cultists can allow them to gain the body to enter the real universe. Only those renegade space marines can enter the real world at any time. Only the primarches are free to engage in all sorts of intrigues against Guilliman. If my memory is correct, Magnus, Fulgrim, and Mortarion are the three primarches who attacked him. It is a good thing to blow up these guys as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very disadvantageous. It was already difficult to fight with 2 fists and 4 hands, and the opponent was still hiding in the dark. This battle was too difficult. If it weren't for my improper status, I would have to find a few loyal primarches to come back to work. Guilliman complained in his heart. The primarch of the First Legion, the #1 tollman under the Emperor's command, and Lion King Lion, who is most hopeful to compete with Horus for the position of War Master, should be sleeping in the Tower of Angels, which is the Great Stone Fortress, and it is not ruled out. Sent to the past or future by the turbulence of time and space. What a useful tool man, who can fight and resist. If you use it as a target, at least the pressure will not be so great. The primarch of the 18th Legion, the immortal Vulcan, should be on Nocturne. During the Beast War, he was active for a while, and finally died together with the Greenskin Warlord. Of course, according to the immortality of the immortal, Vulcan will not die, he will only stay in death for a period of time, and then be resurrected. Even if the body is gone, it is a proper real-life demon. The most likely place for Vulcan to be is Nocturne. It's a pity that Guilliman can't find these primarches, at least he can't find these people until he has not completely controlled the situation. Primarchs are definitely the smartest group of humans. Guilliman felt that they would guess his identity, and then the situation would become complicated. It can even be said that the Dark Gods and the Emperor will guess his identity and the changes in him. As for how long it will take, that's hard to say. Anyway, before things get worse, it is the best choice for him to control the situation as soon as possible. Guilliman does not want to gamble his own life on the attitude of the Emperor and other Primarchs. Once he makes a mistake, he will be lost forever, and so will mankind. Another civil war will basically be cool. The battle ended, and the soldiers cheered for victory. Especially those people in Sarastar, all wept with joy. Clean the battlefield, execute all the traitors, rescue the wounded, go to see the situation of the civilians, and ask them to send a representative to me. Guilliman suppressed his thoughts and made arrangements. Chapter 28 Why are you fighting? The warp is boiling as always, echoing with a never-ending storm. Belongs to the realm of the evil of Chaos Nurgle, the Garden of Nurgle, located deep in the subspace. This weird space is composed of jungles, swamps, vegetation, and green spaces that are embodied by unclean life. The winding paths in the garden are full of disease slush and worms, and the air is always filled with plague clouds, buzzing swarms of plague flies and laughing imps. Plague giant mouth bushes, swollen fungi full of poison gas and flowers with poison sacs push each other, competing for the space to grow. The evil light from the subspace is scattered in the plague forest and flesh and blood thorns, casting unclean and malicious light spots. The garden is full of dripping sticky venom, swishing disgusting bugs and disgusting popping bubbles. This is a place of absolute evil, and no living thing can survive in the garden of the plague god except the Nurgle followers who are good at enduring pain. On weekdays, this place is full of laughter, and it looks like a harmonious big family. Nurgle's demons are always so trouble-free, they are the happiest batch of chaos gods. The formerly bustling garden is now unusually quiet. The most unclean people who are most favored by Nurgle gathered together, and they looked at the writing on the Slogath with pity. After feeling the ridicule from the parent and child of the cursor, a wave of anger rose from their hearts. The words on Gath the Slow have the power of the cursed, the wriggling flesh cannot cover them, and the damage caused by the handwriting can never heal. These humiliating words will remain on Gath the Slow one forever. What he did was too cruel and equally infuriating. Kyugas looked at the Slogath with pity. The son of the cursed has humiliated all of the father's subordinates, and also the father himself. Perhaps it's time to let Mortarion go out. They are brothers and understand each other better. Father Rain Rutig said, he will make that arrogant guy pay the price. Let the parents and children of the cursor know what a terrible mistake he made. Let him suffer in pain and go to collapse. The great unclean ones discuss their plans against Guilliman, and they have decided to make the arrogant Primarch pay. Time in the subspace is meaningless, at least not to the outside world. The great unclean ones have been discussing for half a century, discussing every detail of the plan, to let Guilliman taste the bitter fruit of arrogance, and make him die of pain because of his own fault. After the discussion, they went to prepare separately. Mortarion also received a message from Gath the Slow. Guilliman's arrogance and humiliation made him extremely annoyed. Especially those words that said he was trash made him even more furious. Typhon has indeed escaped his control, and it was Typhon who planned to surrender to Nurgle. This incident became his heart disease, and no matter who talked about it, he was very angry. The former Jagatai Khan took advantage of this, driving Mortarion out of control. Now, Guilliman is repeating his old tricks, and Mortarion is equally furious. I will go to you, Guilliman, I hope you will be as arrogant as you are now. When Mortarion uttered these words, his huge body trembled. He couldn't help but look for his brother, let him know that he is different now. Guilliman would pay the heaviest price for those words, Mortarion swore inwardly. The time in the garden has passed so long, but to the outside world, it is still only the day when Gath, the Slow One, was expelled. Time in the warp has no meaning, its flow depends on the masters of the various realms. The demons were expelled, and the leader of the traitors was killed. The war on Sarastar is over, and the plague fighters have nowhere to escape. They lost their warships, were trapped on the surface, and were then executed by the loyalists. Cultists are also being purged. They are too numerous and scattered to be easily wiped out. The interstellar warriors and the Star Border army dispersed into small teams to encircle and suppress them, and there will be results soon. The surviving civilians were removed from the plague-ridden fortress and placed in another less polluted place. Corresponding rescue work is underway. Mechanicum is cleaning and purifying the entire city. Some of the accompanying priests of the state religion are also reciting the Emperor's prayer poems, trying to expel the pollution of the warp. Destruction is always easier than creation. Guilliman stood on a half-shattered balcony, overlooking the destroyed hive, and shook his head. The place where he is staying now is the place where the ruler of the hive capital once stayed. You can see the former luxury of this place from the unspoiled place. All kinds of precious artworks are placed everywhere, and the advanced technologies of Mechanic are also perfectly applied. It is used to provide the most comfortable life for the owner here. The gap between the rich and the poor in the empire has reached an extremely terrifying level. The nobles at the upper echelons of the hive capital can enjoy food, fruits, and vegetables from other agricultural worlds. They control the distribution of wealth in the hive city, which makes their lives so exquisite that they are outrageously exquisite and extravagant beyond imagination. The workers and scavengers in the middle and bottom classes live in a miserable life. The middle layer can also enjoy some artificial synthetic meat, or various livestock that have been spawned. In order to ensure industrial output, various trade unions and dignitaries will also formulate some regulations and laws to maintain order. Those at the bottom do not know if they are considered human beings. What they eat is the starch of the corpse and the garbage that is not needed in the upper layer. Order does not exist. Gangsters are rampant, mutants, wild psychers, monsters living in the dark. What awaits them is the endless fighting for survival. To be honest, with such a terrifying gap between the rich and the poor, it is no wonder that there are endless cultists who believe in chaos. The bottom layer of the hive city provides enough fertile soil for chaos to corrupt humans. A large number of low-level people who could not bear the pain chose to betray the human emperor and surrender to chaos. Not only chaos, but even the spies of the Zerg have developed many cults in the empire. Under the slogan of equality and freedom, a large group of people can often be coaxed into serving them wholeheartedly. This situation must be changed, otherwise human beings can only fall into endless internal friction. Guilliman is very clear that the biggest problem of the empire lies in the empire itself. No matter how invading chaos is, it can't cover up many traitors because there is no hope and harmony. Suffering from oppression, but choosing chaos. The state church, tribunal, and the Terra Council maintained the integrity of the empire to a certain extent, but their chaotic and bureaucratic rule also sent a large number of soldiers to chaos. If you can't crush the stubborn disease of the empire itself, then there will be no future. The sound of footsteps sounded. Sicarius walked in. My lord, the representative of Sarah is here. Let them come over. Guilliman withdrew his thoughts, and walked towards the hall that had just been cleaned. The corpse has been removed, and the blood has been cleaned once, but the craters and scorched marks are still very conspicuous, and the traces of war cannot be erased so easily. Guilliman doesn't care about these either. The shabby and luxurious office will not affect his decision and thinking. A group of people dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. In order to welcome this important moment, some of them even sprayed perfume on purpose, and found out their neatest and most luxurious clothes. Respectful Primarch. They saluted respectfully, their respectful appearance was full of flattery. I am the planetary governor of Sarah. Thank you, Lord Primarch, for coming. You have saved us. The Holy and Great Emperor, this must be our reward for our loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor. A fat man stepped forward, his body was so bloated, the cumbersome fat was layered on top of each other, and with some green paint splashed on it, he could act as a follower of the plague on the spot. Guilliman frowned slightly, scanned the group of people, and frowned slightly. They are clean and plump, with no wounds visible. The clothes on their bodies are luxurious and expensive, and several people have well-made mechanical prostheses on their bodies. This is by no means something that ordinary people can have. Guilliman turned his head to look at Sicarius with confusion in his eyes. These people are the representatives of Sarah he wanted? Sensing the confusion of his master, Sicarius hurriedly explained, they are the planetary governor of Sarah and the most influential families. I found them in the depths of a fortress and brought them here. See you. Sicarius, this is the first and last time. I won't be angry with you because I never told you the real reason we fought for. Guilliman's calm words hid anger. 10 billions of people have died in this world, but they are alive and well, not even a scar, and their clothes are kept spotless. Is this something to be proud of? They accept this position that should protect civilians, but use such rights to protect themselves and abandon their duties. Is this behavior worth advocating? Don't you think it's fair that tortured people heal alone while shameless people usurp their credit? Sicarius, why are you fighting? Could it be that it is a group of maggots that are defending, rather than guarding the people of the Empire? Tell them to get out and find a real representative to meet me, Sicarius. Chapter 29 The Last Wish. Guilliman's anger seemed substantial, making the air in the hall scorching hot. The representatives trembled, wondering why the Primarch was so angry. My lord, my Kalima family has served the Empire for 3,000 years. We have never betrayed the Empire. You cannot deprive us of our rights like this. Is such a cruel decision a reward for the loyalists from the Empire? The planetary governor of planet Sarah said tremblingly. Loyalty. Guilliman raised his tone and looked at the guy in front of him. Tens of billions of people have died on this planet, and hundreds of millions of people have rebelled and become cultists. I didn't kill you, that's because you never rebelled. Rewards. We were appointed by your father, who gave us hereditary rights. You cannot dismiss us for such a thing. Another woman stood up, trying to explain the legitimacy of their rule. Your titles are granted by the Terra Senate, and you only speak on behalf of the Emperor. The first generation of the Terra Senate was formed by me, and I have absolute ruling power. The council created by the Emperor was disbanded during the Horus Rebellion, the war ended, and after Guilliman arrived, he was appointed regent and rebuilt the Terra Council. My lord, we are. Other representatives also stood up one after another, and their questions flew towards the Primarch like snowflakes. Because their own rights were threatened, they seemed to have lost some respect and fear for Guilliman. Power is corrosive, Sicarius thought. It erodes respect, it erodes common sense, it makes people greedy and selfish. The Primarch is saving the world, and these people show resentment because their rights have been compromised. One planet right can make people lose their minds. If it is a star area, a star field, or even an empire, how terrible it will be. Perhaps, they will directly kill the Primarch to safeguard their ruling interests. Sicarius felt a little frightened by his outrageous thought. Perhaps one day, he will need to make a choice, whether to choose the empire defined by Guilliman or the empire defined by the Terra Council. Guilliman will not compromise with those old-fashioned forces. From his awakening until now, he has made no secret of his loss of the status quo of the empire. He desperately wants to change the current empire and bring mankind back from the abyss of ignorance and depravity. And those guys who have ruled the empire for thousands of years will never give up their rights willingly. They will do all kinds of horrible things for their own luxury life and family interests. Under the wrath of Guilliman, all the representatives were driven out. After a while, Sicarius returned. He respectfully saluted his primarch, begged for forgiveness, and then spoke. My lord, there is a person who may meet your requirements, but he has been infected by the epidemic and will die soon. There is no way to come to see you in person. If you want, can you move to the hospital? After a moment of contemplation, Guilliman stood up. Let's go, let's take a look. The appearance of a primarch excited the people of Sarah. They came from all directions, shouting the names of Guilliman and the emperor outside the steel defense line established by the honor guard. Many people had tears in their eyes and were too excited to control themselves. Some devout believers ran to kiss the land where the primarch had walked, and wept loudly, thanking the primarch for saving them from the nightmare. Everyone is crazy. Guilliman looked at those people and whispered. They are too excited, my lord. Sicarius said. If my father sees this scene, I don't know how disappointed he will be. He doesn't like such fanatical beliefs. If he is wrong, he doesn't like any beliefs. Guilliman said. Sicarius didn't speak, he didn't experience that era with the emperor. Don't know what the real he is like. Guilliman entered a makeshift hospital, wounded soldiers and civilians alike encouraged by his presence. You are outstanding. Guilliman did not hesitate to praise himself. You have defended this planet and dealt a severe blow to the arrogance of chaos. Without you, we would not have won the victory so easily. His words made the people in the hospital very happy. Everyone has pride on their faces. It is an extremely honorable thing for them to be recognized by a primarch. Many excited soldiers secretly clenched their fists. They will continue to serve the empire until the end of their lives and the final redemption of the empire. In order to better inspire people, Guilliman even allowed a soldier with a broken leg to hold one of his armor-covered fingers as a reward. He is too big for ordinary people to shake hands with him. The hospital was shaken by the cheers, and the soldier who received special treatment broke down in tears. At this time, he was willing to sacrifice everything for the primarch. Under the eyes of people's respect and admiration, Guilliman walked into the deepest ward. A dying imperial loyalist is lying in his hospital bed. Beeping medical instruments filled the space around him. His body is full of pus, but there is no wound, all of which are the result of disease. His name is Jian, with the rank of colonel. He is the commander of the 3rd Security Regiment and the defender of Sarah Star. When his immediate superiors ran away, as a colonel, he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of defending Sarah Star. Otherwise, Sarah Star wouldn't be able to last that long. It's a pity that his internal organs have been corroded during the battle, and there is nothing we can do. A doctor next to Guilliman introduced the patient's situation. Guilliman opened the door of the ward, stooped and walked in. The ward was filled with a disgusting smell, like rotten watermelon mixed with rotten fish. Guilliman adjusted his breathing, trying his best to adapt to the disgusting smell. As for whether there are germs in the air, he is not worried. The original body has the most powerful immune system in the real universe, and ordinary germs cannot cause any harm to them. Colonel Jian Guilliman lowered his voice, calling out to this poor imperial hero with pity. He gave everything for Sarah Star, but now, he can only wait here to die. How unfair the fate is, the loyal ones sacrificed everything for the empire, while the despicable ones stepped on their bones to enjoy a life of glory and luxury. The patient struggled to open his eyes, turning his head at a very slight angle to look at the primarch, his abscessed face grinning. Is that you, Lord Primarch? The Holy Emperor did not abandon me. You are so kind that you are willing to come and see a dying man. No, you are the hero of the empire, Jian. This world will have your sculptures and stories, and you will be sung forever. Guilliman said. No, I didn't fulfill my duty. I caused so many people to die. I should have protected them in the world, but I didn't. If it wasn't for your arrival, everything I did would be in vain. There was a hint of crying in Jian's voice. He cried for his own incompetence, and also for Guilliman's arrival. It was the primarch who saved Sarah and those innocent civilians. If it weren't for your existence, the Sarah Star would have turned into a plague Death Star before we arrived. You have slowed down the enemy's footsteps and created an opportunity for us to annihilate them. I will grant you this in the name of the Empire's Regent. The Imperial Medal of Honor, in recognition of your service to the Empire. Thank you, Primarch, this is my glory. Jian cried and said, happy for his recognition. Do you have anything else to say? Guilliman asked. Can you bestow upon me the Emperor's mercy? I can feel the organs within me rotting away, tormenting me, making me succumb to pain, trying to make me sell my soul. Jian's eyes looked at Guilliman's flawless face, full of begging, and every second of being alive was painful. To be recognized by Guilliman, his life has been completed. It's time to leave. He will never succumb to pain and sell his soul to those distorted existences. He is forever loyal to man, to the Imperium, and to the Emperor. Guilliman was silent for a moment before speaking. If this is your last wish, I can grant it to you. Chapter 30 The Clone of the Mechanical Sage. Yes, Primarch, this is my last wish. Jian said. I will bestow mercy upon you, Colonel Jian, and your soul will be with the Emperor. Guilliman put his hand on Jian's throat. As long as he exerted a little force, the man's throat would be strangled. Jian smiled, extremely calm. The fear of death becomes trivial at this moment. He will return to the Emperor's throne, reunited with his fallen companions. The creaking of bones sounded so suddenly and fast. Jian's head fell to one side, and he couldn't breathe anymore. Guilliman withdrew his hand and performed the skyhawk salute. Even if he is not a space warrior, Jian is a real hero. Incinerate his body, and then bury him properly. Guilliman ordered the others, then turned his head and walked out. The corpses infected with the disease must be incinerated to avoid secondary pollution. Is uncle dead? A little girl stood outside the ward, looking at all this blankly. Mom is dead, dad is gone, grandma is dead, brother is dead, and now even uncle is dead. This world has become so lonely, so lonely. Guilliman, who walked out of the ward, followed the voice and watched the child. The other party was holding a dirty toy in his hand, standing alone in the crowd like that, staring at him blankly. Take all the children who have lost their parents to the imperial foster care, select the strong ones among them, become soldiers of the empire, and train them to become warriors against chaos. Guilliman issued a new order, he will give these children a chance for revenge. This is also a helpless way. Regardless of these orphans, they will die soon if they have no ability to survive. It seems unrealistic to support them like normal children. In this cruel universe, it has long been a habit to abandon those who are unable to survive. Guilliman can only keep them alive in this way, the empire raises them, and they will be future soldiers. After dealing with Jian and the orphan, Guilliman did not leave immediately, but stayed in the hospital and listened to the opinions of those people. The fundamental reason for saving the empire is to save humanity. Saving the empire for the sake of saving the empire is the most stupid idea. The purpose of the empire is to allow human beings to survive in this dark universe, and to guarantee the interests of human beings to the greatest extent. Instead of sacrificing human interests in order to maintain the empire. The current empire is completely upside down, constantly sacrificing human interests in order to support the empire. The empire has become a playground for the rich and powerful, and this must be changed. Guilliman stayed to listen to the thoughts of these ordinary people in order to express a thought. The empire is the empire of humans, not just the empire of nobles. We want jobs that pay off. Let my kids read. I hope to have some leisure time after work. Can you improve the environment around the hive capital? Guilliman picked out some important things and wrote them down. He will set out to change the planet Sarah and help the planet establish a complete system in a relatively equal society. Rights and obligations will be closely linked, and those useless waste aristocrats must never appear again. He will also leave a small army of space marines on the planet. Until the planet is on the right track and has a good defense force, it will not leave. He summoned the surviving scholars, selected from among them those who wanted to change Sarah, and let them form a new management class. The original ruling family was abolished by him and demoted to civilians. Their performance made Guilliman extremely disappointed. Fled into the fort at the beginning of the war, turning a blind eye to the outside world. It was their cowardice and selfishness that led to the rapid defeat of the Sarah Star defenders. If Colonel Jian hadn't stepped forward at the critical moment, turned the tide, and regrouped the collapsed defenders, Sarah would have become a plague Death Star long ago. Killing them is also impractical. The elite class of the empire is too large, and Guilliman killed these people. Of course he was happy. But it will inevitably arouse the fear of other nobles and make them directly throw themselves into chaos. These mortal nobles have used thousands of years of marriage to connect the entire empire into a huge power network. Once the turmoil is caused, the empire that has lost a lot of blood will go directly to death. It is no longer the Great Crusade, there are no more than a dozen primarchs sitting in the galaxy. The galaxy has become the galaxy of mortal nobles. Guilliman is alone, and a tough attitude will only backfire. He can't visit every planet in person, and he doesn't have the energy to deal with the civil strife one after another. Appropriate compromise is a must. He can't be tough until he has completely controlled the empire, or Call has created an unprecedented army for him. Sarah Star is rebuilding. With the help of Guilliman, Sarah will become a beautiful home in the minds of the survivors. He also ordered the priests of Mechanicum to build brand new machines for Sarah to improve the harsh environment. At the same time, review all factories to make all emissions meet the standards and improve the local natural environment. Such a transformation will involve some of the power of the empire and distract the attention of the empire. But Guilliman didn't care about this. Not even a hometown worth remembering, not even a childhood to miss. How can those ordinary people resist the temptation of chaos? It is necessary to let these people know why they are fighting, so that they can hold their guns firmly and let them firmly fight against chaos. 2 weeks later, Guilliman's fleet withdrew from Sarah's low Earth orbit. The basic factory has been rebuilt, and food and water can be self-sufficient. The new ruler led the people to complete the remaining reconstruction work, striving for an early recovery and serving the empire. The sculpture of Jian stands in the center of the city, looking at the home that once gave its life. The little girl he rescued was sent to the imperial foster care. These children will be trained from a young age and grow up with a hatred of chaos. They will learn new tactics, new ideas, and learn the latest knowledge of the country. Wait until someday in the future, these children will become the most powerful blade in Guilliman's hands. The son of vengeance shall be invincible. The glory of Macrage, after entering the subspace. Guilliman took the secret elevator, preparing to enter the depths of the glory of Macrage. He needs to see the mechanical sage Call, to be precise, a clone of Call. So far, the person Guilliman relies on the most is still the mechanical sage Call. He can't finish scientific research while fighting, someone must help him. The mechanical sage Call is the best candidate. This radical mechanical sage doesn't care where the knowledge comes from, as long as it is useful. Gilliman needed his help to transform the knowledge of the database into real power. Otherwise, the golden finger of the database will be abolished. The elevator hummed down, and Gilliman communicated with the helper elf. When will the second certification task come? The host has not yet fully transformed and used the technology that has been unlocked. Unlocking high-level technology rashly will destroy the progress of civilization and lead to an incomplete civilization system. So many demands. Gilliman was a little dissatisfied. People's golden finger draws 10 consecutive draws at the beginning, upgrades to the mythical Delo in 6 days, and dominates the prehistoric world in 10 days. My golden finger started off by asking me to farm, recruit soldiers to fight, and intrigue with others. Everyone is time-traveling, so why treat them so differently? The advanced technical knowledge of the database is too powerful, the host must be fully prepared to ensure that it will not be leaked. Once those high-level technological knowledge is controlled by the enemy, the entire universe will be at stake. Please use the existing scientific and technological knowledge to establish a complete civilization system, and the second stage of certification tasks will be released at that time. Why don't we discuss it? First give me a subspace bomb and let me blow up the subspace demon. Gilliman asked tentatively. The body lives in reality, and the soul lives in nothingness. Before human beings have the ability to escape to the universe, it is not recommended that the host blow up the subspace, which will cause human degeneration and gradually lose their sanity. Neither this nor that. Is there any use for you? I can cheer for the host, degree. Gilliman. The elevator vibrated and arrived at the destination. The sound of airtightness and machinery sounded, and the elevator was slowly opened. Gilliman ended his call with the auxiliary elves, and stepped into the depths of the glory of Macrage. My lord, you are here. A psyker in a cloak, holding a force field scepter, stepped out of the darkness and saluted Gilliman as an imperial eagle. Chapter 31 Brand New Warrior. Guidos, thank you for your hard work. Gilliman said. Guidos was selected from those psykers who were willing to serve him, and was responsible for maintaining the clone of the mechanical sage in the depths of the glory of Macrage. This area of the glory of Macrage is kept absolutely secret, and even loyalists such as Sicarius are not allowed to enter at will. It is my greatest honor to be able to serve the master. Guidos raised his white pupils and said respectfully. It's an honor to have your allegiance. Let's start working officially. I need to know what message Call sent me so that I can control the overall situation. Gilliman nodded and said. Guidos nodded, turned his head and walked into the depths of darkness. Gilliman followed him in. The more I walked, the more I felt the scorching heat, and the machinery hidden somewhere began to hum. Uncomfortable psychic oppression hit Gilliman heavily. Gilliman endured the discomfort and followed behind Guidos. The two finally came to a door. The structure of the gate is very complicated, consisting of 3 sets of glued tortoise-shell nets that are staggered to a thickness of 1 meter. When he walked to the door, Guidos opened slightly, and Gilliman stepped forward to accept the identity check. A red light scans the Primarch's pupils. Retina detection passed. After the retinal detection, various safety inspection devices protruded from the steel wall. Test the Primarch's physical, mental, and spiritual state. Gilliman was not allowed to enter the secret room until everything was confirmed. The two of them stepped into the room, and there was deep darkness inside, and nothing could be seen. Lighting, Guidos called. The machinery in the room hummed, then became a low rumble. One white light source after another shines on the top of the room, reflecting the outline of the room. The details in the room are also clearly visible. 10 closed panels are arranged at the same height as the human line of sight, and pipes tightly fixed with metal nails hang from the ceiling. Kaur's psychic communication is unusually dull, lacking the vibrancy produced when the mind touches the vast void. I guess he may use a machine to send it, although I used to think that such a thing was impossible, but I have to say, he's a master. You can put it this way, Gilliman shrugged. If he didn't have a database, the mechanical sage Call would definitely be the one with the most knowledge among humans. He lived for 10,000 years, literally 10,000 years, which is unimaginable for other lives in the Empire. The Eternals of humanity either died in the Horus Rebellion or disappeared during that rebellion. From the currently known information, Call is the one who lived the longest in the Empire. His information is very simple, and will not suffer the kind of corruption that psychic communication often suffers after the opening of the Great Rift. Call's information has not been disturbed, nor has it been tampered with maliciously. This kind of technology is for us now, it is precious, and the Great Rift has changed a lot, and it also puts the fate of our family at stake. This situation will change, Guidos, I promise. Gilliman said. I believe it, my lord. Guidos stepped towards a machine with a large footprint. With the will of the god of all opportunities, initialize the sequence. Guidos leaned on crutches and spoke the activation code. A soft creaking sound came from the curved steel wall, followed by the harsh sound of machinery. Detection rays radiate from the wall, scanning the person in front of him. Identity test passed, Astropath, Guidos. Please provide a second unlock. At the prompt of the mechanical sound, Gilliman stepped forward and let the ray scan himself. Identity confirmed, Primarch, Robert Gilliman, Regent of the Human Empire, Lord of Ultramar. The identity scan has passed, and the gene scan has started. A horizontal beam of green light shoots from the wall, spreading up and down, sweeping across the Primarch and Astropath. Gene scan confirmation, identity confirmation, password confirmation is required. Following the sound, Gilliman's position was shrouded in a light cone shield, and all sounds were blocked outside. The code was given to Guidos by Call, and it was kept absolutely confidential. Even the Primarch was not allowed to know that part of the code. This method is to prevent Guilliman's memory from being read by others, which will lead to the destruction of encrypted communication. Cower once said about this, never underestimate chaos, they are much smarter than we think. After Guidos finished speaking the password, the sound mask covering Guilliman disappeared. Guidos raised a shield to block the sound. Guilliman spoke out his part of the password. Dark code detection passed, main system activated. Accompanied by a mechanical sound, the metal panels on the wall slid down one by one. Behind each panel is an illuminated tempered glass cabinet. Each glass case is filled with a nutrient solution, soaking severed human heads. The neck of the head is wrapped in a metal sheet, and the neat cables and pipes extending from the small holes from below are connected to the machine above the glass cabinet. The machine hidden behind the panel starts up quickly, and the sound of the equipment becomes soft. Circuits carved into the glass of the cabinet shone with the same light, and the faces of the human heads began to contort and become painful. My lord. Guidos said softly. Well, you go away. Guilliman waved his hand. After Guidos made another skyhawk salute, he put on his hood and walked towards the darkness. Guilliman didn't care about his departure, but watched the circuits in the room being activated one by one. A dull metallic sound sounded. It was the mechanical sage's voice, like brass rubbing against each other, without any emotion. Master Primarch. Call, how's the progress? Guilliman asked. It is Call's avatar who is talking to Guilliman, and it can also be said to be his sub-personality. Kaur will convert the relevant information into codes, send it out, and after being accepted by the glory of Makraj, it will be converted into information. The clone uses this information to talk to Guilliman. Such technology has touched a certain red line of the Empire. This is one of the reasons Guilliman trusts Call. Without his protection, once Call's technology is leaked, it would be light to be sent to the stake. It is estimated that it will be directly offline and molded into a machine slave. His spiritual consciousness will be used by his enemies to conduct various inhuman experiments. The radical Call has provoked many conservative great sages, and the conflicts between the two sides are irreconcilable. If it weren't for the existence of the Empire, I'm afraid they would have gone to war in the name of the god of myriad opportunities. The situation on the great sage's side is progressing well. New technologies have been applied. The Primaris Space Warrior project is being launched. The Star Warriors will receive 4 more technical improvements, tendon coils, him pituitary glands, and Beliza. Keep the furnace, the transformation of Guilliman's heart. Guilliman's heart. Guilliman frowned. Yes, the mechanical sages have obtained a new inspiration from your technology. The gene engine in the super soldier technology will be integrated into Guilliman's heart, which will give the fighters more possibilities. Your wisdom is so profound and terrifying, Lord Primarch. The emergence of Guilliman's heart will be trans-epical, it perfectly fits the physique of human beings, and can easily shape human beings into superhumans. More importantly, this peculiar organ it can be shut down remotely, and it can paralyze those primordial space fighters who are unwilling to obey the orders of the Empire, so that we can avoid the recurrence of Horus's rebellion to the greatest extent. The mechanical sage even plans to rechange the surgical procedures of the space fighters, and list Guilliman's heart as the first organ to be implanted. In that case, the success rate of the operation can be increased, and the goal of mass production of the primordial space fighters can be achieved. The plan is crazy, but it is indeed worth studying. I will ask someone to give you more authority. Guilliman smiled, not caring about the consequences of doing so. Chapter 32 Find a White Glove. As a result of? Only when you win can you talk about the consequences, but what consequences should you consider if you lose? What you want is to do it. Either be killed by chaos, or be killed by chaos. There must always be someone who is pushed to the ground and trampled. Guilliman didn't want to be the one being ravaged. Thank you for your trust. The voice of Call's avatar sounded, showing a rare emotion. Is there any news for me? Guilliman asked. The great sage recruited a group of suitable people, and they started research on supernatural power, but a group of Grey Knights who rushed to Makraj from the warp space storm objected to this, and they did not want Makraj to doing any kind of supernatural research can easily lead to the corruption of the entire world. Grey Knights. Guilliman pondered for a moment before raising his head. Their worries are not unreasonable, but they are crucial to the study of supernatural forces. The subspace has been invading the real world, and we have too many means to deal with them. For a long time, human beings have been passively beaten. The worship of chaos, in many cases, also stems from human beings' helplessness against subspace demons. Warp demons have various and unimaginable abilities, and they also have the characteristic of immortality. It is no secret that demons can harm humans. However, there are still countless people worshipping subspace and chasing demons, which is worth reflecting on. People always have a very strange characteristic, that is, they have a sense of awe and inexplicable emotions for things that they cannot overcome, cannot deal with, and will hurt themselves. Also known as Stockholm Syndrome. This symptom appears mildly or severely in those who are weak-willed and have no ability to distinguish right from wrong. Some children who are mentally abused by their parents and occasionally get some rewards are often very filial. Being abused by Pua by the boss in the workplace, there will be many employees who feel that they are treating them well because of some small favors, and think that they have lost half of their lives and have to meet the Lord. There are many cases like this. Only those who have a strong mind and know how to protect their own interests will avoid stepping into such misunderstandings. The same is true for demons. Many people are afraid of demons, fearing demons, but when tempted by demons, they think demons are good. Guilliman wants to change human beings, not only to change the cowardly nature of human beings, but also to get rid of the long-standing cognition that human beings are afraid of demons. Let the people of the Empire know that demons are also mortal, fearful, and afraid of dying. The study of supernatural power is inevitable. Only by studying those supernatural forces can we understand the mechanism of demons corrupting human beings and come up with appropriate countermeasures. Transfer the supernatural research project to a planet with few people, and invite the Grey Knights to station there. We cannot be ignorant of our enemies. If they refuse to carry out this order, then tell them it is an order from the regent of the Empire, must comply. Guilliman said in a deep voice. He will not compromise on this matter. Research on supernatural power must continue. Only by gaining insight into the nature of demons can we hope to defeat the subspace. I conveyed your idea. Call's avatar said, from your technology, the mechanical sage has found another technological path that can maintain interstellar communication, that is, dark matter communication. This technology allows us to travel without relying on, in the case of subspace, continue to maintain superluminal communication. It's just that the technology you gave is too little knowledge about dark matter, and he asked if you have collected relevant knowledge. No more, those technical knowledge are precious, and I don't have much. Guilliman shook his head. He can't say that his cheat has not been unlocked to the second stage yet. As long as you know about Goldfinger, you don't need to spread it so that the whole world knows it. This is the end of the message from the Great Sage to you. I will start to encode your order and send it to the Great Sage. You agree with him to conduct more research on space warriors, and you are willing to grant the corresponding authority to relocate the supernatural research project to an uninhabited planet and invite the Grey Knights to station there. You also don't have the technical knowledge of dark matter he needs. Please confirm the relevant information. Yes, that's the information, Guilliman said. The sound of mechanical operation sounded again, making a crackling sound. A simplified code will be generated and sent to Macridge to be received by the Great Sage. After the relevant work is completed, the buzzing sound of the machine decreases, and the flashing lights in the current path and data path go out. The head in the glass cabinet twitched for the last time, its facial muscles relaxed, and it closed its eyes, quietly soaking in the golden nutrient solution. The panels on the wall slid up to cover the heads. Everything is back to how it was when he came in. Guilliman did not leave directly, but stood where he was, thinking about his next step. In today's Ultramar star area, there are many problems left over from history. The Terrazerg and green-skinned orcs invaded, leaving behind a large number of remnants, which are still active today. Necrons also have part of the dynasty revived near Ultramar. These problems must be resolved. Only in this way can Guilliman obtain a stable rear and provide him with sufficient troops and war machines continuously. Guilliman is not only thinking about the problem of Ultramar, no matter how bad the situation here is, he will restore calm under the conquest of himself and other heroes of the Empire. It only takes half a year at most, and all the wars in Ultramar will subside. Guilliman's mind was more focused on thinking about other areas of the Empire. The Empire divides the galaxy into the Halo star field, Obscure star field, Ghoul star field, Limit star field, Far East Frontier, Peaceful star field, Storm star field, and Sun star field. The Halo star field, Obscure star field, Ghoul star field, and the Far Eastern Frontier were all blocked from the light of the astronomical torch by the Great Rift, forming the dark side of the Empire. The extreme star field where Ultramar is located has also been affected by the Big Rift, and each part is on the side of the astronomical torch and the dark side of the Empire. Macridge was lucky enough to be at the end illuminated by the Imperial astronomical torch. Although the subspace navigation on this side is difficult, it can still be barely used. But Guilliman still felt a deep crisis, and relying on the Emperor's astro torch to sail was always unsafe. Humanity needs some new means to complete subspace navigation and maintain the normal route of the Empire. Guilliman made a file in his heart of what he was going to do. First, restore the peace of the Ultramar star sector, implement its own new system, and create a logistics star sector with continuous blood transfusion. Second, find a way to sail smoothly in the subspace and enhance the mobility of the Imperial Army. Third, support Call's research on the mass production technology of Primaris space warriors and dark matter communication technology. Fourth, build a powerful army for the indomitable crusade. Fifth, balance the old aristocracy and the new system, and strive for your own new system to be implemented in the Empire as quickly as possible. Sixth, look for opportunities to engage in other traitor primarches, and act first. Guilliman sorted out the recent events and listed his plans and goals. The order of events is not a priority level, but a serial number. Guilliman cannot finish one thing before doing another. It's not like playing games, but you can complete one first and then the next one. Even if he wanted to, those renegade primarches would not allow him to complete his plan step by step. Will definitely jump out from time to time to do things. He can only continue to advance these plans, and then solve possible accidents. The ridicule from Mortarian's side has been released. I don't know if this guy has done it. According to the plot I know, this guy will definitely not be able to bear it, and he will definitely do it. If it is realistic, he is a little uncertain. It's a pity that there are no spies in the subspace, and there is no way to grasp the dynamics of the gods, and Guilliman can only feel dark. We have to find a way to solve this situation. Demons can support human traitors, why can't the Empire support demon traitors? It is said that some judges will cooperate with the less vicious demons in the warp, and hire those demons to do things for them in the form of remuneration. As the regent of the Empire, Guilliman could not do such a thing. If it spread, his reputation would be ruined. I need to find a white glove. Guilliman rubbed his chin. He had to find some radical judges to serve him. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to look dark at the subspace enemy. There are 3 imperial courts, the alien court for other races, the heresy court for different beliefs of the state religion, and the demon court for subspace. Like the Mechanikus, there are conservatives and radicals in today's Inquisition. Conservatives believe that all aliens and demons should die, no matter where, what reason, or what environment, they must kill each other with one shot. Radicals believe that aliens and demons should be divided into different levels according to threats, and find a way to unite with low-level ones, kill high-level ones, and then kill low-level ones. Guilliman felt that the radicals should be used. Chapter 33 New Plans for the State Religion. The heretic of the Empire was myself. Guilliman could imagine the expression the Grey Knight, the Devil Inquisition, would have if he knew that the Primarch, who was the regent of the Empire, was going to cultivate devil traitors. But Guilliman couldn't do anything about it. Knowing the threat of the 4 gods, he knew very well that he must use all means to ensure his absolute victory. Against those abominable things, there is absolutely no way to win by using legitimate means. This is a lower bound universe. Ethics and rules are not as important as survival. Humans know little about demons, but demons know humans well. In addition to psychic communication, faster than light navigation, these important technologies to maintain the integrity of the Empire, all rely on subspace. The information between human beings and evil gods is seriously unequal. If the Empire wins, there will be ghosts. This situation must be improved. Guilliman wants to ensure that the wars between the human empire and the subspace are equal. Demons can enter reality, Dui Jingguan. Then why can't the Empire enter the subspace to engage in massacres? It is not unacceptable to cultivate a few demon leaders. Carrying heresy ideas that were enough to be sent to the stake by the State Church and the Devil Tribunal, Guilliman exited the secret room and used his own password to enter the encrypted elevator again. By the time they got out of the elevator, the honor guards were still guarding the entrance faithfully. My lord. Seeing Guilliman coming out, Fikris came over and saluted him. Sicarius just sent a message. He wants to find you. He said he has the latest information. Let him come and go to my reception room. Guilliman said, we can solve what happened to him there. Understood. Fikris nodded and walked to the other side, he was going to inform Sicarius. Let's go. Guilliman watched Fikris's back disappear into the corridor of the spaceship passage, and walked to another passage. The honor guards surrounded their master and left. Several Terminators stayed behind, armed with bolt guns, and continued to guard the door, not allowing anyone to approach this area. They need to make sure that no one can break into the secret place that belongs only to their lord. After Guilliman left, the place fell into darkness and silence again. The Terminators responsible for guarding here are all veterans of the Ultramarines. They can tolerate loneliness and silence better. You don't have to be like recruits, you need to find something to say. They stood there silently and coldly like sculptures, faithfully fulfilling the tasks assigned by their masters. Guilliman's reception room is much larger and simpler than that of ordinary commanders. Except for the projector and data crystal pillars used for intelligence, there are no other decorations, and the pursuit is simple and practical. To be honest, he doesn't like the skull culture of the Empire. The current imperial nobles and mechanicists like to make everything into the shape of human skulls to represent their purity as human beings. In the long 10,000 years, with the development of state religion and court, the status of mutants has become lower and lower. Those mutants can basically only serve in the army, and any world in the Empire is not allowed to be ruled by mutants. Once such a thing happens, that world will be regarded as rebellious by all parties in the Empire. When Guilliman returned to the reception room, Sicarius and Fickles just arrived. Master. Sicarius said respectfully. What happened? Guilliman sat on the big chair that belonged to him, and motioned for Sicarius to find a place to sit down. Sicarius found another chair, and put the data crystals and books on it on the other side. The missionary world Espander has a message. They hope that the Primarch will come to this world, so that the inhabitants of this world can feel the mercy and glory of the Emperor, or the Primarch can agree on a place where they will go on a pilgrimage, Sicarius said. Preach the world. Guilliman tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table in front of him, indicating that he was thinking. Yes, this world suffered some changes 1,600 years ago, and then the state religion settled in, cleaned up the heresy above, and shaped it into a missionary world in Ultramar. Sicarius explained. Consider the case of Espander. The missionary world is also known as the church world, the bishop world, etc., and there are fanatical believers from various planets. Like the perfect city that Guilliman once burned, it is full of poems and sculptures praising the Emperor, and it is a fanatical religious planet. A lot of history from 10,000 years ago has been lost, and the current state religion should not know that Guilliman once burned the city of faith. Even if they knew it, they wouldn't publicize it. If you trace that period of history, you will understand that the Emperor does not like religion. The Emperor doesn't like religion, so what is the meaning of the state religion? For whatever reason, Espander probably didn't know what Guilliman had done, otherwise they would never dare to invite Guilliman to go. What are you asking Guilliman to do? Are you afraid of being burned again? Guilliman pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Sicarius. Go and reply to them, I will arrive in Espander in a few days. Okay, my lord, do you have any other orders? Sicarius asked. No, go and reply to them. Guilliman waved his hand, signaling Sicarius to go to work on what he ordered. Sicarius exited the reception room, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. My lord, why do you want to go in person? You can designate a world and let them come to see you. Fikris asked puzzled. Gilliman stood up and walked to the porthole. At this time, they are still in the subspace, and all the portholes will be closed to prevent the crew from being tempted, bewitched by the subspace, and become distorted monsters. However, there is still a little light leaking through the gaps in the visor, which looks weird and unusual. In Gilliman's memory, he learned that the Primarch had faced the subspace several times. The weird scene contained an unimaginable amount of information, which would burn people's heads. Thanks to the powerful body of the Primarch, he survived. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. When navigating in the subspace, there are countless ways to die, and dying by looking directly at the subspace is undoubtedly one of the most stupid ways to die. I need to assess the value of Espander, Iris. Gilliman said, the belief in the state religion has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is impossible to completely eradicate it. What's more, in this dark universe, the people of the Empire also need a little faith to support them through this difficult time. My lord, do you have any new plans for the state religion? Fikris asked. I have an immature idea, and I have to go to Espander to confirm the details. I will find a way to control the state religion in my hands and minimize its influence on the Empire. Gilliman said, the Empire, the power of the state religion is too great, they even have the right to accuse which wargroup or which world is disloyal, thus declaring the other party as rebellious, which is too dangerous. Religion makes people blind and irrational, and the state religion must be controlled. After the birth of the state religion, the stupid things it has done are almost innumerable. It is true that saints like Celestine appeared and saved the fate of the human empire. However, they contributed a lot to the ignorance of the human empire. In the 32nd millennium, during the Beast War, the state religion encouraged believers to launch a fanatical jihad against the Orc War Moon, resulting in a large number of casualties. In the 33rd millennium, the state religion was divided. The Temple faction cleaned up the Alliance of Light and controlled all religious activities in the Empire. Human rationality gradually collapsed and entered the Age of Ignorance. In the 34th millennium, the state religion formed a Cathar to cleanse the Twin Empires' new Terra, and the Empire completely became a religious state. In the 36th millennium, Van Deer, the new pope of the state religion, launched a rule, during which at least 100 human worlds were exterminated. There are not enough statues of the Emperor, the welcome to the state church team is not warm enough, and the religious donations are not active enough. Has launched a campaign against the Space Wolves because the Space Wolves stick to their beliefs and are unwilling to convert to the state religion. The Empire declined during this period, and the accumulation of thousands of years was exhausted in the raging religious activities. In the 37th millennium, 30 battle groups, more than 20,000 interstellar warriors were declared rebellious by the saints of the state religion, and went on an expedition to the abyss. Except for the remnants of the piercing sword battle group, they were able to return, and the other battle groups were completely destroyed. More than half were completely corrupted. These things represent what the state religion has done, some representative events. Many events are not listed in detail, but they are also extremely terrifying. The Emperor was right, every religious organization is a cancer. It's a pity that Gilliman didn't dare to let this cancer be destroyed directly, otherwise it would kill the entire Empire. He has a new plan, and he will try his best to guide this fanatical belief to the track he needs. Chapter 34 The Madness of the State Religion. The state religion has a lot of autonomy, and they may not be willing to obey the orders of adults. Fikris said with some concern. Gilliman smiled, I will let them listen to me. I am the Emperor's son, the Emperor's best spokesperson. Even if he is a saint of the state religion, he dare not say that he is more qualified to be the spokesperson of the state religion than me. What if they feel that their interests have been damaged and their attitude is tough? Then tie those heretics to the stake. Gilliman paused, and looked at Fikris. Speaking of the stake, you can ask the technical sergeant on the ship to weld some for me, maybe we need a few stakes to tell the bishops what will happen to them if they disobey me. My lord. Fikris hesitated for a moment, is this really good? It doesn't seem to conform to your previous style. Didn't you advocate that everything should follow the rules? Pursue rational thinking. In the face of you, rational thinking is advocated. Everything must be done in accordance with the established box, because you are rational and know what is right and what is wrong. Rules can help you restrain your inner arrogance and slack, let you understand what you are doing for. But those fanatical believers do not have this awareness, they will only fanatically follow the beliefs in their hearts, and are willing to become tools of religion. Gilliman started to move around, sorted out his words before continuing, what do you think is the success rate of my persuading them to give up their beliefs? Be honest, Fikris, don't pay me special compliments, just follow your previous understanding of the state religion. Let me know. Let them give up their faith. Fikris fell into deep thought. He has not had little contact with the state religion, self-torturing ascetics, various tortures and killings of sinful people, and various crazy behaviors. After thinking about the behavior of the state church, Fikris got the answer. The success rate is 0, and it is impossible for them to give up their beliefs. Faith is all they have. It is much easier to persuade those believers to give up their lives than to persuade them to give up their beliefs. This is the problem. It is impossible for me to persuade them to give up their beliefs, nor is it possible to ban the state religion with a ban. Then there are very few means I can take. Controlling them is the safest way. Just control them, I can carry out a new round of reforms to the state religion, limit the power of the bishops, and guide those believers to the right path just like reforming the administrative system and the imperial army. If I want them to accept my reform willingly, then I must have a proper identity, which can make the believers feel that I will be one of them. Only in this way, they will think that my reform is correct. Yes, the Emperor directed me to do so. Those who oppose are the enemies of the Empire, their enemies, the undercover agents of chaos. My lord, this is a bit too complicated. Fikris, you have to continue to study. Apart from fighting, you also have to learn other things. Only in this way can you help me better. We are not only facing the battlefield on the surface, but also those who cannot see. We must win all the victories in order to save mankind, otherwise salvation is just empty talk. Chaos will interfere with us, traitors will deceive us, and those who are disaffected will also become our hindrances. Some of them are on the bright side, and some are in the dark. Use your strength to deal with the enemies on the front, and then use our minds to deal with those hidden enemies. Only in this way can the Empire be saved. I see, my lord. Understood, just go out, I need to be quiet. After 10 minutes, report to me about other things. Fikris nodded and walked out. Guilliman stayed alone in the room, thinking about Espander, thinking about how to control the state religion. The fanaticism of the state religion is terrible, but not without its benefits. Guilliman can use this belief to help him promote the new system and fight against demons. Of course, this is just a stopgap measure. The state religion cannot exist forever, it can only exist temporarily. When all areas of the Empire burst into vitality under his new technology and new ideas, the belief in the Emperor will naturally die. In the Middle Ages, the Dark Age of church rule, the power of the Pope was once very inflated. In the end, it gradually declined because of the Renaissance. Post-Renaissance people are more concerned with examining, criticizing, and comforting God, rather than fanaticism and ignorance. In the Warhammer universe, it is unrealistic to deny the existence of gods. The status of humans and gods should be equal, and they should not bow down and flatter them blindly. Guilliman does not have the skill and courage of the Emperor, directly kill all religions and tear down those temples and shrines. The only thing he can do is to draw it slowly, taking the method of boiling the frog in warm water. Under Guilliman's order, the fleet recalibrated its course and turned to the mission world Espander. A week later, the fleet broke away from the warp and appeared outside the Espander galaxy. There are evangelist communication satellites floating everywhere in this galaxy, sending out various coded poems and prayers of the Emperor at all times. These satellites are not only sent in the real universe, but also sent to the subspace using the auspicious instrument. The fleet received a large amount of communication information before entering the real world. After entering the real world, they were overwhelmed by ocean-like electromagnetic communication signals. The heads of the thinkers who processed the communication information showed pain, and the machine slaves who broadcast and used for calculations twitched because of the huge amount of calculations. The secondary system was jammed due to the huge communication traffic, and a loud and piercing warning sound was issued. Most of these communications are useless, nothing more than fanatical prayers and poetry of the faithful. This forced the fleet to choose to block most of the information, so as not to overload the cogitators and servitors. There are dozens of pilgrimage arcs with a length of tens of kilometers in the Espander galaxy, and they drag the sculpture of the Emperor hundreds of kilometers high, cruising around the galaxy. The arc was full of prostrate fanatics and ascetics, who whipped themselves day and night to show the Emperor's twilight. The Espander system has 2 terrestrial planets. Planet Espander 1 is the main population of this galaxy. On the surface of the planet, there are more than a dozen towering sculptures of the Emperor that break through the sky. The atmosphere of the planet is full of the smell of incense, and devout believers can be seen everywhere in the giant cities, carrying incense burners and sacred banners. Among these believers, there are many fanatics. The way these fanatics express their piety is very extreme. Some wealthy fanatics are not only engraved with scriptures on their bodies, they are so crazy that they use the technology of mechanics to engrave scriptures on their bones. There are also some who whip themselves with thorns and bruises all over their bodies. Blood stains and bones appeared in some places, and they were unwilling to stop, blood dripping as they walked. In front of the Emperor's church, there will be some iron cages hanging. Those iron cages house what the believers consider heresy. Those heretics were tied to iron pillars, and the bruises and bloodstains on their bodies indicated that they had suffered long-term torture. In the middle of the iron cage, there is a flamethrower, which opens with the screams of the prisoners. The high temperature melted part of the iron pillar, and the molten iron just flowed onto the heretics, making them cry out in pain. There are also some heretics whose throats were cut by zealots, and they fell to the ground and convulsed. Their blood soaked the land. Some believers smeared the blood on their faces and knelt on the ground to declare that they had cleaned up the enemies of the Emperor. It's a crazy world. This is a world that loses its mind. The scene captured by the radar array and the auspicious bird made Guilliman palpitate. The madness of the state religion is even more terrifying than he imagined. I hope everything goes well. Guilliman thought to himself. As soon as Guilliman's fleet appeared, it was discovered by believers in the Espander galaxy. The news of the Primarch's arrival spread throughout the galaxy in a few hours, and countless believers cheered it, taking it as a reward for their piety from the Emperor. The grand welcome ceremony was held an hour after Guilliman's fleet entered the Espander galaxy. A large number of pilgrimage ships joined Guilliman's fleet to show his piety. Several bishops even expressed their request to board the Glory of Macrage and meet the Primarch. Chapter 35 Are you heretics? Regarding the requests of the bishops, Guilliman declined them without thinking. Now is not the time. After we meet, how can we give these bishops a blow? Our meeting should only be on the planet Espander, in front of the church with the strongest faith in the Emperor and the most sacred. This meeting will be held under the witness of my father, not on my flagship. Guilliman's voice echoed in many channels in the Espander galaxy, making countless believers cheer for him. Guilliman's words represent their recognition. The Emperor's parents and children believed that their faith was sacred, which made them extremely excited, feeling their blood rising, and their hearts seemed to be burning with a blazing flame. The Lord of Ultramar must also be a faithful follower of his father. He is the true spokesperson of the Emperor, the most legitimate spokesperson of the state religion, and the embodiment of the Emperor's will. Several bishops heard Guilliman's words, apologized for their recklessness, and personally used thorns and iron bars to beat their bodies as punishment for their arrogance and selfishness. The Stormbird they were riding on also joined Guilliman's fleet, heading for the starport of Espander. A grand ceremony is also being prepared. 4 hours later. The surface of the planet Espander, the largest city, the capital of faith. 5 giant horns made of gold made a sharp and hoarse sound. The deafening horn echoed in the huge city full of incense and prayers, resounding through every corner, ensuring that every believer could hear clearly. The sound of the trumpet announced the arrival of the Emperor's son, the Lord of Ultramar. These golden horns were forged with donations from believers, and inscribed with countless scriptures. Each horn weighs several tons, is placed on the strong towers and high walls of the castle, and is only used in the most important celebrations. The hoarse roar of the horn slowly died away, followed by the music played by the state church band composed of countless believers. The sounds of trumpets, and drums came together, blowing to the rhythm of the Emperor's poetry composed by a musician of extraordinary genius. A large group of flying objects surged out from various majestic temples amidst the sound of grand music. Humming servo skulls, cherubs resembling human babies, genetic creations cloned from mechanicum technology, and old priests sitting on anti-gravity preachers flew over the crowd. They appeared in the smoke of incense, and the scented smoke was stirred into swirls by the gilded banners they carried. More than a dozen different hymns were sung at the same time with various beautiful melodies, mixed with the shouts of the priests admonishing the believers to respect the Emperor. Thousands of senior priests came out of their respective temples. Some of them floated, some walked, some crawled, and some rode mounts. Everyone's face was full of fanaticism and excitement. Their servants followed closely behind, singing the Emperor's psalms together, in order to overwhelm their peers and prove that they were the most devout believers. Among the crowd, the automatic preaching machines are moving forward, and the mechanical arms supporting them continue to jingle. The brains of the most devout believers are placed in these machines. After special processing and programming, they continue to work for the Emperor. They use primitive loudspeakers to roar with religious language, encouraging people to devote their lives to the Emperor devoutly. Hunchback scatterers were scattered among the crowd, holding incense burners with rising smoke, singing sacred Emperor poems. On several luxurious parade cars, the bishop held a golden scepter, stood on the platform, and delivered a very fanatical speech. The heavy parade car was pulled by a group of naked slaves, and the heavy chain seemed to overwhelm their sinful bodies. The Cathars beat those sinners who refused to work hard with whips, making them work harder to pull the cart. The welcome ceremony was unprecedentedly grand. Every believer is expressing the joy of the Primarch's arrival in his own way. With the anti-aircraft shield of planet Espander closed, many warships equipped with weapons capable of destroying the world appeared in the dark atmosphere. The huge glory of Macridge is even more eye-catching. A group of stormbirds flew out of the huge battleship. They were all azure blue, and the edges of the wings were dotted with dark green, like the color of an ancient forest. Behind the Stormbird is a landing fleet composed of thunderhawks, troop carriers, and heavy gunboats. They were neat and orderly, maintained perfect, crossed the atmosphere, and entered the airport of the capital of faith. Those troop carriers docked at the wide airport, and the sound of air currents even overwhelmed the cheers of believers. Accompanied by the soft hiss of high-pressure gas, the troop carrier slowly opened the hatch. 500 space marines in crested helmets stepped out of the cabin, capes flapping behind them. They lined up in 2 rows, holding bolt guns tightly, standing on both sides of the aisle paved with red carpet, scanning around for any possible threats. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, a living finally appeared in front of the world. He is wearing armor of azure blue and bright gold, with a simple and practical white cloak flying behind his back. In the center of the breastplate is the golden emblem of the imperial double-headed eagle, and a green laurel wreath is worn on the flawless forehead. Countless believers burst into cheers following the appearance of this secular god. Like the waves of the sea, the momentum was majestic and deafening. Guilliman smiled and waved to the crowd, causing them to cheer even more frantically. He stepped onto the anti-gravity suspension platform docked at the side, and walked along the wide avenue covered with red carpets. Amid the cheers, Guilliman and his party arrived in front of the largest church in Espander. Rising hundreds of kilometers high, the sculpture of the Emperor piercing through the atmosphere stands on the huge square in front of the church. The bishops are at the door of the church, waiting for the Primarch. When he got off the floating platform, they walked up one by one and saluted to show respect. Such a ceremony is really grand. Guilliman looked at the bishops and said with a smile. He knew that the state religion was very rich. After all, it was the only designated religion in the empire and could collect religious tithes. But along the way, the wealth of the state religion still surprised Guilliman. The decorations and daily consumption of those churches are enough to support a large army. This is just a missionary planet. Counting other church planets, I am afraid that they can support an army strong enough to sweep the aliens. In order to promote the glory of the Emperor, some waste is necessary. A bishop stood up and explained respectfully. Very well, if the Emperor wakes up and sees your piety, I'm afraid he will be very pleased. Guilliman said with a smile that he would be slapped on the spot by the Emperor. What the Emperor hated most in his life was religion, and he wished he could tie all his sticks to the stake. In the early stage of the Great Crusade, wherever the Emperor went, even the ant nests in the temples had to be poured with boiling water. It is conceivable what the Emperor's attitude towards religion is. Back then, Lorgar only built a city of faith. As a primarch, he was forced to kneel down on one knee to admit his mistakes, and the city of faith was burned to ruins. The current state religion is much crazier than Loga. The Emperor of the Great Crusade traveled to this era, and he might be the first to promote the state religion. Hearing Guilliman's words, several bishops looked excited, and their bodies were trembling. Being recognized by the Emperor's son is definitely beneficial to the state religion. Before these guys could finish their excitement, Guilliman changed his tone and raised his tone a lot. However, your piety is pious, but you don't fully understand my father's original intention, and even distort my father's original intention. I can't help but feel confused. I want to know whether you are being deceived by others, or that you are heretics. After Guilliman finished speaking, he put his hand on the Emperor's sword. This is an absolute manifestation of the will of the Emperor, and it also demonstrates Guilliman's identity, the son of the Emperor. The faces of several bishops who were flushed with excitement turned pale in a flash. Several of them were so frightened that their legs limp and fell to the ground. Asking for data, my dears, pull and read. Chapter 36 I am the only spokesperson for the Holy Emperor. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? An old bishop began to tremble when he spoke. The long-term pampering made him gain a lot of weight. When he was afraid, the fat would shake. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding, are you questioning me? Guilliman looked at the old bishop. I used to build this great empire with my father, and witness the beginning of the state religion. You don't think I'm qualified to criticize what you've done? No, my lord, I don't think so. The old bishop was about to cry when he heard this. His mechanical prosthetic eyes were trembling, and Guilliman's powerful oppression made him lose a little respect in the past. It is not simply because of fear of death, but more because of the inner belief that Guilliman denied. We have always served the Emperor devoutly, and have never had any disobedience. Another bishop said, his situation was not much better, but after all, he could speak fluently without stuttering. So I didn't execute you immediately, but chose to come here to check in person. If I have the evidence that you are indeed heresy, then it will not be me who will come, but the extermination order I issued. The cruelty in Guilliman's words made all the bishops tremble with fear. They will not forget that the Emperor's own son has another title, that is, the demigod of war. The establishment of the Empire can only be established on the ruins and destruction of many alien empires and human forces who are unwilling to obey the Empire. Each primarch is the embodiment of war, with absolute cruelty to the enemy. My lord, we have absolute loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor, and we are definitely not rebellious as you said. Yes, my lord. My lord, you must trust us, we will never have any thoughts of disobeying the Emperor. Guilliman showed a meaningful smile. I also hope that you are being deceived, not really rebellious. I have seen your piety, and I sincerely hope that your piety is true. Our piety is true, my lord. Yup. Guilliman pointed to the criminals who were being held in iron cages and were screaming out of pain. Then can you tell me, what is that? Those are heretics, they reject the enlightenment of the Emperor, they reject the faith. We punish them and let them know what happens if they don't believe in and respect the Emperor. Pain will purify their souls and make them repent. You mean that my father needs to use fear to win over believers? Just like those evil gods, they use conspiracy and death to scare those ignorant people, forcing them to kneel in front of the Emperor's statue and offer their faith. Guilliman questioned the bishop in front of him coldly, and the smile on his noble face became cruel and cold. My lord. That is not what we mean, cried the old bishop. We have no such thoughts. But you did that. My father was distorted by you into an evil god, just like those subspace evil gods hated by humans. You took fear as a means of promoting him, and used death to persecute those people. What you did. What is the difference between those traitors from chaos whom my father hates? Those traitors hurt my father's people, and you have hurt my father's people. Those evil gods use false lies to take away everything from people, and the only thing left to them is the endurance of pain. My father hated this, and vowed to bring salvation to mankind, but now, you are using my father's name to perform such evil deeds. Guilliman's voice contained terrible anger, and everyone could clearly feel the anger in his heart. The inner fear of the bishops reached the extreme. My lord. The bishop wept, we just want to maintain his glory. Sustained by fear and sword? Heresy, you have twisted my father, twisted his kindness into fear, his kindness into cruelty, his kindness into blood. Kneel, or I will. You are to be condemned as heretics, and to be burned at the stake. Guilliman drew out the Emperor's sword in his hand, and with a flick, golden flames rose up, resplendent and dazzling. The bishops fell to their knees, all trembling. Guilliman glanced at them, then walked to the podium that had been prepared for him. He holds the Emperor's sword aloft, with anger in his eyes. The servo skull with red eyes flashing was suspended beside him, broadcasting his every move in real time. Large projection screens appeared in various cities and towns in Espander. All the believers were looking at Guilliman, and they looked at each other, wondering why the Emperor and his son made the bishops kneel down. I am the son of the Emperor, the Lord of Ultramar, the regent of the Empire, and the sole spokesperson of the Holy Emperor in the Empire. Kneel down, ignorant believers, otherwise, you will be condemned as heresy. Guilliman's voice was transmitted to all parts of the world through the servo skull, and his voice sounded even in the desolate desert. His voice contained great power and oppression, and all the believers looked at each other in surprise. They don't know why the Primarch issued such an order. But out of faith in the Emperor, they still knelt down. All believers prostrate themselves in fear of being declared heretics. Those who can come to Espander are the most fanatical believers, and they will never allow any flaws in their beliefs. As the Emperor's own son, Guilliman holds the Emperor's sword, which is the Emperor's best spokesperson, at least more legitimate than a bishop or a saint. Except for the presence of the Emperor, no one can shake Guilliman's position. I am sincerely happy for your pious beliefs, but some selfish and greedy people are fooling and deceiving you in every possible way for power and wealth. They molded my benevolent and fraternal father into the same as those disgusting evil gods the presence. I must correct this mistake, judge those infuriating heretics, and bring back the glory of my father to you. From today on, anyone who disobeys me is a heretic, and anyone who distorts my words is those evil gods' lackey. I will never show any kindness. After saying this, Guilliman turned his head to look at the bishop kneeling on the ground. You have committed unforgivable crimes, become the minions of that evil existence, distorted the glory of my father, and brought endless pain to those who followed my father, who love my father. I should send you to the stake and execute you. But my father taught me to be merciful, to love every human being who has never fallen into the abyss, so I will give you the opportunity. You can choose to redeem your sins, or choose to end your sinful life. I am willing to atone, my lord. Me too. The bishops watched those space warriors carry out huge fire stakes one after another. How dare they have a religious debate with Guilliman? Debating with others can show your understanding of the glory of the Emperor and increase your popularity. Arguing with a primarch, the only end is to be burned on the stake and be cast aside as a heretic. Very well, you have made the right choice and proved your piety. All stand up. Guilliman's words made the bishops feel a little lucky to survive the catastrophe. After finishing these bishops, Guilliman turned and continued to face the kneeling believers. I will re-examine Espander and check whether there are heretical thoughts in your beliefs. If there are and you are unwilling to repent, then I will give the most cruel. I will never allow anything to tarnish the glory of my father. Rise up now and be ready to be examined, people of the empire, devout believers. After speaking, Guilliman announced the end of the speech, turned around and walked into the magnificent church. The church is very majestic and majestic. Its height alone is hundreds of kilometers. Many aerial corridor bridges were built inside, and believers marched along the corridor bridges, singing praises to the emperor. The kilometer-high ossuary wall is full of remains left by believers who are called saints. The skulls are placed in the dark shrines one by one, and the flickering candles add a touch of gloom. Guilliman took a look around, walked to the depths of the church, and stopped in front of a sculpture of the emperor covered with golden armor. Several bishops followed Guilliman into the church anxiously. Seeing each other stop in front of the emperor's statue, unprecedented fear also emerged in their hearts. Are they really wrong? Fooled by heresy all this time? Now, let's talk about what is twisted by those traitors and heretics, and what is the true embodiment of my father's divine nature. Guilliman glanced at the statue of the emperor before turning to those bishop. Chapter 37 Another Madness. Hearing Guilliman's words, the bishops stood in a row humbly, ready to listen to the primarch's lecture. They were of noble status, but at this time they were like elementary school students, with a respectful and apprehensive attitude, for fear of offending the primarch again. They know very well that once the primarch thinks they are really heretics, they will never show mercy. My father is a true god, there is no doubt about that. He doesn't need people's beliefs, but people need to believe in him, be enlightened by him, and want to walk with him. That's what makes him unique. Those who the evil gods need faith, but the great emperor is a true god, and he doesn't need it. We can't use fear to spread his glory. If we hurt those who don't believe in him, and use harsh punishment and abuse to intimidate those people who believe in the emperor, then what is the difference between us and traitors? The believers of evil gods always like to use force to achieve their goals, and use killing to scare those ignorant people, because those gods are hypocritical gods, and only hypocritical gods need such means, and every normal person would not choose those evil gods. They can only use fear to threaten those people and force them to believe in those evil gods. The emperor loves every human being, regardless of whether he believes in it or not. He will give blessings. This is the embodiment of his kindness and fraternity, and it is also the expression of him as a true god. We believe in the emperor in order to walk with him, not because we are superior. We feel fulfilled by our faith, that the emperor is with us, not because our faith makes us superior. He is kind and fraternal, he is tolerant and patient, he never rejects every soul who desires to be redeemed, he silently examines those believers who want to walk with him, and brings those noble souls recognized by him into his immortal country. Tell me, why do you believe in him? Is it because of his fraternity and selflessness, or his kindness and wisdom, or are you just trying to be superior to others? Or is it because of your own selfish desires? Guilliman looked at the bishops in front of him, his tone was sometimes passionate, sometimes angry, and finally turned into confusion and doubt. His words shook the bishops and knocked on their ignorant hearts. Of course, such words were not created by Guilliman. Rather, a renegade primarch, created by Lorgar. Lorgar is the founder of the emperor's faith. Guilliman didn't like this guy, but for the sake of learning humbly, he still communicated with Lorgar. What he said to the bishop now is just a modification of Lorgar's words. I have to say that Wen Chaogong is cool. Several bishops were extremely shocked by Guilliman's preaching. A primarch who had once been with the emperor, whose faith was so pure that they dwarfed themselves. Guilliman had contact with the emperor, and with those who created the rudiments of the state religion. The first saint of the empire, the narrator of the great expedition, Keeler, was inspired by the emperor when Horus rebelled, demonstrated the emperor's divine power, and founded the Emperor's Salvation Society. This organization was the prototype of the state religion. The bishops did not have the slightest doubt about Guilliman's words. A bishop was even told to cry. Weep for your sins, for your ignorance. They twist the emperor's will, but claim to be the emperor's disciples. What a sin! My lord, we never knew such a thing. A bishop knelt tremblingly on the ground. He kissed Guilliman's steel boots, begging for forgiveness. I don't blame you, because you are just being fooled. My father has been asleep for too long, he can't communicate with you, and his strong will is enough to burn your souls. Those heretics took advantage of the emptiness they entered the empire and lurked into the empire. They twisted my father's will and fooled the humans he loved. This is an unforgivable crime. As the only spokesperson of the emperor in the world, I solemnly ask you if you are willing to follow me to change the distorted state religion, to eliminate those latent heresies. Guilliman's voice was full of majesty. He looked at the bishops, waiting for their answers. We are willing to sacrifice all grown ups. As long as I can get your forgiveness. Bring us back to the glory of the emperor, and guide us on the right path. The bishops all knelt in front of Guilliman, vowing to work with him to destroy those infuriating heresies that distorted the emperor's will. Possessing the sword of the emperor, Guilliman recognized by the living Saint Celestine is the most legitimate spokesman for the emperor. Voting and questioning Guilliman will undoubtedly shake the foundation of the holy emperor's belief. No matter what the reason is, the bishops have no choice. As long as they refuse, Guilliman will immediately declare them heretics and execute them directly. Abolish those tortures, and re-examine those who are abused. If they are traitors to chaos, put them to death, if not, let them go. Remember, my father was kind and fraternal. He is like the great Holy Father who loves every human being unselfishly. Any evil deeds performed in his name must be heresies bewitched by chaos. Guilliman said in a deep voice, in the name of the emperor, those people are performing horrible things that believers of evil gods would do. Such behavior cannot be forgiven. They have blasphemed the glory of the emperor, understand? Understood, my lord, we will go to review immediately. We will not spare any heretics. Guilliman fooled the Bishop of Espander, which is not difficult for a primarch. When the emperor created them, he endowed them with powerful personalities. This allows them to easily convince those who disagree. The bishops walked out of the church, and they loudly announced that planet Espander would re-examine every believer and cleanse those lurking minions of chaos. This is undoubtedly a huge disturbance. Under the orders of the bishops, the planet Espander began a mighty review. Some of those who were convicted of heresy were directly executed, and some were released on the spot. The poor people who were released came out of the iron cage tremblingly one by one. They couldn't believe that they could survive that terrible hell. The torture of those fanatics caused great pain in their bodies and souls, causing them to lose hope for a while and fall into the abyss of despair. They expressed their gratitude to the benevolent Guilliman. It was the arrival of the other party that allowed them to be saved. At the same time, some fanatics who proved their beliefs by abusing heresies were pulled out by the Cathars and judged in public as minions of chaos. I am loyal to the emperor, I am loyal. A woman with scriptures engraved on her scalp and tied to a pillar growled hysterically. Then why are you going to torture and kill those poor people? The pastor questioned the woman in front of him. In her mansion, more than 100 servants were tortured and killed, and skulls filled every corner of the mansion. Some are even plated with gold and placed in glass cabinets as treasures. The reason why these servants were tortured and killed was basically that they were not devout enough to the emperor. I have been appointed by the Emperor Almighty to purify them of their sins, the woman cried. All I do is the emperor's will. Absurd, the emperor is so benevolent, how could he allow the believers to commit such terrible crimes? You are the minions of chaos, you perform those evil deeds, let the glory of the emperor be distorted, you will be sentenced to death, traitor, you have betrayed the emperor. No, I am loyal. The woman shouted in despair, it is the primarch, he is the heretic. Execute her. Hearing the woman accuse the primarch of heresy, the priest directly ordered the Cathars to do it. The pillar tied with the woman emits hot air, and the temperature rises rapidly. No. The woman realized what was about to happen, shouted, and she struggled hard, trying to get rid of the chains on her body. Flames spurted out, and screams rang out. By the time the flames subsided, the woman had become charred, emitting a stench. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they executed a minion of chaos, defending the glory of the emperor. The next one. The priest in charge of the trial slammed the skull-shaped hammer desperately, and shouted hoarsely amidst the waves of sound. Chapter 38 White Glove Project. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, another fanatic who was defined as a heretic of chaos was brought to the trial platform. Like the woman before him, he was also tied to a metal post. The burnt stench in the air terrified the fanatic, who had witnessed the woman's death, and now it was his turn. I am not a believer in chaos, I was wronged. My devotion to the emperor exceeds all people, and you cannot treat me like this. Then why did you torture and kill those people? Why did you cut the throats of those people and smear their blood on your face? The pastor asked sternly. I am here to redeem the souls of those unbelievers, so that they can ascend to the kingdom of the emperor. The fanatic shouted. Absurd, you just want to use the name of the emperor to indiscriminately kill the humans he loves. You shameful traitor of chaos, in the name of the holy emperor, I sentence you to crimes, heresy, and you will be sentenced to death. The pastor said the hammer of the skull struck the judgment table, shouting the verdict of the opponent. The pastor's trial made the crowd even more fanatical, shouting to execute him and the like. Such a fanatical trial is not an isolated case. Espander is happening everywhere. Burning, hanging, beheading. People execute fanatics who are condemned as minions of chaos, making them pay for their terrible actions. Some people also questioned whether the Primarch's approach was correct. After all, those who were executed were fanatics, and their piety was obvious to all. This made some people confused, and even suspected the Primarch. Guilliman shattered these confusions with one sentence, and sent those who doubted himself to the stake. There is a problem with the state religion. Those heretics are lurking around us, fooling you who are ignorant, just like the heretics who were hailed as saints in the past and killed 30 loyal battle groups, various. They pretend became the Emperor's emissaries, fooling and deceiving us. They seem pious, but they are trying to lead us down the wrong path. No one can deny the crimes of Barius, a shameful heresy that killed more than 20,000 space marines. This statement by Guilliman gives wavering believers the idea of staunch heresy hidden in the state religion. The storm of censorship has thus become more severe and terrifying. Those radical pastors and believers were subjected to severe censorship, their books were burned, and some were even judged as heretics and executed directly in public. In order to end the madness and extremes of the state religion, Guilliman created another madness. Believers who longed for salvation and repentance sent hundreds of thousands of people to the stake in one day. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Guilliman had to give another order. Ask people to only target those heretics who are unwilling to repent, and do not allow excessive blows. Always remember the Emperor's mercy. Radicals are hateful, but they are also partly misguided. To redeem them, not destroy them. Fortunately, Guilliman's order came in time, otherwise the whole planet would have smelled of barbecue. While the believers were reviewing the so-called heresy, Guilliman did not sit idle. He asked the bishops to bring over the current scriptures of the state church and revise them again. In the name of the Emperor, he defined those radical arguments and dogmas as heresies, and also defined a large number of books as banned books, prohibiting believers from viewing them. Libraries open to the public are only allowed to keep books of moderate and redemptive thought. Guilliman also issued new order documents for the bishops, requiring them to go to various planets, spread the distorted ideas of revising the state religion, and clean up those fanatics who have lost their minds and practiced cruel things in the name of the Emperor. Any believer who disobeys the revised scriptures will be condemned as a minion of chaos. These disgraceful traitors will be hunted by the new church and Guilliman. Guilliman stayed in Espander for 3 weeks, consolidating his identity as the sole spokesperson of the Emperor, and also confirming the scriptures and main ideas of the new state religion. A large number of fanatics were purged, and the extremist thoughts of the state religion in the world of Espander were forcibly broken back by Guilliman. After dealing with Espander, Guilliman returned to the glory of Macrage. He cannot stay on one planet for a long time, and other places still need his salvation. In order to stabilize his achievements, he asked the bishops to report to him the progress of missionary work every once in a while, and which worlds did not cooperate and required him to mobilize the army to clean up heresies. Standing on the deck of the glory of Macrage, Guilliman looked at the gradually shrinking planet Espander, and couldn't help sighing, the world is so impermanent, I think I was the one who burned down the city of faith. And now I am the only one who claims to be the voice of the Holy Emperor. Fortunately, Lorgar, the Primarch of the Word Bearers, cannot come out of the warp, otherwise Guilliman would definitely vomit blood when he heard what Guilliman said. The Word Bearers Legion of Sequence 17 was the earliest imperial preacher, and Lorgar even compiled the Emperor's holy words to preach the Emperor's divinity. The Word Bearers Legion was arguably the most loyal legion to the Emperor during the early and mid stages of the Great Crusade. Every world they conquer is missionized, ensuring the piety of those worlds to the Emperor. The most ironic point is that when the Word Bearers rebelled in the later period, the world they once conquered became the most loyal defender of the Emperor. Traitors often need to pay a very heavy price to conquer these worlds. During the Great Crusade, the Word Bearers Legion built a perfect city of faith in order to promote the divinity of the Emperor. The city of faith is full of sculptures of the Emperor, poems praising him, and various scriptures. This move thoroughly annoyed the Emperor, a staunch supporter of atheism. In order to teach Lorgar a lesson, the Emperor sent the 13th Legion, the Ultramarine Legion led by Guilliman, to wipe out the city of faith with orbital bombardment. And using his powerful spiritual power, he forced Lorgar and the soldiers of the 100,000 Legion of Word Bearers to kneel to him, Guilliman and the Imperial Prime Minister Malkador. After this incident, the Word Bearers and the Ultramarines turned against each other, and retaliated against the Ultramarines in the subsequent Battle of Calth, killing 200,000 Space Marines of the 13th Legion, and countless other ordinary soldiers and civilians. Who would have imagined that thousands of years have changed? The Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, the traitor Primarch hid in the subspace, the loyal Primarch died, and the missing disappeared. As the only active Primarch in the Empire, Guilliman has become the most legitimate spokesperson for the Emperor, and has suddenly become a representative of the Emperor's divinity. I have to say that it was a trick of good fortune. My lord, there will be no problems with this approach, right? Differences between religions are extremely easy to trigger wars. Sicarius looked at his lord and asked a little uneasy. It is estimated that there will be some turmoil, and it should not be a big problem. If the cancer of the state religion is to be treated, there will inevitably be labor pains. Guilliman whispered, keeping his voice very small to ensure that it would not spread. In this case, he can only tell his absolute confidants like Sicarius. If it gets out, there will definitely be a big mess. As the spokesperson of the Emperor, he said that the state religion is a cancer, which will inevitably collapse countless believers and cause great turmoil in the Empire. Your Excellency doesn't like the state religion, why don't you start to solve it? Fikris asked puzzled. The foundation of the state religion has penetrated into all areas of the Empire. If the state religion is forcibly removed, the already precarious Empire will immediately fall apart. Guilliman explained, we can only take it slowly. By the way, pass on to Captain Bree her order, let him correct the course, let's go to the main star of Thalassa. My lord, why are you going there? We haven't received any distress signals about the main star of Thalassa. That world should still be operating normally. The power of the tribunal is still very strong, and the demons dare not enter their fortress world at will. I'm not going to support them, but I need to contact the judges. Guilliman said, I have a plan that needs them to help me realize. Of course, I may not find the right person, but I can get to know it first. Given the current situation of the tribunal, select some suitable candidates to work for me. Guilliman has not forgotten that he needs white gloves. I have to find a few radical judges and ask them to help me develop a few demon spies. The requirements are not high, at least you must have a general understanding of the movements of the evil gods, otherwise you will always have a dark eye, waiting for the other party to do things, too passive. Luo Jie, you are amazing, you are lofty, when you burnt down the capital of faith, called my things rubbish, and let my father force me to kneel down and admit my mistakes, now you are so legitimate and claim to be the spokesperson of the emperor, and you still take my words fooling those bishops, as a primarch, can you have some face? Chapter 39 The Right Person. The glory of Macrage experienced 3 weeks of subspace voyages intermittently, and finally locked onto the real coordinates of the Thalassa galaxy, and jumped out of the subspace. Before he came, Guilliman did not ask anyone to send galaxies to the planet Thalassa. Such a huge fleet entered the real world from the subspace, which directly aroused the alarm of the galaxy defense mechanism. The fleet responsible for defending the Thalassa galaxy thought it was an attack from the Chaos Traders, and wanted to release the imprisoned demons and seize the sealed items, and almost launched an attack. It was not until the two sides reported the Imperial pass sequence and exchanged identities that a misunderstanding was avoided. Guilliman's fleet entered the Thalassa galaxy and headed straight for the destination, the planet Thalassa. The planet Thalassa is a fortress world, and the Inquisition has undergone a lot of modifications for safety. The entire planet is surrounded by a large number of weapon platforms, space mines, and silos. If the Chaos Fleet does not pay a heavy price, it is impossible to capture this planet. Thalassa Galaxy is the base camp of the active judges in the Ultramar star field, and a large number of demon hosts and subspace creations are sealed here. The existence of demon hosts is very special. After some humans with special physiques are selected, the judge will engrave specific marks, runes, and protective spells on their bodies. Then the original owner's soul was emptied out and turned into a special flesh and blood container. When everything is ready, use the mysterious ritual and the real name of the devil to bind the demons in the flesh and blood container and imprison them. This is a very effective means of sealing. However, in order to better deal with demons, the judges of the radical faction often take a slanted sword. They will create a demon host to fight other demons and ask for information. Of course, such behavior is very dangerous. Once discovered, it will be regarded as treason, and may be sentenced to excommunication for treason. Contacting and trading with demons is one of the most intolerable things in the Empire. Once it is revealed, it will often attract suspicion and attacks from various forces. This is also the reason Guilliman wants to find white gloves. He can't leave a handle, especially when he can't control the overall situation of the Empire. Radical Inquisitors are his best cover. If it is impossible to do anything, you can also abandon the car to protect the handsome and protect yourself. This is not because Guilliman is cruel and treats people as tools. But the evil is omnipresent, so he must be fully prepared. Horus was dissatisfied because the Emperor excluded him from the Terra Council, and finally chose to turn his back on mankind when chaos tempted him. The greatest enemy of the human empire is the evil gods, but the evil gods do not have a strong control over the real universe. They can only choose spokespersons to disrupt the human empire. Guilliman wondered if there would be a next Horus. If so, who will be the next Horus? Kalgar? Kar? Forbidden Army? Supreme Lord? No one can predict who the next traitor will be and what form he will use to destroy the empire. Guilliman could only make himself draw a good hand of cards as much as possible. If you want to have a good card, you must occupy the righteous position. If you want to occupy the position of righteousness, you must not let yourself have any flaws, at least you must not be caught by others. He wants fame, and he also wants information from the warp. This white glove plan is a top secret plan that he must implement. The host of demons is what the tribunal cleaned up and took back from the radical judges. They were imprisoned in the depths of the fortress city, and if there were no accidents, they would be sealed in it forever. In addition to the demonic host, the source of the subspace sealed item is more complicated. The Milky Way has existed for 13 billion years, from the birth of the first stars. Countless civilizations have risen and fallen, and the buildings of those civilizations have been erased by the power of time. Even if they are space undead, they have not existed for more than 100 million years. One can imagine how many secrets are hidden in this ancient galaxy. The Eldar were not the first race to touch the warp, not even their creators, the old ones. Many ancient races once rose up, studied the subspace, obtained those ancient and taboo knowledge from it, and created countless creations with mysterious power. With the decline of civilization, those creations were also lost in the ruins. Thousands of so-called artifacts are buried in unknown places, something ancient and evil waiting to be discovered again. These things are often purely malicious, and they will do anything to lure those ignorant people to lift the seal and let them regain their freedom. The trial court collected and sealed these things to prevent them from poisoning those ignorant humans. Guilliman's arrival caused a huge commotion. The high-ranking judges walked out of their mansions and lined up at the airport to welcome the imperial regent. In terms of scale, the welcome team of the judge is far less crazy than that of the state religion. After all, there is still a huge difference in financial resources between the two parties. The richness of the state religion is well known in the empire, except for the Forge world controlled by the Mechanicum. the conscription world controlled by the war group, and the special world of Thalassa that houses demons and sealed items. All Empire worlds have to pay religious tax. Another important reason why the scale of the welcome ceremony is not as good as that of the state religion is that there are not many ordinary people in the fortress city of Thalassa, and they are basically servants serving the court. These servants are destined to work for the tribunal from birth, learn relevant knowledge, learn relevant rituals, and wait to become demon hosts or prepare to go out with the judges to clean up the aliens and demons. They are few in number, far less numerous than the church world. Guilliman didn't care about the mysterious welcome ceremony either. He didn't come to Thalassa for vanity. The airtight hatch opened, and Guilliman, surrounded by the honor guards, stepped out, and walked towards many judges along the red carpet under the eyes of everyone. All the judges who haven't sent out their missions are gathered here. The arrival of the regent of the empire encouraged them, and there was a ray of light that could not be ignored in the dark galaxy. Master Primarch. The high-ranking judge lord named Covenant led the other judges to kneel down and greet him. Get up. Kiri looked at the Covenant with the artificial device implanted in his chin, and said, I am here to rectify the chaos in the court, and I need your cooperation. Send all the judge materials submitted to me, I need to sort it out. Guilliman used another excuse to conceal his true purpose. Of course, sorting out the chaotic relationship between the tribunal is also a must. The chaos of the Inquisition is unimaginable. In name, all judges are equal. That is to say, a judge has no qualifications to interrogate another judge, nor is he qualified to ask the other party to explain his plan. What's even more frightening is that they still have a lot of power. They can mobilize the Imperial Navy, the Planetary Defense Force, and if they know how to behave, they can even mobilize space fighters. It is self-evident what will happen to the huge and unregulated rights. Under Guilliman's order, the materials of the Imperial Inquisitors who are active in the Limit Starfield and who are still alive have been sent over. You guys get a lot done. Guilliman looked at the pile of documents, and said to Tassara's high-ranking judge Lord Covenant. This is our duty, my lord. Covenant bowed his head, and the built-in artificial device hummed softly. He once lost his jaw in an operation, and had to implant a mechanical jaw for himself using the technology of Mechanicus. After a few brief conversations, Guilliman began to flip through the materials. The Primarch can quickly read and think about an unimaginable amount of information in 1 second. Relying on the ability to cooperate, Guilliman spent a few hours reading all the materials of the judges, and extracted the candidates he wanted. This Eisenhorn, why does he have the experience of summoning demons several times? Is he a loyalist? Guilliman looked at the Covenant, frowning slightly, showing a dissatisfied look. Yes, my lord, his summoning of demons was definitely not intentional, but forced by the environment. The enemies of the Emperor he encountered were too powerful. In order to destroy these terrifying enemies, he had to use this drastic method. Covenant struggles to explain. Then he is serving in the Inquisitor Academy now? Guilliman asked. Yes, my lord. Then let him come to see me. I must review it to prevent some shameful heresies from lurking in the Empire and becoming hidden dangers. Guilliman said. Changed Eisenhorn's time, changing his active time from 300 years and 41 millennium to 700 years later. The data is so bad, I feel cool. Chapter 40 Are you willing to carry forward for the Empire? 24. Eisenhorn is old. The once high-spirited judge who frightened the enemies of mankind is now grey-haired and lives up to his former appearance. Eisenhorn, a high-ranking judge of the Empire, was once regarded as the enemy of mankind and was completely besieged by the Empire. Later, he tried his best to prove his loyalty and innocence, and killed the instigator, Quesos, the heretic judge who was considered dead by the trial court for many years and who once made the whole galaxy fearful. Killing Quesos was his moment of fame, but not his peak moment. Vinzenhorn has made great achievements. He wandered outside the light of the Emperor's Astronomicon, clearing up those alien remnants that had long been considered extinct by the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Empire. Also used the Demon Prince to destroy a fallen Emperor Titan. Used demons many times to fight other demons. Stopped a heretical plot to destroy a sector. Expelled the heresies lurking in the human world. Of course, behind these glory, there is a sad price. His former friends, disciples, and lovers all died in the battle against the devil. He was the only one left, living in this world. Vinzenhorn remembers every companion's death. His brain has been engineered to remember everything, ensuring that no detail is lost when fighting against heresy. This ability is a kind of torture for the old judge. The death of the companion is like engraved in the minds of those judges, which can never be erased by time, and will always accompany him and torture him until the day of death. Vinzenhorn was troubled by the same problem, and the priest of Mechanicus once offered to delete his memory. But he was also reluctant to lose the only trace left by those companions in this world, so he could only live in pain. The life extension surgery performed more than 100 years ago is still working, and Vinzenhorn can still live for decades. Of course, in the past few decades, he was doomed to be alone, chewing on the grief brought by the death of those he cared about every day. He tried to continue to fight against the heretics and demons who destroyed the Empire, and let them know that the anger of Inquisitor Eisenhorn has not been extinguished. It's a pity that, while his lifespan is still there, his body functions no longer support his terrible adventures. The artificial device implanted in his body tortured him, and any high-intensity movement would make him feel heart-piercing pain. Eisenhorn did not expect that he would be summoned by the regent of the Empire. Having fought against aliens and demons for many years, he clearly knows how powerful a Primarch is. There are countless terrifying and unimaginable aliens in the galaxy. They are powerful, eerie, and possess unimaginable power. Every time the Inquisitor pulls out one, he will pay a heavy price. But the Primarches wiped out those monsters, and built an empire that continues to this day on the remains of the alien. Eisenhorn walked through the wide marble corridor led by several Imperial attendants. These corridors are hung with many memorable portraits of judges who died in order to maintain the Empire and protect mankind. They lived up to their vows and thus deserve to be remembered. Eisenhorn didn't know if he was eligible to be hung on this corridor, maybe not. In his long career as an Inquisitor, his sins were as much as his merits. Using the power of demons is a stain that he can never wash away, and he has shot other judge teams many times in order to get out of trouble quickly and solve the troubles at hand. Walking through the promenade, there is a majestic trial hall. The glory guards wearing Terminator armor stood on both sides, and they looked at Vinzenhorn who walked into the hall. Those bolters only need one shot, I guess I will be shattered. Vinzenhorn said in his heart when he saw the bolters in their hands. Space Marine bolters are more terrifying in caliber than those wielded by Inquisitors and Battle Sisters. When performing missions in the past, he had seen these Emperor Angels take action many times. When these armored warriors are thrown into battle, everyone who stands against them should be terrified. Space warriors are out-and-out war machines, and nothing can resist their power. Several servo skulls were suspended in the air, and the scanner released a scarlet light, strafing Vinzenhorn. After confirming that there is no problem, the servo skull is lifted into the air and continues to hover around the hall. Walking into the hall, Vinzenhorn saw the Covenant at first glance, and the other party was standing respectfully aside. Never seen an Inquisitor so honest and polite. Judges without superiors often don't even take the Imperial Senate too seriously. A giant in azure armor sat on a huge chair, flipping through many materials classified as high-level secrets. His face is perfect and solemn, and just sitting there exudes an irresistible charm. My lord, here he is, said Covenant. Guilliman turned around and looked at the grey-haired Vinzenhorn. The long-term battle caused the judge to lose many flesh and blood limbs, which were forced to be replaced with mechanical prosthetics. You go out first, I have some questions to ask him alone. Guilliman said. Covenant nodded, and after performing the eagle ceremony, he walked out. The hall was emptied, leaving only Vinzenhorn and Guilliman. Master Primarch, what do you want to ask? Vinzenhorn said with humility. In front of him is not the trash of the Senate, but a Primarch who once lived in the age of mythology. Any disrespect is stupid. You once summoned demons and drove them. I saw several accusations about you in the data file, and you even fought side by side with a demon many times. Yes, my lord. At that time, it was necessary, me. Before Vinzenhorn could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by Guilliman. You don't need to explain, I understand. Vinzenhorn's mood became tense, he didn't know if this great figure was planning to punish him for his rebellion. Even now, the tribunal has considered him innocent and allowed him to teach new blood in the Inquisitor Academy, but Vinzenhorn understands that a Primarch can easily overthrow all of this. To fight those terrible things for human beings, any means are worthy of forgiveness. Only the most despicable, shameless, and bottomless people can win the final victory. Guilliman's words made Vinzenhorn stunned for a moment, and he realized that the other party did not come to punish him. My lord. Vinzenhorn didn't know what to say. Vinzenhorn, are you loyal to the Empire? Guilliman changed the subject and asked in a solemn tone. My lord, I am extremely loyal to the Empire. Then do you love human beings, and are you willing to give everything for the survival of human beings? My lord, I have served for hundreds of years and fought countless demons. My friends, disciples, and even my lover died in those terrifying battles. I have sacrificed everything for mankind. Very well, Vinzenhorn, are you willing to carry forward the burden for the Empire and mankind again? Endure the accusations of those ignorant people again, and move forward in the dark until the dawn of dawn, until mankind is redeemed. Guilliman's gaze was fixed on Vinzenhorn, and his tone was unprecedentedly dignified, which made Vinzenhorn understand that this was definitely not a joke. My lord, I am willing. Eisenhorn answered quickly, without giving himself time to think. It should not be the judge's fate to live alone and take his last breath on the hospital bed. It is the judge's fate to die on the battlefield against the enemies of mankind. Can you swear? You will walk in the dark and abide by the original intention of protecting mankind. Unless the dawn comes, you will never reveal what you have done. Whether you are accused or facing the crisis of death, you must never question what you do. Vinzenhorn raised his hand. I swear, before the dawn of the Empire, I will keep my oath and never reveal or question what I have done. I hope you can fulfill the oath you made, Vinzenhorn. I need you to help me with something. This matter does not look honorable. It seems rebellious, but it is very important. What is it, my lord? Vinzenhorn asked. Chapter 41 Demon Prince. In the deep dungeon of the fortress of the Judgment Hall, there are stored those forbidden things that cannot flow into the Empire. The judge will recover those forbidden things from various planets, store them in the fortress, and keep them guarded. Only the most devout priests to the Emperor can perform this duty of caretaker. Led by Vinzenhorn, Guilliman entered the depths of the fortress of the Inquisition. The environment here is so cold that it makes people tremble, and there are bursts of weird whispers echoing in the air, and the pure malice is as real as it is, and the skin feels tingling. The walls, ceilings, and marble floors of the corridors are covered with sacred prayers. Shrines to the Emperor are placed here and there, and incense lamps are lit on either side of the winged silver skull. The exiled priests held incense in their hands, and in the dark dungeon, they kept chanting poems praising the Emperor. Out of their belief in the Emperor and out of their great love for the human race, These priests who originally belonged to the state religion resolutely chose to sacrifice themselves to learn the taboo and dark knowledge of chaos in order to find ways to protect the souls of human beings. Become the guardian of the forbidden and keep these unspeakable threats out of human society. In addition to exiling the priest, every other distance, there will be a manifestation man with a scepter and a golden mask stationed there. They are devout believers of the Emperor, who can use the power of the Emperor to fight against those demons while protecting themselves from being violated. Their scepters can unleash force field attacks, and can also bless their beliefs so that they will not be corrupted. Guilliman entered the depths of the dungeon under the leadership of Vincent Horn. My lord, are we really going to do this? Vincent Horn was a little apprehensive. He looked at the Primarch with a look of fear in addition to respect. The opponent's plan is crazy. No normal person would think of using demons to collect subspace information. The Primarch in front of him not only had this idea, but also put this crazy plan into action with a strong action force. During the conversation in the hall, the Lord of Ultramar easily persuaded Vincent Horn to help him carry out that crazy plan. Those crazy things are so despicable and shameless. We use any conventional means to do this, it will only fuel their arrogance and make them more unscrupulous. Demons have been attacking human beings. Every successful invasion it will cause unimaginable casualties, and the only thing humans can do is to use the Grey Knights, the Inquisition to expel them. Those demons are unscrupulous. For the temptation behavior of mortals, if they succeed, they will harvest a lot of flesh and soul. If they fail, they will not have much loss. This situation must be improved, otherwise human beings will never have a way to get out of Asia. Break free from the curse of space. Those demons are also afraid of death. It is precisely because of this that the demons fear my father, because my father will not expel them, but will really kill them. This is a lower limit universe, Vincent Thorn. Only shameless and despicable guardians can protect their own race. We have to tell the devil that harming humans is no longer as simple as being expelled back to subspace. Humans, there will be vengeance, there will be shattering of their twisted nature, and there will be an end to them. Vincent Horn is well aware of the insanity and horror of this plan. Once exposed to the public, even the Primarch will be questioned. The other party needs a layer of insurance to preserve the vitality and appease the people of the Empire. He is the insurance. Vincent Horn did not refuse such a naked plan that would betray him at any time. He was not qualified to be remembered, and the worst ending would be even more tragic. Traitor to the Empire? Enemy of mankind? Vincent Horn said it doesn't matter anymore. But once this plan succeeds, the benefits it will bring to mankind will be unimaginable. Humans will march into the subspace and form a new confrontation with demons. The footsteps of the two echoed in the deep dungeon corridor. The servo skulls are topped with candles, floating beside them, providing illumination. These candles are not ordinary things, but made of fat extracted from the corpses of devout believers. The light brought by these candles can help users expel the hallucinations caused by sealed items and demons, and weaken the influence of those taboo items on the guardians. Demons and those sealed items always like to create some hallucinations and whispers to confuse those who are not determined. These candles are a good way to avoid these things. With the help of the light brought by the candle, Guilliman looked at the dungeon of the Inquisition with great interest. In the niches on the wall, there are small coffins. Those coffins are made of blessed fine gold and pure gold, with dense and complicated suppression runes engraved on the surface. These runes are different, determined by the forbidden things inside. Continuing to walk inside, there are giant bookshelves filled with books recording ominous things, as well as books obtained from chaos cultists. Some of these books are written in Gothic, while others are written in alien languages. The sources of these books are very complicated. Some were even written by ignorant people. These people did not know what terrible things they had done the moment before the judgment came. They became the tools of the gods without knowing it, secretly thinking that it was their own inspiration that created the masterpiece. The fate of these people is also very sad, they were executed without mercy. Many more books are from the distant past, whose origins are unknown. The parchment wrapped in the fleshy cover is stained with unclean blood. The corruption contained in these books is extremely terrifying, and the text inside depicts indescribable, incomprehensible existence and runes. Any mortal who touches these books immediately succumbs to an irresistible corruption. Following Vincent Horn's footsteps, Guilliman walked past the bookshelves and walked into the deepest part of the dungeon. Here is bound a demon host that has been transformed. He has grown 2 horns and a tail, and his fur has almost fallen off. He looks bald and horribly ugly. The powerful power of the subspace makes this demon host suspended in the air. Blessed chains and runes bind the demon host, making it impossible to escape from these bonds. Sensing the arrival of Guilliman and Vincent Horn, the demon host opened his eyes, the yellow pupils revealing pure malice. Vincent Horn, you shameful liar, I thought you were already dead. The demon host looked at the grey-haired Vincent Horn with a serious tone, full of malice and anger. I have to say that you are the best at lying among the human beings I have ever seen. You are better at deceiving than demons. I have served you and saved you from danger more than once. What I am after is to please you. Freed me according to the contract, but what did you do? You played with me, imprisoned me in the prison, and you used me countless times. One day, I will escape. At that time, I will hunt down your soul, Vincent Thorn, and you will be enslaved forever. The devil's hatred for Vincent Horn is so great. Even if Guilliman was standing beside him, the demon simply ignored him. Hearing this, Guilliman immediately imagined a merry drama in his mind. The poor little devil was repeatedly played by the ruthless judge, and finally imprisoned him ruthlessly in the prison. Judge, that demon has been imprisoned by you for 3 years. Has he been purified? No, he said he will take revenge on you from the return of the king. Cherubel, your words are nothing but lies. Vincenhorn didn't care about the demon host's anger, his eyes were calm and cold. GG, Vincenthorn, you know, there is no way to imprison me forever, I will escape one day. The demon named Cherubel issued a threat through the demon host. After he finished speaking, he noticed that there was another person standing beside Vincenhorn. Seeing the other person's face, Cherubel subconsciously took a few steps back. Impossible, how could there be a parent and child of a cursor? Cherubel's tone was full of panic, and he yelled. Chapter 42 Are you my small role? Guilliman looked at the screaming demon, and had a vague impression of the Emperor's horror. The other party is not afraid of him, but the Emperor behind him. Otherwise, I wouldn't say anything about the parent and child of the cursor. In Vincenhorn's introduction, Cherubel is a demon prince. The subspace is very vast, and even the evil gods known as the Lords of Chaos occupy only a corner of the subspace. Many places still do not belong to evil gods, and are occupied by various demons. Since the birth of human beings, religion has appeared, and the initial gods have appeared. With the development of time, there are more and more of these gods. The simplest example, Greek mythology, from the first generation of creation gods to the third generation of gods, already has thousands of gods. This is just a system. Together, tens of thousands of gods have been enshrined in human history. Thanks to the characteristics of the subspace, when people worship a certain concept excessively, they will form a projection in the subspace. These gods were born naturally. With the development of human beings, beliefs are constantly changing. Many gods have been forgotten and abandoned, and some will die naturally. Some have become another kind of existence. These beings are hungry and eager to harvest flesh and soul every moment, so they are called demons. In the long history of the Milky Way, the history of millions of years of human beings is just an insignificant little splash. Before human beings were born, many races were born. They have their own civilization and their own beliefs. Take several races that are still active today. The Tao tribe who harassed the empire in the Far East border believed in the so-called goodness of the wife. The Orc boy under the rule of the Orc warlord believes in the two gods of Mau Mau. Asurian, Hawk, Selego, etc. of Eldar beliefs. The cultural differences between different races are so great, and the gods created are also completely different. These gods who have lost their faith will be slowly distorted in the subspace and become hateful demons. When Slaanesh awakened, tearing apart the real universe and creating the Eye of Terror, the Eldar gods also ushered in a terrible end. Only Selego, the of Laughter, and Isha, the goddess of life, survived. When the Eldar are completely destroyed, Selego and Isa, who have lost their faith in clansmen, will also become hateful demons and become more and more distorted. The origins of demons are various, and it is not easy to explain clearly. Cherubel's origins are unknown. Even Vincenhorn didn't know much about the origin of this demon prince. When he was young, he investigated an incident involving the Chaos tribe, and learned the spells and rituals to control the demon from a seized demon forbidden book. In ancient times, a demon tribe came from chaos to the real universe, ruled 7 worlds, and established a kingdom. After the fall of the kingdom, the demon king was buried in a terrible mausoleum, waiting to be awakened again. Vincenhorn has pursued this matter for hundreds of years, involving several huge families around the Death Code, and finally killed the heretic who had been hiding in the mausoleum of the demon king, preventing the opponent's conspiracy. Later, he didn't figure out Cherubel's true origin. Of course, Guilliman did not intend to listen to the stories behind the other party. Everything about the devil is corrupt, and even just listening to their stories may be controlled and manipulated by them. He just wants to use this demon prince as a tool, and there is no need to know where the other party comes from. In fact, many demons in the subspace used various means to enter the real universe, and then turned into races in the real universe, creating their own twisted civilization. This is why the Emperor created the Primarch, without which the Imperium of Man would not have been possible. The Emperor cannot fight every war. Of course, in the end the human empire was almost destroyed because of the Primarch. Some will complain that the Emperor doesn't care enough about the Primarches, that using them as tools will lead to disasters like the Empire. Such thoughts ignore reality, and are extremely stupid and simple. The number of things the Emperor has to think every second is enough to burn the Empire's top thinker computer. Conquering and ruling a human empire that spans tens of thousands of light years and can only be maintained by psychic communication and subspace navigation, without the use of intelligence, requires more energy than anyone can imagine. Many people don't even recognize the people who live in the same community, and they don't even know what happened in the next town. What's more, it is often what happened on a planet hundreds of light years away. The Emperor needs to evaluate the usefulness of each force for him, he needs to deal with those terrible aliens, he also needs to plan the webway, he needs to fight against the gods, and he needs to maintain the lie of the imperial truth as much as possible. His time has been squeezed infinitely. But when he met each Primarch, he took out his limited time to talk to each Primarch, describe the future of mankind to them, and promise them glory and rewards. He evaluates each Primarch, and then communicates with them with the most suitable attitude. When he first met, he had a long talk with Lorgar all night long, hoping that the other party would abandon religion and embrace the truth of the empire, but Lorgar never listened to him, repeated orders, and was still obsessed with missionary work. In the Nikaya meeting, the use of psychic power was banned after the Primarch voted, but Magnus secretly violated this order, and finally, under his own arrogance, a psychic power broke the spiritual power established by the Emperor in the underground palace. The energy barrier caused the 10,000 orders, the nuns, and the Mechanicu's army to be dragged to death in the webway. Angren hated him for not dying. Kuz thought he brought hope, but made this hope never reachable. Perturabo, who is mentally distorted, thinks he is just a tool man. Mortarion always felt that the Emperor looked down on him. Among the many primarchs, the Emperor chose the safest path, which was to appoint Horus, who had accompanied him the longest, as War Master. Besides Alfarius, who was hiding in the dark, Horus was the primarch who accompanied the Emperor the longest. The Emperor himself taught him all, and took him with him on crusades. But I never thought that this road has deep pits. The failure of the Emperor is not that he has no humanity, but that he believed in humanity. This is his greatest sorrow and the reason why he suffered so much while sitting on the golden throne. He thought that Horus, who had been with him the longest, could take over for him to complete the rest of the Great Crusade and stop the evil of chaos from tempting other primarchs. As a result, Horus directly chose to betray after being injured. This is why the Emperor was surprised. He never thought that the person who betrayed would be Horus. He thought that Horus really regarded him as his father, but Horus simply regarded him as a tyrant. Is chaos polluting Horus? No, Horus chose chaos. He tried to encroach on his father's throne, thinking that this galaxy was brought down by him, and naturally he would rule it. Erebus promised him that by sacrificing the human emperor, Horus would gain inexhaustible power and become the new lord of mankind to rule the galaxy. Horus, who had already been dissatisfied with the emperor's weakening of the War Council and relying heavily on the Terra Council, accepted the deal. He decided to sacrifice his father and become the new lord of humanity. Compared to the decisive battle, the emperor who still wanted to save Horus. It is self-evident which of the two is more humane and who values the decades-long company more. Injury just gave chaos a chance to seduce Horus. It seems that you know me, that will save a lot of effort. Guilliman collected his scattered mind, and secretly vowed that he would never hand over the power to determine the situation of the Empire to one person, even if this person, no matter how trustworthy people are, the same is true. What are you going to do? Son of the damned. Cherubel said. I need information on the warp, so I'm here to ask you. Then you want to make a deal with me? Cherubel suddenly felt excited when he heard Guilliman's words. Trading means corruption, and corruption means degeneration. It would be such a thing for a cursed parent to degenerate. Wonderful thing. I am the regent of the Empire, and I never make deals with others. Whatever I need is offered to me by others. Guilliman walked into Cherubel, so I hope you can be a little more sensible, pledge your allegiance to me, and then serve I provide information. Cherubel _ The regent of the Empire is amazing, so you want me to be loyal to you? When I, the Devil Prince, is a small character. Chapter 43 Surrender. Do you know what you are talking about? Stupid mortal. Cherubel looked at the Primarch in front of him and refused without hesitation. You are the son of the Cursed One, but you are not qualified to order me. You are just the leader of mortals, and I am the noble demon prince. I will send a message of mercy and allow you to make a deal with me. As long as you can prepare enough sacrifices, I can tell you some news. Don't think of me as one of those stupid wizards who exchange a lot of sacrifices for that little bit of knowledge, but still thank you Dade. The only sacrifice I can give you is the chance to live, Cherubel. Guilliman looked at the demon host in front of him, infinite power surged in the body of the Primarch. As the news of his awakening spread, everyone who heard about it was cheering his name, looking forward to the salvation he would bring. These beliefs gave him infinite strength. Humanity's will is enough to change the warp, this is a thing beyond doubt. Otherwise, the gods would not choose those chaos believers to help them interfere with the real universe. The Eldar once deduced that if human beings become extinct, chaos will soon disappear in the galaxy. It is conceivable what kind of position human beings occupy in the subspace field of the galaxy. And now, Guilliman gathers the power of human faith. Your arrogance is higher than that of your father, the father and son of the curse. You can't do anything to me, I am the Devil Prince, and I am an immortal existence. Everything in the world will decay with the passage of time, and the devil does not. Yes, I am eternal. Cherubel's arrogant voice sounded. I can foresee everything. This is the talent of our people. Do you want to know your future destiny? Parent and child of the curse, do you want to get everything you want? Make a deal with me, and I will satisfy you. Everything is required, as long as you can pay enough. Vinzenhorn stood aside, watching all this silently. He doesn't know if this is right or wrong. Guilliman was trying to walk a dark path. He didn't know if the great Primarch had been corrupted by chaos in his long sleep. He hoped his choice was right. Otherwise, a corrupted Primarch will be the last straw that crushes the Empire. Vinzenhorn is ready to spell at any time. Once Cherubel loses control, he will suppress the opponent again. You will pay for your stubbornness, demon. Guilliman smiled. You know, I have a traitorous brother. He is called the Midnight Ghost. His legion is known for its brutality. He likes to hunt people fear of weaknesses, and then continue to magnify them, and then magnify them until the enemy is completely collapsed. Before, I didn't like his approach very much, but now, I have changed a little. When people face an enemy they absolutely hate, revenge by any means is allowed. I was thinking about my brother's practice and thinking whether his torture could be applied to you. During this time, I have been speculating about the devil. What is your fear? It wasn't until the last battle that I understood that demons fear eternal death. You fear that your origins will be completely wiped out, which will prevent you from being resurrected in the warp. You don't want to get any news from me, parent and child of the cursor. I have never been afraid of threats. You control my real name, but there is no way to make me submit. You have no ability to do what you say, the most you can do just banish me from the warp or imprison me, Cherubel screamed. Guilliman put his hand on the hilt of the Emperor's sword. I really can't make you annihilated, but someone can. Domination makes Guilliman even stronger. He is also more comfortable using the power of the Emperor's sword. Following Guilliman's will, a golden light shone on the majestic and strong body of the Primarch. It made him more dazzling, as if he was shrouded in golden light. The power of the Emperor is also surging, projecting across the starry sky into this dark dungeon. Cherubel writhed uneasily, fear appeared on his distorted face. The Emperor is cursed by the demons of the warp, and he will end all. Not even the Lord of Chaos can destroy the Emperor, only to find a way to imprison him on the golden throne. With the double blessing of Guilliman's power and the Emperor's power, the dungeon has become more sacred than ever. The Emperor's shrine also glows, making the exiled priests and manifestations more excited to chant the Emperor's prayers and hymns. The other demon hosts and forbidden things in the dungeon are all trembling. The roaring voices fell silent, and the weird whispers disappeared. The struggling demon host was also unprecedentedly quiet. Vinzenhorn felt a huge and vast will coming. He knew that the Primarch was harnessing his father's power to try to oppress the Daemon Prince. Surrender to me, or I will completely shatter your essence and let you enter eternal silence. Guilliman's voice was not loud, but full of majesty. Phew. Cherubel struggled hard, resisting that will, but before he finished speaking, an iron fist hit him. The air was torn, and the thick chains were instantly tensed due to the huge impact. The demon host that Cherubel lived in was punched on the wall, making a heavy impact sound. The Emperor's sword was pulled out by Guilliman, golden flames rose along the hilt, and the tip of the sword pointed at Cherubel. You can refuse one more time, and I will return you to nothingness, demon. There are other demons here, there is always someone willing to serve me. I have foreseen your sad fate, son of the damned, you will surely fall like us. Cherubel looked at the tip of the sword, not daring to challenge the patience of the Primarch. Are you confident in your ability to predict? Guilliman mocked. You are just a group of despicable monkeys, you will never be able to comprehend the subtlety and perfection of the thread of fate, and I have already predicted everything. Cherubel said. How about this, guess which part of you I will attack first. This is a poor game, and you didn't intend for me to win. I just want to know how perfect your perfect foreknowledge is. Can you imagine what will happen next? Guilliman cut off the ear of the demon host. The golden flame burned the essence of the demon, causing Cherubel to let out a shrill cry. It seems that as long as the source is hurt, the devil will suffer. Guilliman cut off the other ear of the demon host. This time the movement was very slow, the golden flame was spreading, but it didn't burn along the demon host, it was just cauterizing the wound. Cherubel's scream became more piercing. Guilliman was very patient, cutting the body of the demon host bit by bit. The original soul of the body has long since died, and there is only the will of the devil prince in it. Only the demon prince will suffer. You won, parent and child of the cursor, what do you want to know? Cherubel finally chose to give in. Demons are difficult to be harmed by realistic weapons, and the destruction of their physical bodies cannot harm their origin. But the golden longsword in Guilliman's hand is fine. The sword contains the power of the cursed. With every cut by Guilliman, damage will be done to Cherubel's demonic origin. That is still unparalleled pain. Even if Cherubel fled back to the warp in the future, the scar left by this sword would never heal, and every moment would bring Cherubel a burning pain. I want to know the news about my traitorous brothers and what are they doing now? Guilliman put away the Emperor's sword and asked. I am not active in subspace, I have been imprisoned in the real universe for hundreds of years. Cherubel said. Does any demon know? How should I summon? Guilliman looked at Cherubel. You let one demon betray another. Chapter 44 The threat brought by Magnus. Betrayal, isn't your devil's forte. Guilliman said. You don't want to fool and control me like this, parent and child of the cursor. Cherubel screamed. Guilliman did not show any mercy, he punched the opponent again, causing him to hit the wall, and let out a shrill scream. Then, one of Cherubel's arms was cut off with a single blow. The power of the cursed is hurting Cherubel's demon essence. It was like a burning scar, tormenting him all the time. When Guilliman was about to inflict more scars on his body, Cherubel gave in, screaming in terror, my master. Under Guilliman's gaze, Cherubel spoke the true name of a demon who might know the current state of the warp, and provided a spell to detain the opponent. In exchange for Guilliman's forgiveness. During the long years, as a demon prince, Cherubel could always get some useful information. The real name of a demon is not unimaginable to him. It's still sensible. Guilliman withdrew the Emperor's sword and turned to Vinzenhorn. Can you summon the demon he mentioned? Inquisitor. It's not hard to have a full real name and ritual, Vinzenhorn said. For a demon judge, knowledge about demons is a must-learn subject. With the help of Vinzenthorn, a demon that also does not belong to the Chaos God was summoned. Accompanied by a cold breath and a sickening sulfur smell. A demon with a ferocious face, 2 horns on top of his head, covered with black feathers, and a pair of sheep's hooves was summoned. Before the demon could speak, Vinzenhorn used a ritual to seal him in the demon host. Mortal, you have offended me. The summoned demon screamed. You talk too much. Guilliman grabbed the opponent's head and smashed it to the ground. The demon screamed. With his scream, there was a terrible wave in the warp, trying to obliterate everyone in the dungeon. But Guilliman didn't let him succeed. The power of the Primarch is so terrifying that it can tear its titans apart. The demon was overwhelmed by the power of dominion and the power of the Emperor on Guilliman, and used the sword of the Emperor to carve insulting words on his body. Confronted with a Primarch that was invincible and capable of ending itself, the demon succumbed. Ask, son of the damned, I can answer your 5 questions, and I will tell you everything I know. The summoned demon made a shrill sound. He spoke in a superimposed voice, with painful black tears running down his face. Enslaved by man, and the power of the Emperor caused him double pain. Tell me, where are my traitor brothers? Guilliman asked. Lorgar, Perturabo, and Fulgrim in the Eye of Terror, said the demon. Mortarion is in the realm of the Plague Lord, and Angren fights for the Lord of War and Blood in the Field of Eternity. Where's Magnus? Guilliman asked sharply, the most insidious of the traitor primarchs. He left the Eye of Terror. No one knows his whereabouts. It is said that he will attack his brother. That is you, the parent and child of the Cursor. You are the only parent and child of the Cursor who is still active. The demon gasped, and the pain drove him mad, convulsing. Guilliman fell silent. Before Mortarion made a move, did Magnus come? What would he do, throw himself into the maelstrom like the original plot line? How should I control it? Guilliman looked at Cherubel who was restrained, and asked in a concentrated voice. Write the scriptures of the cursed in his heart, and he will bow at your feet and serve you. No. The demon made a shrill voice. Is what he said true? Guilliman asked inwardly. True, your father's prayer will probably kill that demon. Only your will can save him from death. If he doesn't want to die forever, then he can only succumb to your feet. After receiving the answer from the auxiliary elf, Guilliman asked Vinzenhorn again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he started to do it. He broke open the demon's chest, and engraved the state religion's poem praising the Emperor on the opponent's heart. I need more information, demon. Don't let me down, or you will perish forever. After speaking, Guilliman put it back into the subspace. Seal him up and send him to the glory of Macrage. I need to get more subspace information from him. Vinzenhorn, you are in charge of guarding him. If necessary, kill him. Guilliman looked at Vinzenhorn, and made Cherubel's arrangement for him. Guilliman stayed on the planet Thalassa for 2 weeks, and then left with Vinzenhorn and the golden coffin that sealed Cherubel, preparing to go to the Connor Galaxy. Before he left, he announced the Covenant as the chief judge, responsible for reviewing the plans of those judges, and had the right to ask those judges to explain their actions, otherwise the Covenant would be eligible to stop all duties of the other party. The Covenant is directly responsible to him, and regularly reports all the information for the Primarch to review. Guilliman knew that the Inquisitors had made a lot of contributions over the long 10,000 years, and they thwarted many conspiracies. But with the passage of time, the judge with great power began to deteriorate gradually. They used various means to grab a huge amount of wealth, secretly carried out various heresy behaviors, and even deliberately cultivated heresies, and then eliminated them, so as to obtain their own honor and greater rights. Vinzenhorn, a demon judge who maintains integrity, has become an alternative. After rectifying the chaotic supervision system of the Inquisitors and incorporating it into his own transformation plan, Guilliman left. The malpractice of the judge system has accumulated for a long time, and it will not be cleaned up in a short while, nor can it be completely changed at once to prevent the Empire from losing too much blood. It needs to be drawn gradually, and revised in conjunction with the new system and new ideas. Standing on the deck of the glory of Macrage, Guilliman thought about the next way. Mortarion and Magnus will attack him, and he must take corresponding countermeasures. Magnus is good at Shinix, which is his only advantage. Needless to say, his schemes, and the like, are so-called unfathomable because of the information asymmetry between the subspace and the real universe. To put it bluntly, this guy is a little smart, but not much. Magnus' threat is his Shinix powers and the asymmetry of warp information. Like the original plot, when he just came out of the subspace, he suddenly came and threw them into the maelstrom. Such a thing, who can stand it? Guilliman didn't know when this guy would launch an attack, otherwise he could have made some plans. For Mortarion, it's okay. In addition to spreading the plague, this guy's brain can't think of other tricks. Something like the plague cannot be attacked suddenly, which gave Guilliman time to deal with it. The only problem is Magnus. There is a serious lack of information. Guilliman sighed, human beings have always been in a weak position against the subspace. And the biggest problem in fighting against subspace is worrying about being corrupted. The most disgusting thing about subspace is one thing. If you don't fight, you will suffer. You fight or you suffer. Corruption alone is very incomprehensible. Regain the Webway project. Guilliman muttered in his heart. The Emperor has basically used all available methods. Establish a community of consciousness for all mankind? Isn't the Emperor now? Create a new religious confrontation? Isn't that the state religion? The only thing left is to establish a network channel, and the plan to isolate humans from the subspace has not been fully implemented. Guilliman thought for a moment, then rejected it. Chaos God won't let him do that. As long as he expresses his desire to practice the way of the web, the other party will immediately join forces. If I lose, is it possible that I still have to sit on the golden throne? If you don't sit still, you will explode the second eye of fear, and by then, the whole world will be demonic. Learn the Protoss of StarCraft and establish the so-called Kara connection. Forget it, when one is corrupted, all of them will be cheated. Kara's connection is not safe, and it was invaded later, which almost brought the entire Protoss under control. Humans will die even more bleakly if they do this. Guilliman thought about it, but he couldn't think of any good way to fight the corruption of the warp. At this moment Fikris came over. My lord, the latest news, the Grouse family of the Natal Galaxy issued a declaration, declaring that your reform of the imperial system is invalid, and they will only follow the system left by the Holy Emperor. Chapter 45 Guilliman betrayed us. Foucault's words interrupted Guilliman's thinking, making him stunned for a moment, and after a while, he raised his head and asked Fickles. Are they mutiny? No, they just rejected your reforms, and only recognized the system established for them by the Holy Emperor. They have expelled the reform members sent by the new council, claiming that they only obey the orders of Holy Terra. And also to other worlds a circular was issued, asking other worlds to join them in rejecting it. Several families have already responded, saying that they will not recognize your reforms unless your lord can get the Emperor's permission. Fikris said. Let me be recognized by the Holy Emperor. Guilliman walked a few steps, looked up at Fikris again, and asked, did they say anything else? Did they make any demands? This is the information I have received for the time being. Fikris said angrily, should we send troops to punish these families, my lord, this is disrespectful to you. No, this is not disrespect to me. They are testing me, Fikris. They are trying to figure out how strong and determined I am for this reform. Just wait for a while, I guess other families will speak up, send people to collect their crimes, and then they will be liquidated together. Guilliman could see the true purpose of this declaration at a glance. The opponent did not rebel, and even stepped on a just right position. Neither the trial court nor other institutions can catch their conspiracy. The current situation in the Empire is very delicate. It stands to reason that the awakened Guilliman should go to Holy Terra to obtain the power of the Terra Council, and then issue various orders. But now, Guilliman stays in Ultramar, issuing various orders in Macrage. He is the regent of the Empire, appointed by the Emperor himself, and is the legitimate ruler of the Empire. But for 10,000 years, the Empire has been accepting the orders of the Terra Council, and has already formed a subtle understanding that the core power of the Empire lies in Terra. Allegiance to Guilliman and the Terra Council, on the surface, are all allegiance to the Empire. Why do these guys jump out at this time? Are they so ignorant that they can't see clearly what adults are doing? Are they trying to save mankind? Fikris said indignantly. They can see it, that's why they object. Guilliman looked at a seraphim who was flying with its wings flapping. Mission assigned by the program. Why do you say that, my lord? Since they can see it, why are they against you? Have they all betrayed the Empire and are no longer loyal? Fikris asked puzzled. There are many kinds of loyalty, Fikris. Loyalty to ideals, loyalty to individuals, and those who are greedy to power and power. They are also loyal to the Empire, but they are not loyal to me, not loyal to what I am trying to create. It's just that future. I don't understand. Isn't loyalty the same as giving everything? Fikri's broad, resolute face was filled with confusion. Guilliman withdrew his gaze, not allowing himself to look at the abominable technological creation. That's what you think, Fikris. More people think, if I serve this person, what will I get? If I can't get it, why should I give my allegiance? They want me to back down in exchange for their loyalty. This is what they really think. The Grouse family is just the first, and there are countless families watching. They have held the status of rulers for generations, enjoying wealth and luxuries that ordinary people do not have. They think they are loyal, so they are rewarded and they deserve it. I should continue to use these rewards to maintain their loyalty, otherwise it's my fault. Guilliman said with a smile, as for the overall situation of saving mankind, they think they are already loyal enough, and there is nothing they can do when mankind is in crisis. It is absolutely impossible for them to sacrifice their own interests to maintain the overall situation of mankind. Then what should we do? Fikris asked. I will go to the natal galaxy, declare the Gross family excommunication and rebellion, execute everyone in this family, and announce to the entire empire that reform must be carried out, and anyone who does not recognize it is trying to destroy mankind. Chaos heresy. Guilliman's words were full of indifference, and he didn't care about the person who was about to be executed. The Grouse family is large in scale, owning numerous businesses and fleets. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a galaxy dynasty. There have been no traitors in this family, and they have maintained their loyalty to the Emperor and the Empire. But Guilliman doesn't need this kind of loyalty. What he needs is the kind of loyalty that obeys him and accepts his reforms. Many families have produced characters who are loyal to the Emperor and the Empire, but this does not offset some of their crimes. The reason why these families are willing to be loyal to the Empire and the Emperor is because the Empire and the Emperor can bring them huge benefits. They can use the authority of the Emperor to legally rule a world. And when there is a rebellion in this world, ask for the protection of the Imperial Astral Army and the Imperial Navy to suppress those rebels. Being loyal to the Emperor means that they only need to be responsible to the Emperor and the Empire. They can adopt any system to rule their world, extracting all the wealth they can extract. The reason why the Grouse family publicly issued such a declaration is undoubtedly that Guilliman's reforms have shaken their power base and their wealth. In order to defend their power and wealth, they issued such a declaration. The meaning is very clear: unless Guilliman backs down, they will not remain loyal to him. It's a pity that the long time has made them forget how the Primarchs and the Emperor built the Empire. The Primarchs turned those dynasties and alien empires that were unwilling to surrender into ruins, and built a human empire on the wreckage of those civilizations. It has never been relying on political means of intrigue. The Grouse family tried to find out Guilliman's bottom line, wanted to strive for the greatest benefit as much as possible, and even forced Guilliman to withdraw his reform order. Guilliman's bottom line is to keep those nobles who cooperate with the reform alive. House Grouse wants more, prepare to face the wrath of a Primarch. Guilliman will not back down, he will respond with the strongest attitude. Planet Natal. Nick Hive Capital. Nests are divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. The lower class belonged to the poor peasants and gangsters, the middle class belonged to the working class, the upper class with a beautiful environment and fresh air belonged to the aristocrats. Nobles occupy 99% of the wealth in the natal galaxy, monopolizing medicine, medical treatment, machinery, shipping and many other fields. Enjoying a life of luxury that ordinary people can't imagine. In industrial hives, green plants and healthy food are very scarce. Ordinary people eat either nutrition blocks, or food such as ambules and groundworms that are full of pollution. 99% of the people have never known what flowers and plants look like in their entire lives. The air in the hive capital is circulated and purified by the equipment of mechanicus. It is normal for civilians living in hives to never see green plants. Of course, the life of the nobles was very different. Their manor has a garden made of green plants from all over the world. Eat harmless food from the agricultural world. Even the fruits they enjoy are specially transported from other galaxies, and the value of each one is enough to be worth a civilian's lifetime labor income. The gap between the rich and the poor in the empire is so large that ordinary people can't imagine it. If there are some merchant families with a long history, the accumulated wealth is even more astronomical. More than a dozen galaxies are their industries. Unless it is declared treason by the empire, there is no possibility of decline. The top of Hawk's hive. Many nobles gathered at a luxurious reception. This is betrayal. Guilliman betrayed us. We served the empire, we died for the emperor, but he wants to deprive us of our rights. An old nobleman shouted angrily. Chapter 46 Who is the heretic? The reception was held in an extravagant manner in the sky at the top of the hive capital. The decoration of the manor is resplendent and magnificent. Under the warm air blown by the ventilation machine, all kinds of flowers and plants exude a faint, slightly fishy natural atmosphere. Everything here seems to have nothing to do with the dirty nest outside. Is a very different world. The crystal lamps suspended by the suspended servo skulls, like the sun of this manor, provide just the right light for the guests participating in the reception. Neither too harsh nor too dark. Selected from the middle and lower layers of the hive capital, carefully trained girls, wearing hot clothes, wander among the guests, acting as wine girls. The skin of the girls is very fair, with the luster of white cream. The bodies of these girls have been technically adjusted, and they are very hot when they look at them. They have fair skin, beautiful long legs, protruding front and back, and perfect faces. Each of these wine girls is a precious gem that has never been possessed by anyone. Of course, if a certain guest needs it, he can enjoy it as much as he wants. All the aftermath work will be taken care of by the Grouse family. This is the expression of the Grouse family's strong wealth, and they are not stingy about sharing this insignificant wealth. They own industries in several galaxies, and the wealth they earn every second is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it is also wealth that the bottom-level people cannot earn in a few lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes. Many people believe that unless the Grouse family is declared treasonous by the empire, there is absolutely no possibility of their decline. Now the situation is different, another threat has the Grouse family in a precarious situation. That is the reform introduced by Guilliman. It was the Grouse family who said that Guilliman betrayed their elders. An old nobleman who underwent multiple delay operations, he lived for more than 400 years and experienced 4 centuries. The strong wealth of the Grouse family allowed him to enjoy expensive medical operations to prolong his life. It is worth mentioning that according to statistics from the Ministry of the Interior 100 years ago, the average life expectancy of the planet natal was only 55 years old. Toxic industries are employed by large numbers of workers who often do not live to be 50 years old. It is an exaggeration for the old nobleman to live for 400 years. Equivalent to more than a dozen generations of middle and low-level people. The old nobles saw clearly that Guilliman's reforms were destined to cause heavy losses to the Grouse family, and they could no longer guarantee their luxurious life. House Grouse has dedicated 5,000 years of loyalty to the emperor. But now Guilliman has taken all of them back, which is undoubtedly a complete betrayal of the Grouse family. Such a betrayal made the members of the Grouse family indignant, and even publicly stated that they would not accept any reforms by Guilliman. The shouting of the old nobleman attracted the attention of other noblemen. They were whispering, with the same anger on their faces. In their view, what Guilliman did was unreasonable, even stupid. Some nobles even felt that Guilliman was a deranged tyrant. He is killing the loyalists of the empire, persecuting their loyal families, and suppressing the loyalists of the empire. If it wasn't for the other party's identity as the Primarch, these nobles wanted to report directly to Terra, declaring this guy a chaos heretic, and requesting all departments of the empire to work together to strangle the other party. Attacking the loyal nobles and weakening the strength of the empire, how could such a thing be done by the loyal Primarch? Must be heresy. Only a heretic would do such an act. We must stop his absurd behavior. A younger nobleman said, we have dedicated thousands of years of loyalty to the empire. Our loyalty cannot be questioned or questioned, but he wants to depose us. Thousands of years the deep sleep has made his mind unclear, and we must let him know that we are the ones who maintain the empire, not those stupid civilians. Pay attention to your words, offending the Primarch will be regarded as treason. Another nobleman said in a deep voice, if you don't want to attract the emperor's angels, please restrain yourself. So what? It's just death. The Bendik family will not be afraid of this. We are loyal to the emperor and Terra. Death cannot make us submit. The biggest problem now is to correct the mistakes of the Primarch. Holy, the emperor's system has been in operation for tens of thousands of years, which fully proves the superiority of this system. The families are loyal to Terra, and Terra is loyal to the emperor, and everything is so orderly. And now the Primarch wants to break this system and take away the rights of the loyal family and give it to those stupid, easily seduced commoners. Such an idea is simply absurd. Those stupid commoners are useless, except for their sons to take up arms going to be the titans and make their daughters dress up in bunny girl clothes and pour wine. What use are they? The youth of the Bendik family shouted loudly, our fathers fought for the empire to protect these garbage. Our status and identity are what we deserve, but now he wants to take them all. Is this fair? It's really not fair, my fellow citizens. The emperor ruled Terra ruled the nobles ruled the commoners, and the commoners gave everything to the nobles. This is the most perfect system. Now, Guilliman wants to break it, for the sake of the empire, for the emperor, we must rise up. House Grouse will only obey the orders of Holy Terra, unless the Primarch can reverse that stupid reform. The old nobleman of the Grouse family shouted loudly. The emotions of many nobles at the reception were also mobilized. They whispered about the folly of Guilliman's reforms, each aggrieved and determined to do anything to protect the empire. The reception is over. The corpses of several bruised, terrified wine girls were packed together with the garbage through the conveyor belt and sent to the bottom floor, where they were looted. The few corpses were also snatched up by the low-level homeless, and they were directly dismembered, and then the different parts of these corpses were divided up. In the garbage dump, only some blood was left. Every banquet will have something like this. The nobles who are having fun will always accidentally kill a few. This kind of thing is nothing to them. As long as the matter is dealt with cleanly and law enforcement agencies can't find the body, there will be no problem. Even if there is a problem, with the power and influence of the Grouse family, it can be easily settled. Bells rang in the Hive City, and the voice of the missionaries praying to the emperor echoed through loudspeakers in every corner of the Hive City. A group of workers walked out of the rumbling factory, took heavy steps, and walked into the public transportation that shuttled around the city. Hawk is one of these workers. He is exhausted and feels his bones are sore. 12 hours of work drained all his strength and energy. Looking out from the window of the vehicle, the tall buildings with flashing neon lights come into view. A trace of confusion appeared on Hawk's face. His father is a worker, his mother is a worker, and he is also a worker. This kind of life is always the same, eating the same canned food every day, sleeping in the same cramped room, listening to the preaching of the Anglican priest from a simple hologram, or watching boring, time-killing videos. In 2 more years, the fertility committee will assign him a wife. They need to have a child within 2 years, otherwise they will be deemed as deliberately violating the imperial law and will be punished and need to pay more taxes. Families who cannot afford it will be deported to the bottom and become poor homeless. His life can be seen to the end at a glance, commuting to get off work every day, and obtaining the wealth that is just enough to live on. The remuneration of the workers has been calculated by the mechanical priests to ensure that they will not starve to death or save money. They must maintain motivation to work at all times so as not to fall into poverty without food. In such a world, unless Hawk is willing to be a tramp, absolutely nothing will change. I heard that the Emperor's son has woken up. There was a discussion in the front row, which made Hawk subconsciously concentrate on listening to the other party. What does waking up have to do with us? Maybe it can improve our lives. Don't dream, every powerful person is the same, they don't care about our life and death, they only treat us as a burden and a burden. Chapter 47 Reality. Hawk listened to those people's complaints, and sighed slightly. The Holy Emperor, we are born sinful, and we should sharpen ourselves in suffering. Missionaries' voices echoed over the horns of public vehicles. They are always so noisy, it seems that as long as they are loud, they can be convincing. The Emperor doesn't have that much time to deal with these psychopaths. A slightly heretical idea came to Hawk's mind. He knew it was disrespectful to think so, but he couldn't help himself. Those priests say that the Emperor loves everyone, but why is there such a big gap? Some people have everything, while others have nothing. Obviously, the Emperor couldn't see it at all. Those guys are just swindling and abducting in the name of the Emperor. Hawk turned his head and looked out the window, looking at the flickering neon lights and the messy multi-layered Hive City, his eyes became more and more confused. He doesn't know what is the meaning of his birth? Never stop work, closed living houses, and 12-hour daily work. Apart from these, he seems to have nothing. And those pastors are still saying they are happy. Where is happiness? In Hawk's wild imagination, the public vehicle stopped on a slightly dilapidated metal platform. Station number 2 in District 36 has arrived. Passengers heading to Residential District number 2 will get off at this station. The mechanical announcement sounded, interrupting Hawk, who was in deep thought. He hurriedly stood up and walked towards the car door. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, he heard a beep. Credits for riding public vehicles are directly debited into the account of the Public Transport Commission. Citizens living in Hawk's Hive will get a data chip when they become adults, and record their various information and financial account numbers. This chip is not the private property of citizens, but belongs to the Machinery Association. The Mechanics Association is responsible for maintaining various machines in the Hive, and they are responsible for all mechanical products. Data chips are just something they lease to citizens. After the citizen dies, the Machinery Association will take out the chip from the corpse, format it, and then lease it to another person. Hawk suspects his data chip is at least 200 years old, maybe longer, at least 3 or 4 generations old. A lot of things in Empire are like this. The service life is much longer than ordinary people. Coupled with the maintenance of the Machinery Association, these things can often be used for hundreds or even thousands of years. Hawk, who just got out of the car, was pushed by a passenger who got on the car. The other party did not apologize, but walked straight into the carriage, found a seat and sat down. Hawk has long been accustomed to this. In this cold, cruel world of repression, everyone is so numb. Walking in the metal corridor exuding the peculiar smell of metal, Hawk heard a buzzing sound, and he looked up at himself. A luxurious private suspended vehicle, engraved with the imperial double-headed eagle emblem and family emblem, passed by above, shuttling between the tall buildings of the hive capital. Hawk's eyes showed envy, and he watched the car go away helplessly until he could no longer see it. These private suspension vehicles are luxuries that he could not afford in his whole life. They only belong to those nobles with deep family heritage. Walk through the promenade connecting the metal platform, and a few hundred meters ahead, there is a crowded residential area. There are people coming and going here, and there is a lot of voices. Some small vendors are loudly selling things, medicine, meat, wine, etc., as well as contraband obtained through special channels. In some places, projections are suspended, playing advertisements of various chables or chambers of commerce. In some dark places, there are gang members with various lines painted on their faces. They often have good things on their hands. As long as you have enough credits, they can get you powerful plasma guns, well-maintained prosthetics, and even various contraband drugs. Law enforcement officers shuttled through the crowd, and from time to time they would stop in front of a certain vendor and ask for their own benefit fee. To do business in a residential area, you have to pay the hive capital's tax, and you have to give some to the gangsters, and then you have to give some to the law enforcement officers, and they earn the rest. Each settlement is large enough to house millions of people. When people can officially work and earn income, they will be forced to allocate a house and pay rent. Don't think about living with friends, save a little more money. The Grouse family doesn't like people who don't support their real estate. Law enforcement agencies will come to the door to check, and if caught, they will be sentenced. If you get married and have children, you must also improve your living environment, otherwise you will be punished with the crime of child abuse. If you don't have children, you will also be sentenced. What should I do if I have no job and no economic income? It was just like the guy in front of Hawk at this time, lying in a slightly dark place, putting all his wealth, sleeping wrapped in an old blanket, becoming a homeless person who was disgusted by the higher UPS and wished to be destroyed humanely. Hey, Hawk. The homeless man smiled when he saw Hawk. Hey, Madara. Hawk greeted, groped from his body, and threw an energy bar to the other party. Thank you, may the Holy Emperor bless you. The Wanderer band took apart the energy bar, bit off half of it, and thanked vaguely. How's your leg? Hawk asked beside the homeless man. It's not flexible anymore, it's hard to use. The Machinery Association said that it will take 20,000 yuan to fix it. If I am willing to sell it, they can also recycle it. The price is very good. I have already made plans and will sell it when the time comes. Get rid of this mechanical leg and get a crutch to use, then I can treat you to a good meal, Hawk. Madara showed off her mechanical leg, patted it, and made a crisp sound. Madara is not from this planet. He was originally a soldier stationed in another star area. He was transferred here because of the war. After the war ended, he stayed here. Originally he could still live on the soldier's pension. Later, the Gross family took over the position of governor of the natal galaxy, saying that the government of the galaxy was in financial difficulties and unsustainable, so that the retired veterans could continue to display their loyalty to the emperor, and cancelled their pensions. Madara, who lost her source of income, can only live on the streets. It's already difficult for you. Wouldn't it be more difficult to get a crutch then? Hawk asked, maybe you can go to the black market merchants and ask. Their prices are much cheaper, but the goods may not be very good. Don't persuade me, Hawk. I have lived for 40 years and participated in more than 20 wars. I have seen green-skinned orcs and Zerg. I am enough. I don't want to live without dignity like this again. Come down, I was a warrior once, but now I'm begging around like a wandering beggar. Madara's words made Hawk stunned for a moment, and he thought of some bad things. Are you going to kill yourself, Madara? Yes, I've had enough. I joined the army when I was 17. I've fought for the emperor all my life. I've got enough medals to hang all over me. But now I'm a wandering beggar, and the honor can't even get me a bite of food. After I sell this mechanical leg, we'll go eat something good, and then you help me collect the body. Put my metal and my body together, this is the only thing I have, and the rest will be I'll give you the money, if there's anything left after spending it. Hawk listened to Madara's words, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Suicide is nothing new, people commit suicide every day. Those who are desperate, those who provoke gangsters, and those who offend nobles. There are various reasons. Living in such a depressing world, suicide is a relief. Going back. Hawk left like fleeing, he didn't want to discuss such a heavy topic with Madara again. Dragging his exhausted body, Hawk returned to his narrow, 30-square-meter residence. The room is dilapidated and cold, the wooden floor is severely worn, and the walls can no longer see traces of the past, only greasy white spots can be seen. Crackling ventilators swayed oil-stained fans, pushing stagnant air out and sucking in equally bad air outside. Hawk turned on his dilapidated holographic projector. Before the official broadcast of the program, an advertisement was played first. Brave citizens of the Empire, be passionate again, and believe in the happy life brought to you by the Grouse family. The Holy and Great Emperor said that a worker should die on his post, not on his hospital bed. The Grouse family has recently launched a brand new potion, Vitality No. 1 Potion, which can stimulate the nerves of the human body and make people full of vitality again. What should I do if I don't have the energy to work after staying up late? Drink Vitality number 1 potion. What to do if the wife is not satisfied? Drink Vitality number 1 potion. What to do if you are sick and weak? Drink Vitality potion. Look for gross Vitality number 1 potion to ensure full vitality. Chapter 48 The Grouse Family. Fuck you, Grouse. You should all be burned at the stake, you disgusting vampires. Seeing the advertisement appearing on the holographic projection, Hawk couldn't bear it anymore, and cursed viciously. But no matter how much he cursed, the holographic projector was still playing the relevant advertisements of Grouse number 1 Vitality potion. After a while, some time-killing TV series started to play. Hawk lay on the bed, trying to calm himself down and suppress his anger. The power of the Grouse family occupies several galaxies, and for a person like Hawk, it is an unimaginably terrifying existence. He can't do anything but impotent rage. Getting angry just made his life harder. Numbness is the best state. Enough numbness will not be too sad, and one can survive this hopeless life immersed in faith in the Emperor. He didn't know why he was angry. Everyone is like this, born, working, married, raising children, and dying early. The corpses were recycled by the Food Association and sent to the processing plant to become energy bars that can fill the stomach. For hundreds or thousands of years, people have lived like this, generation after generation. Why is he angry? But Hawk just wanted to be angry. He felt that he was deprived of countless precious things by this vampire-like family. If he bears a child, his child will accept the same fate as he. Not giving birth, then he will be sentenced, and then he can only be a homeless person. This kind of life is gloomy and hopeless, a pool of stagnant water, with no chance of change in sight. Hawk turned over, he thought of another thing, Madara was going to die. And the only thing he can do is collect the body for his friend, hide in a dark room and curse a projector. Hawk is considering whether to commit suicide too. What's the use of struggling in this world? May the Holy Emperor burn you to death. Hawk cursed in a low voice. After finishing speaking, he showed bitterness. The pastors will not burn the Grouse family to death, they will only burn poor ghosts like Hawk who have no money for the church. Natal Galaxy Outer Orbit. Serial number Natal 19-18. The divination probe floats in the cold, silent void. This is a monitoring satellite belonging to the Empire, constructed of machinery and human flesh and blood. The only function of this divination probe is to monitor the activity of the warplane near the natal system. This huge satellite has been hanging in the void for decades, receiving countless starships. With the opening of the Great Rift, fewer warp spaceships come and go. After all, the existence of subspace storms makes subspace navigation an extremely dangerous thing. The divination detector was also calm for a long time. Today is another calm day. Machine Soul just wanted to classify today as a day with no major events, when suddenly, an abnormal subspace fluctuation impacted from the highest sky into the real universe, and was captured by the divination detector. There is a huge fleet that is rapidly approaching the natal galaxy. Incoming data is automatically reviewed through the detector's artificial cortex, and the divination scanner responds to the machine spirit's commands, pulses into the warp, and receives feedback. The machine soul that received the feedback quickly judged it as an urgent and major event. Relevant information was quickly transmitted to the relevant departments of the natal galaxy government through the array launcher engraved with the Skyhawk array. At this time, the clerks in charge of information collection are testing the transport ships inside and outside the galaxy. In front of the data console, a clerk is using a data cable to connect to the information network. His duty is to print out the relevant information of the data network and hand it over to other staff. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the brass and gold-plated console made a sound, and the indicator light lit up, indicating that the console was receiving transmission information. The clerk twitched as the data poured into his brain, and he began to tap the shorthand machine hanging in front of his chest with his slender fingers like bird claws. His technique was extremely skilled. With a bang, the printing is complete. The machine slave in charge of paperwork came over, collected and summarized the printed information, and handed it over to another supervisor. The other party just used his mechanical prosthetic eye, took a look, and ran out in a hurry. I can't even take care of the work at hand. Natal Galactic Council. That idiot Gilliman should open his eyes and see how much loved and respected the Grouse family is. We have ruled this planet for so many years, guiding Natal like the sun the people of the galaxy, who regard us as spiritual leaders and dedicate their allegiance to us. And now, he actually wants to take back our power, regardless of the need for the guardianship of the Grouse family for those lost imperial subjects. The governor of the galaxy sat in his seat, shouting loudly. But no one from the underground congressmen opened their mouths to speak. If these words are heard by the trial court or the people of the state church, I am afraid that they will be sent to the stake on the spot. Humiliation of the Primarch is undoubtedly a very terrible crime. Thinking of this, I can't help crying. What a terrible life those stupid people will live after losing the Grouse family. They will be hungry, displaced, and finally usher in chaos. When the planetary governor said this, he even couldn't help but shed a tear. He waved his arms and continued to deliver his long speech. Gilliman is a demon. He wants to usurp his father's throne, so he suppresses us who are loyal to the Emperor, and sweeps all our families who are willing to die for the Emperor into the trash. Those who are useless, the one who will only bring humanity to ruin is promoted, simply because those people will serve him. My lord, if you say this, it is easy to cause trouble. A counselor carefully weighed his words, trying to stop the crazy remarks of the planetary governor. Let this idiot continue, the entire Natal Galaxy Council will be killed by him. Let the storm come more violently, let that damned demon come, as a Primarch, he is so unqualified and so despicable. The Grouse family is never afraid, we have the most devout beliefs in the Empire loyal, we have always believed in the Emperor and are ready to die in defense of his empire. The planetary governor stood up, his fat, layered body shaking, looking very excited. At this time, a person walked quickly from the door of the Parliament Hall, and said a few words in the ear of the planetary governor, which immediately made the excited planetary governor froze there. What did you say? The Holy Primarch will come soon. Isn't he still on an expedition to the Connor Industrial Galaxy? The planetary governor's complexion turned pale. We also don't know that the divination instrument outside the galaxy has scanned the glory of Macrage sailing in the subspace, and an entire fleet is approaching the natal galaxy. Damn it, hurry up, let the major families prepare to welcome the Primarch, and let the planetary defense forces dispatch to drive those imperial civilians away from the main road, leaving some richer people behind, and at the same time warn them, to praise the great Grouse family. The planetary governor quickly made various arrangements. No matter how hard he scolded, he knew that the prestige of the Primarch could not be offended, otherwise the Emperor Angel would make the Grouse family disappear from this starry sky. After instructing that person, the planetary governor glanced at the members of the council present. You know what to do? As long as I hear a little bad news, your entire family will disappear in the universe. The Grouse family has already standing for thousands of years, we are as immortal as this great empire, don't try to offend the Grouse family, otherwise, there will be disaster. Leaving this sentence, the planetary governor hurried out. The other council members looked at each other, and then ran out. Chapter 49 Gilliman's Attitude. The turbulent subspace echoes the insatiable desires and complex and changeable emotions of all beings. Hungry inanimate people climbed on the cliffs that were concretized by the fantasy of real life, watching the fleet sailing past in front of them. The flesh and soul of human beings made them scream with hunger and thirst. Their voices echoed in the warp, mixed with the ether storm. With the emergence of the Great Rift, humans are increasingly dependent on the existence of the Geller force field. Without this mysterious technology, I am afraid that human beings will never be able to cross the subspace safely. Those thirsty inanimates devour all unshielded human ships, dragging them down into the most terrifying and abyssal depths of the warp. No one knows what terrible fate befell those ships lost in the depths of the warp. When those ships reappeared in the real universe, they were often changed beyond recognition, and even the passengers on them had already been extremely distorted and turned into indescribable monsters. In the depths of the glory of Macrage, Cherubel screamed excitedly, and he felt the breath of the subspace. As long as it can enter the subspace, it can be free. He already had a comprehensive understanding of Vincenhorn's abilities and the demonic tome that bound him. Once he enters the subspace, he will run far away to ensure that the opponent's spells can no longer restrain him. It's a pity that the subspace is so close to him, only separated by a Geller force field. But for him, it was an insurmountable moat. The body of the demon host engraved with runes, the object that the priests are praying to, the Emperor's shrine, and the will left by Gilliman are all restraining him. Vincenhorn is facing the demon prince directly, always vigilant follow the opponent's escape. Let me go, Vincenthorn, you will get what you dreamed of, don't you want to revive your friends? Bacon, Medea, Amos, as long as you help me untie the bondage, I will help you bring them back to life. Master, I am Bacon, have you forgotten? I am your favorite disciple. Why not save us, Vincenthorn? Cherubel tempted Vincenhorn, even imitating those who passed away, trying to shake Vincenhorn's incomparably strong will. He hoped that Vincenhorn would immerse himself in the sorrow of those who passed away, so that a small gap would appear in his heart. Gap represents weakness, represents corruption. Sad people are always the easiest to be taken advantage of. Demons are always like this. As long as they find a weak point, they will expand infinitely until the target is completely corrupted and leads to an irreversible abyss. You will always be so stupid, Cherubel. Those names you pronounce will only let me know how despicable you subspace beasts are. Your promises will always be fulfilled in a twisted way. The only way you can all that is given to human beings is the habituation of pain. I will never forget my duty, Cherubel, do not try to find a hole in my heart, you are destined to find nothing. Vincenhorn said. You will, Vincenthorn, no one can resist the temptation all the time. It is the biggest mistake that the cursed father and son left you here to guard me. I know your weakness, and you will always collapse slowly. And I will get out and be free. Wait another 10,000 years, idiot. Vincenhorn said, wait 10,000 years later, people will forget you, the poor devil prince, and maybe no one will care about you. GG, right? I don't need 10,000 years. Soon, I will be free. Vincenhorn didn't speak again, he fell into silence, performing his duty of guard like a sculpture. The topmost deck of glory of Macrage. Gilliman's office is here. As the Emperor's own son and the only remaining Primarch of the Empire, Gilliman's work is very heavy. Before the war started, he had to finish the relevant government affairs as soon as possible, and then let the astropaths pass it back, so that the new council members on Macrage could fulfill their orders. The appeal of the Primarch is very strong, and more war groups gather in Macrage, Roaring Griffin, Storm Falcon, Paragon Warrior, etc., all war groups come from all directions to join the Primarch in the indomitable crusade called upon. They bring more fleets and warriors. At this time, these fighters are undergoing an upgrade project led by the Mechanical Sage. After some time, the original Cast Space Warrior with 4 more organs will be put into use. They will be more powerful than the original Cast Space Fighters in the original plot line. They have the heart of Gilliman built by the dark matter biological engine integration technology, and 3 brand new organs researched by the mechanical sage call in 10,000 years. They will be invincible, smashing all enemies who try to subvert the empire, and sweeping away all enemies of mankind. New battleships are also being cast, and more industrial worlds have been requisitioned by the mechanical sage Kar, and they are building new warships with all their strength. In order to improve efficiency, with the endorsement of Guilliman, Kar used a new method, modular assembly, which greatly reduced the cost and time of building warships. Empires often rely on STC to build warships, standard templates to build technical modules, which originated from the black technology of the Golden Age. Kar completely abandoned the use of STC, using data drawings to let different casting worlds produce different parts, and then assemble them. This method greatly reduces the construction time of warships. Of course, the performance of the battleship built by this method will be a little worse, but the construction speed will be increased by 10 times, or even 20 times, and the cost will plummet. The sheer volume more than makes up for that negligible gap. The actions of Kal and Guilliman aroused the dissatisfaction of other members of the Mechanicum, and they strongly urged Guilliman to give up this practice of blasphemy against the god of mechanics, and demanded that Kal be severely punished. Guilliman appeased these mechanical sages, saying that he would find an opportunity to deal with this matter. At the same time, he raised Kal's authority again, allowing him to mobilize more resources and speed up the casting and installation of warships. In addition to the improvement of military strength, Guilliman's awakening and various orders also caused a storm. Those worlds that were not ruled by the family responded to the reforms proposed by Guilliman, building more academies, and preparing to train the technicians needed by the Primarch. A large number of young people of the right age have been screened out and sent to various academies, ready to become cogs in Guilliman's expedition machine. With the support of the Primarch, the William Chamber of Commerce, the Nancy Chamber of Commerce, these trading teams who had sworn allegiance in Macrage, quickly attracted those traders who were willing to support the Primarch. They gradually squeezed out those merchants who were unwilling to carry out reforms, compressed their living space, and even suppressed those family businesses in a targeted manner, causing them to lose a large amount of trade volume and thus decline rapidly. This is also a war, without any smoke, but equally cruel. Guilliman received reports of many assassinations. Some of his loyal merchants were assassinated as a challenge to him. Those families and merchants who have been stepped on have entered a crazy mode, and they have already used despicable means to defend their own interests. Guilliman examined the information, extracted important information from it, and constructed a mental map of the current situation in his mind. He is well aware that these die-hard old guards want to know their attitude. Wanted to know how far the Primarch would go for the Reformation. Guilliman will let them know his attitude in the natal galaxy. What happens in this galaxy, he will let the astropaths communicate to the entire empire, including Terra. He will tell those people what will happen to those who block his reform. Obey the reform and they will live. If you don't obey the reform, you will die. There is no third way. Footsteps sounded outside the living room, and there was an elegant knock on the door, and each knock was full of rhythm. Come in, Guilliman said. The door was opened, and a woman in a simple emerald green dress, holding a data pad and a memory pen, followed by a buzzing, levitating servo skull stepped in. My lord. The woman bowed and saluted. The Suleymanian family would like to extend their most reverent greetings to you. There is no need to be so polite, Yasharai, I need your help. This is my honor, and also the honor of the Suleymanian family. Chapter 50 Arrival of the Primarch. Yasharai's attitude is extremely respectful, not only because Guilliman is the Emperor's son, but also because she was saved because of Guilliman. She was one of the many heretics the Primarch unleashed from that missionary world of Espander. Yasharai's charges are absurd. He was caught by the church guards of the state church because she disrespected the Emperor and spread heresy. She was a heretic without belief. She should have been sentenced to fire. The only luck was that Guilliman arrived just a few days before her execution. After review, she was released and joined the ranks of the Primarch because of her knowledge. Yasharai is a member of a merchant family. She has been active on the borders of the Empire for a long time, and even enters the dark star field that cannot be illuminated by the Emperor's star torch, looking for wealth and lost knowledge. Later, she entered the inner star field of the Empire due to some family reasons. Compared with the more open frontier of the Empire, the rigidity and ignorance of the inner star field of the Empire have reached an extremely serious level. People reject all rationality, reject science, and even reject new knowledge. A person like Yahiri who still believes in science and truth is undoubtedly a heresy in the eyes of the state religion. Not surprisingly, she was arrested. The alien atlas she collected and compiled was also used as evidence by state church personnel to accuse her of heresy. Yasharai felt that she was wronged very much. She just wanted to let the people of the Empire know about those aliens, so she was convicted. But the state church did not give her a chance to make any excuses. Those priests stubbornly believed that she was guilty, and any remarks were heresy, which should not be listened to, depriving her of the right to appeal. If Guilliman hadn't come, Yasharai would have become another victim of the mad state religion. It is hard to imagine how many people like Yashili who still maintain the rationality and scientific spirit of seeking knowledge in the Empire for thousands of years have been declared heretical by the state religion. Just thinking about this incident makes Guilliman want to vomit blood. The state religion is too bad. In Yasharai's view, the simplicity of Guilliman's room was shocking. The interior layout is simple and practical, and there are only a few things that can be called personal items. She didn't think that this should be a palace with luxurious decorations. She would not show off wealth as taste like those idiot nobles, let alone regard crystal and gold inlaid decorations as works of art. But when she really walked into this place, she realized that the simplicity here was beyond her imagination. It was as if worldly desires had completely faded from Guilliman's body. The other party has completely ignored those worldly things. The most common things in the reception room are those old books full of history, all of which have traces of being flipped through. Obviously, this is what the Primarch used to read when he was relaxing. The data crystals used to process government affairs are randomly placed on the table with exaggerated dimensions. The mechanical equipment of the holographic projection is exposed at one end of the table. According to those nobles, this is simply not aesthetically pleasing. The portable bed placed on the side seemed extremely spacious, but for a Primarch whose size was far beyond that of a mortal, it might only barely fit in. Yasharai had some uncontrollable fantasies, imagining what kind of great dreams a brilliant Primarch would have when he was asleep. The concept of bed rest for the Primarch seems extraordinarily humane. To be honest, Yasharai never thought about a character like Guilliman. Does he really need to rest? She thought the Primarch, besides never aging, was also tireless. Yahiri looked at the reception room out of the corner of her eye, thinking about what the Primarch would do when she wasn't fighting, and she didn't wake up from her meditation until Guilliman's voice sounded again. They are all disobeying me, trying to use all kinds of despicable means to test my choice between saving human beings and safeguarding their interests. Those idiots think that without them, the Empire will be paralyzed and will not function normally. And I will tell them that this is impossible, that the Empire can continue to operate without waste. Guilliman looked at Yahiri, and said in a deep voice, but these things are difficult for me to do alone. I can manage a planet, a galaxy, or even a star region very well, but the Empire is so huge and there are countless human beings, and there are also a huge number of colonized planets. I can't stay in one place for a long time. I can only rely on you people who have the same dream as me. We are all determined to save mankind, Yasharai. I have seen in you the rationality that has not been crushed by this desperate age, and I will give you a special mission, that is, after I clean up those idiot nobles, maintain normal operation of the natal galaxy until it regains its ability to generate blood. My lord, such an honor. Yahiri felt a little uneasy. What trust was there to entrust such a mission? You are just right for the job, Yasharai. You have rationality, thirst for knowledge, and the eyes of a businessman. You clearly know the value of a planet and what role it can play in my plan. You are useless compared to those the nobles know what a terrible test our family is facing. In this crazy era, this kind of knowledge is enough to make you surpass 99% of the people. Please do not refuse the mission I entrusted to you. If this is your request, then this appointment will be my honor, my lord. Yahiri no longer refused, and performed a simple courtesy to express his gratitude to the Primarch for his grace and trust. In her bones flowed the blood of adventure and freedom that every rogue trader active on the frontiers of the Empire has. Only those useless wastes will use their power to grab money in the comfortable Empire and use those complicated etiquette to show their dignity. Yahilai could not learn the complicated etiquette of those nobles, but this did not affect her respect for the regent of the Empire in the slightest. My lord, I have a confusion. After saluting, Yahiri looked up, showing confusion. Ask, there is still some time, I will try my best to answer for you. Why are you in such a hurry to make appointments? Maybe you can find some suitable candidates in the natal galaxy. You seem to have decided that the nobles of the natal galaxy are no longer suitable for ruling. Yasharai asked. When Terra was still called Earth, a Mr. Lu said, when you see a cockroach, you must be prepared to have cockroaches in the whole house. A deceased celebrity. It can be said like this. The Gross family has challenged my authority, which means that other families have either been suppressed by them, or have succumbed to their rule. Without absolute loyalty to the Emperor, that is disloyalty. They betrayed their duties. What if they are innocent? They swear allegiance to the Emperor and sacrifice everything for the survival of mankind. This is the reason why they can rule natal. Now they turn a blind eye to a family that blatantly violated my orders and let the other party make trouble. It is a betrayal. Performance of the swearers. The bystanders who break the oath are as unforgivable as the rioters. They have obtained the power given by the Emperor, but they have not performed the duties given by the Emperor. This is their fault. I don't have many people I can use. In this crazy age, religion has soaked into everyone's soul. There are too few people like you who are willing to maintain science and rationality. I have to choose carefully. Your position will ensure the success of my plan. The natal galaxy is very important. I will clear the old nobles there, and ensure that the lives of the common people will be better and full of hope. Only then can it be more convincing and prove it is right for me to take the path of reform. Guilliman's words were a little heavy. The fate of the entire human race was on his shoulders, and if he was a little careless, he would be doomed. Yahiri no longer doubts in her heart, she said firmly, I will definitely live up to your expectations, my lord. Well, we're almost there, go get ready. I hate the state church, but I have to admit that the state church is indeed a handy tool that allows me to get rid of some regulations and directly declare those who don't want to obey me they are heresies, and they will be dealt with neatly. Guilliman laughed. Accompanied by subspace fluctuations, the huge Makraj's glory rushed out of the etheric ocean, and entered the real starry sky in a flash. Relevant information was immediately captured by satellites observing the subspace, and sent to each family, announcing the arrival of the Primarch. There is another chapter, excommunication and rebellion are aimed at individuals and families, extermination orders are aimed at the entire planet, and civilians are innocent.